Пошли. Все вместе. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства? Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralist. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralist. Up yours.
And they believe that
Woke moralist. Up yours. Woke moralist.
They seem animalistic, is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Hello, everybody. And hello, our guest. And Lance dropped out during the intro, interestingly enough.
We're starting with
Katy,
Leftist audio strong this time.
Yes. So I'm sorry, but Katy, before we get to you, just the intro was weird. The audio was weird at the intro. I'm not sure if anyone else heard that, if that's going to be a problem now. Do we all sound fine? Okay, good. We're all good. Katy, hello.
Hi.
Nice to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me at this.
Yes, please introduce yourself and let people know where you're from, what you do.
Yeah, my name is Katy Montgomerie. I'm a British feminist and LGBT rights activist. I spend a lot of my time arguing for trans rights in the UK, and it's 1:30 a.m. for me. Yay!
Oh my god.
We apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I did another show. I've got my own call-in show for trans rights. If anyone's interested, called the Transatlantic Call-in Show, and it's on Thursdays. And I did that, which is 2 hours, and then I went to sleep for 3 hours, and I've woken up in the same hair and makeup, and then I'm here, so it's all good.
Oh my gosh. I feel so bad for anyone that is, across the pond. That is really brutal. We really appreciate you being here, because it's bedtime for you. I feel so bad, but thank you so much. It's really nice to have you.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Lance is back, and
nice to meet you, by the way, Katy. I don't think we've been on any stream or anything before, so nice.
Yeah, and you. Yeah,
same.
Yeah, I didn't think we have. Yeah,
always nice to make new friends.
On new enemies.
Oh, come on, Mike. What is this, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? What is this?
You would be a good Mr. Rogers. I could see you hosting like a show that would be very wholesome. Yeah.
I would enjoy that. You've got to make new friends to replace old ones.
Mike, you should start a kids channel. You should be the next
wow,
Blippi.
that one just went way over my head.
No. I can't.
Delay.
I can't do that. No.
We should mention that Ole is off this week as well, I believe. I mean, she's not here. So
she's taking a couple weeks vacation. Okay. We squeezed in a little time to make a video. I think me and Mike did a little interview with her that she released. If you want to go check out the Illuminati and go subscribe and thumbs up and all the good things and go give your support to her exploding in popularity channel.
Mm-hmm. It's like basically episode 30.5 of Leftist Mafia.
And I watched her interview with Laverne Cox. It was fantastic. Like I watched that as it was premiering, and usually like most celebrities, I don't, they're celebrities, I don't really care, right? So, but even like Laverne Cox, I don't know all that well. I just know her from some of her work. But that interview, just the way that she was very open and the way that she presented her positions, and she's a very interesting person to listen to, and has a lot of insight into these sorts of issues. So it was a really good interview. Definitely check it out. And yeah, Ole did a fantastic job also, just as the person interviewing her and getting her to open up on some of these topics is really good stuff.
Yeah, because it's hard to do. Yeah, that's what's wild is that Laverne Cox watches the Leftist Mafia. That's just it's so cool. You know, I was a little bit starstruck.
Yeah. I don't know if you're watching right now. Oh, this is gonna be awkward.
Right.
So I don't know. There's a lot happened this week. Though also not a lot happened, but a lot did happen.
What happened in my world? I've been on all over TV in Canada and Egypt, all because of Instagram threads.
Which Canadian shows have you been on?
CBC,
or networks?
Baby. I'm not sure what show though, but CBC. I talked with Sarah. I forgot her last name. A host of one of the CBC shows.
Did they pay you in syrup?
What?
Did they pay you in syrup?
Oh, being a guest on a show doesn't pay, my friend.
Oh, Canada, sure. Yeah.
I used to be on a
right, Katy. Being
show.
A guest on a show doesn't pay.
Well, for us, there's an excuse. No one has money on the left, but with like these networks, maybe we should pay some of these people. There was a morning show I used to be on the radio on like a regular basis in Toronto, like one of the biggest AM radio stations. And you got to wake up really early. I had to drive there. It takes like 40 minutes, and it's like a 15-minute spot. But then there's no pay ever, and like just wasting my entire morning.
Imagine waking up really early for a show, huh?
I know,
and not getting paid.
Yeah, that would suck.
One interesting thing was someone said to me, someone tweeted at me today, "Oh, I enjoyed hearing you on 1010 Wins, which is like the major AM radio news station here at least in New York. I don't know about the rest of the country." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting because I didn't do 1010 Wins this morning." So I was searching for this radio broadcast that apparently I was on and didn't know about. And I was like, did someone like use AI to like fake me? And I found it, the podcast version. And what it was I can't believe they did this. I did my live stream last night on Threads and Twitter for like my podcast, like for both Doomed and Scam Economy. And they apparently saw it and they just like clipped portions from it and like put it in, like they introduced me as if I was on the channel and just like used portions.
That's so weird.
What? Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I mean, I don't care as long as they credited me, which they did. But it was very weird to hear like, "Oh, enjoyed hearing you this morning in that interview," and I was like, I didn't do one.
Did they? So wait, they actually presented it as if you were like a guest on the show?
They didn't really say that, but they worded it in a way where it was like, according to, reporter Matt Binder, blah, 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 blah. And then they played me saying that exact, like a version of that exact same thing on my show. So, they didn't like introduce me as a guest, but it was framed in a way where it sounded like I gave them like this specifically. But I don't mind. Hell, it makes my life easier. Please, all broadcasts, feel free to clip my show and use it all you'd like as long as you say it's me.
Just clipping 1 second segments of you being like, yes, and no.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Matt? Yeah.
If people need that, I'll be happy to upload a video of me just saying words like that. Just
it'll be used against you.
Yeah, well, maybe.
It's going to be weaponized. Did you genuinely think that there was like a doppelbinder out there? Like a lookalike?
I honestly had no idea. I was like, what is that from? Like, I've done 1010 Wins before. They've invited me on previously, but I didn't do one today on Threads, and the app just launched, so it's not like I have this whole library of content that I gave them. And they literally just saw the live stream from last night.
I may have to dip out for like 5 minutes to switch computers because I'm.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of robot sounds from Binder, and I think it's me and not him for the first time.
I think it is you.
Yeah. It's happening.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
All right, let me dip out. I'll be back, folks.
Okay.
No worries.
Oh, so it's not me. Wow. Is it real? It's not me. I sound clear?
You sound fine,
yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so Binder, tell me what's exciting about Threads. Why are we excited? Why is all of our data being sold to the man who smokes meat?
I'll tell you the number one, the best feature on Threads right now is that it is making Elon Musk very angry and upset. It is the number one feature.
I'll download it.
Threads is doing it better than anybody else. I mean, Twitter's lawyer just sent Meta a legal threat in the form of a letter saying we are going to look into suing you because we are accusing you of hiring ex-Twitter employees, and we are alleging that they used proprietary information to create threads. Now, Meta is completely denying that, and I don't see, looking at threads, I see nothing that could even be confused for that. It's just a basic text posting app. But that's how upset Twitter and Elon Musk is about this, because they are going so far as to make legal threats, which they did not do to any of these other alternatives yet.
Isn't that incredibly expensive and deeply, deeply, profoundly sad and pathetic?
Sounds like Elon, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, guy spent $44 billion on Twitter. What's another couple of million for a petty lawsuit?
Does he even have the money left for that lawsuit? Like, it just sounds this is going to be a waste of time for him.
I mean, it's just a legal threat so far, so we'll see. I mean, he's also claiming he's going to sue all the various web data scrapers that have been, using, compiling Twitter's data for their own purposes, which I don't think he would win that either, because the courts have ruled in the favor of data scrapers when LinkedIn took one of them to court. It's
all just building up to this cage fight between Zuck and Elon, isn't it?
This is also the perfect.
I can't wait.
This is also the perfect way, though, for Elon Musk to get out of that cage fight. I don't think he's going to go through with it now.
He already did. His mummy said not to do it. She's like, "Don't do this."
Yeah, but he didn't
get back to the Emerald Mine. We need you in the Emerald Mines, Elon.
But he didn't respond to that. I think this is going to be what he uses. He's going to say, "I'm not doing anything with Mark Zuckerberg when he's stealing my app's IP." So this will be his way to get out of it, I'm sure. I mean, Zuckerberg clearly definitely wants to do it. So if it doesn't happen, it's because of Elon.
Mm-hmm. But is
Hopefully
there anything exciting about it besides that? Oh yeah, you said great.
I mean,
okay.
it's lacking a lot, but it just launched last night. I mean, the killer feature that's been so good for Threads is a feature that isn't so good for me. And that's how integrated it is with Instagram. All these huge Instagram users are just clicking a button to sign up for Threads, and all their followers are automatically following them. So you have people who already have like 1 million followers on Threads in less than 24 hours. Mark Zuckerberg's been, boasting about how the app already has over 30 million users in less than 24 hours. It's obviously because they're just people who already have Instagrams coming over. And if you're someone like me who's never been a big fan of Instagram, it doesn't really work for what I do. I don't have much of an Instagram following, so I didn't have much to port over. So I'm already a big old loser over on Threads.
Yeah, I had like 6,000 followers on Instagram, and I had like 70,000 on Twitter. It's a big gap, and there are, as you said, like, there are people who are super famous on Instagram and have no following on Twitter, and now they're reaping the benefits of Twitter exploding. Like, it's just
right. Yeah,
it's so backwards.
It sucks. Yeah. That's why I'm preferring Blue Sky. Because someone put together this app that looks at the through the API and ranks every Blue Sky user, and I am one of the top 50
Holy shit.
Blue Sky users.
Good for you.
Of like the over 200,000 people on it, and you know what? I will take it.
Wow.
Because eventually I will not be, as more celebrities join that platform. So as long as I am on there now as one of the cream of the crop, I'm going to
wheat.
I'm gonna use
no
it.
chaff. All wheat. That's wild. Hey, I'm in a worse situation than you, Matt. My Instagram just got straight up deleted. It's gone forever.
How'd that happen?
I just got mass flagged like 3 or 4 times in a row, and eventually they just took it down.
Posting dick pics on main. That's the problem.
No, there were no dick pics. I would celebrate that. I would be like, "This is fucking awesome! Yeah, I got away with it." No, it was like the account kept getting flagged, and then they eventually just deleted it. So I've got
I think one of the main killer features of Threads is probably going to be the moderation, though, isn't it? Because people politically like to say, "Oh, I don't like censorship. Oh, I like freedom of speech." But then you go on Twitter, and there are Nazis queuing up to call you slurs, at a relentless pace, so many. And you're just like, why would I go on here when everyone on somewhere else is nice? Because all of the horrible people get deleted. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel like
depressing.
that's how it's going to win because like Blue Sky, I'm sure is like it's like more tech and they're doing all this protocol stuff and integrates with other things, but it's not going to have the same go on there and all your mates are there having fun kind of vibe, which will lure everyone into Threads. That's what I'm feeling anyway. There can only be one Twitter clone, which will someone's going to eat Twitter's entire user base because they have this like tipping point, and suddenly everyone will be on there. And if you need to see the news, you're not going to log on to 5 different apps. You'll just go on one, and it will probably be Threads. I mean,
but you think it'll be Highlander rules for sure? Like there can be only one.
Yeah, I mean, how many things can you post on the same format? Like if you have an inane thought, you need to write it somewhere, and you're not going to write it in 5 different places. And if you cross post, you're only going to read the replies in one. I don't know. That's what I feel.
I don't know. That's what I was always someone who was just like, I'm just staying on Twitter. It's a lot easier. And then Elon Musk messed with Twitter, and then I was like, well, I can't put all my eggs in one basket anymore. I need to obviously pay attention to the other platforms, and now that's what I'm doing. I'm posting. If it fits, if it translates to the other platforms based on like who's on there, I post the same thing on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, not Instagram, Mastodon, and now Threads. It's a
lot of effort, isn't it?
It's
too much work.
Yeah.
Most people are not going to do that. That's why
right.
I do agree with Katy here. I think like in terms of the mainstream appeal, like of one really taking off, I think right now Threads has the best chance, and it's because of the built-in support from Instagram, like bringing over those people. It's so easy. It's like one click. My mom follows me there, which is really disappointing now because I, as a joke, well, not really a joke. I posted a few thirst traps because I'm like, I'm not getting follows. I want to get some. So I posted a few shirtless pics, and then my mom follows me.
Wait, what?
It's like, Jesus Christ.
I thought you were joking at first.
What?
That's what I was going to say. You should do.
No,
Matt.
I did.
Yeah,
I
Matt,
did.
you're like your Instagram game is weak.
I like no following there, so I'm like, no one's going to see these anyways. Whatever. I'm posting like as like a joke.
What
and
do
then
you
my
see?
mom follows me.
As long as she followed you because she was like, "Oh, it's my son," rather than like, "Oh, who's this?"
No.
Oh God!
But it's because it's connected to Instagram. So I didn't think she would get the. I'm like, she's not gonna get the app, whatever. But because it's so easy, she got the app and it's like, oh, my son's on here. Oh, look at this. Like, oh, great.
My Instagram is just dog and cat pictures. That's it. It's wholesome.
Yeah, you have a very wholesome Instagram. You do.
What you see now, the amount of skin you see right now in this little box is the most of me you will ever see. So I want everyone to know that now. That is the
enjoy neck. You're getting some neck action right now.
Enjoy,
some hot neck action, everybody. Enjoy. Yeah, some elbow action right there.
Maybe you'll catch a knee as I.
Some secular flesh. Like we got here. The secular fresh presents.
Maybe when we do the Leftist Mafia live shows, you might catch a little bit of stomach if I wipe my face like this on my shirt. But that's about it. That's the most you'll ever see of me.
A striptease.
I really hope someone just joined right now. Like just at that moment. Just like presenting yourself. Oh, by the way, hey, we have a celebrity amongst us. Mike, you're in that commercial I saw on TV. That one about Ron DeSantis, and it's really horny and confused and insecure.
Not watch this.
And weird.
I would love to play it, but I think there's copyright music on it, right? We can't.
Yes, it is copyright.
Well, actually, I can play without the music if you want.
You can play without the music.
This is the irony, and a commenter pointed this out. I cannot play an ad with my face in it due to copyright problems. But it was really weird because I saw that. And then I was like in the group chat asking you all, like, did DeSantis' campaign post this? But like part of his rapid response did, because they're part of the DeSantis war room, Christina Pushaw. And they played it on CNN. They talked about it on News Nation. They asked Pete Buttigieg to respond to it. And it's just, it's so crazy.
Sorry.
The first half, I think you can play, right? It's the second half that has the dubstep. Is it the
I'm
dubstep
not
that's
sure. I wouldn't risk it, honestly.
Well, we'll see him like this shirtless
dude.
Like what? Yeah, the Chad guy.
There's young Brad Pitt, American Psycho, Christian Bale.
There he is, famous.
Woo!
Yeah, very weird to see. It's funny. I sent this to my niece. I'm like, I'm in a Ron DeSantis ad. And she's like, "Oh my god, congratulations!" I'm like, "No, that's not a good thing." Because like it's so wild.
Yeah.
I know. See, and that's them. That's a microaggression. Okay, zooming that close to anyone's face is not very flattering. So I feel personally attacked by this. So yeah. So for those of you who haven't seen the ad, basically the gist of it is that Trump is insufficiently homophobic and transphobic, and DeSantis is the true homophobe and transphobe.
Yeah.
And I have a video coming out about this tomorrow because the fallout from that ad is hilarious. So DeSantis defended the ad, and I swear to God, he said this. He said that the ad was fair game. The attacks on Trump were fair because Trump is a pioneer of the gender ideology movement. I kid you not. I kid you not. And what's funny is that he's a trailblazer. I mean, Donald Trump walked so we could run. It's so wild because that ad has led to a lot of infighting within the gay conservative community, and it is the most hysterical thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Groomers.
Gays against groomers versus fairness first. Yeah, so I have a video coming out on that tomorrow. It is very funny. I'm laughing at all of these losers. It's basically a bunch of gay conservatives who are completely shocked, surprise Pikachu face, that the conservatives who were coming after trans people are going after them next. Shocking. Who would have thought that they'd come after us?
It's hard to know, isn't it? Are people actually that stupid and unable to see trends, or are they just willfully ignorant? Like, I still genuinely don't know. I feel like they're standing on a train. It's like the trolley meme or whatever. And they're standing on the tracks, pulling the lever, and then it crushes the 3 people in front of them. And they're like, haha, this is going great. And then suddenly it hits them and like, oh, how did this happen? It's like, just incredible how anyone can be surprised or shocked or anything.
I thought
I'm always amazed how dumb people are. It's just, it is surprising.
Yeah.
But I mean,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, in a way, if you look at it in a certain way, Trump is kind of a pioneer of the gender ideology movement in the sense that gender ideology is something they've made up to rage against. And Trump is one of the people on earth who's like super mainstream this idea of gender ideology. Because it was just, I mean, it was like a bunch of British gender critical knobheads until 2020. And then J.K. Rowling brought it out. And then the American, you guys all picked it up over there in North America. And then Trump is one who's like, gender ideology. And now they're all talking about it. So he is kind of a pioneer.
He's made like day one promises, hasn't he? He's like, we're going to have to stop the mutilation of gender ideology and day one
reopen the camps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's really scary. Like, he immediately started to try to go further than DeSantis when he saw that, this was
always going to be a race. Yeah.
Right. It's a race to the bottom, and it's really scary. I did post a tweet or a link to one of the individuals who resigned. So people are making fun of these gay conservatives in response to their shock over the DeSantis ad. So people have been using the leopards eat my face meme. This shit has made me laugh so fucking hard because this is one of the directors of the board or whatever on Gays Against Groomers who resigned. But in response to the whole, I never thought leopards would eat my face. This is his response.
Wait, he posted this?
It's his pinned tweet, and he thinks that it's so hard to not call him the F slur, but he posted this, and he thinks this is like a haha, I'm actually smart. I am the leopard.
This is such a cell phone. It's incredible. Right. It's like you couldn't write something so ridiculous.
When I saw this for the first time, when I was prepping for my video, I cry laughed. And then I wasn't over it because when I recorded, I cry laughed because I'm just like, bro, I want to bully you. I want to shove you into a locker. Like, I want you to say homophobic things.
We're turning Mike into a homophobe. What have you done?
Yeah, what a twisted
It's making me homophobic.
How would that work exactly?
You know that meme of the kid who's like straining? That's me trying not to call him the F slur in my video.
It's like the through his head and like
that's me. Like I can't. Like I want to bully. Like the instinct is so overwhelming.
I mean, you could, I guess, technically, right? Like, it's not a problem if you did, but
I could. I try.
It's also probably not
try to be
productive,
nice.
but
I don't think it would be productive, and they're just going to use that against me. And then but it's
Santa's clip, but this time on his side.
right. So yeah, I'm trying to
mention,
minimize
though,
the amount of clips I'm in.
The jokes aside, it has shown and revealed some interesting things that, like, apparently there is some direct connections. I'm sure you explored this in your video between the DeSantis campaign and people who work for Gays for Groomers or like are involved with the organization.
Yeah, that's actually what's fueling a lot of the issues. So Caitlyn Jenner, she actually spotlighted this originally, and she said that the Gays Against Groomer founder, GAG, if you will, has financial ties to Ron DeSantis. GAG.
I'm such a child. Every time I see it, every time I'm like...
right? It's an unfortunate coincidence. But so her affiliation is causing problems because people want her to denounce DeSantis and she won't, and she is financially attached to him. And now she came out with this really long Twitter thread attacking Caitlyn Jenner, dead naming her, misgendering her, expectedly, right? And accusing Caitlyn Jenner of her trying to get into this, elevate the status of her own anti-trans organization, Fairness First. And that's why she's kind of throwing Gays Against Groomers under the bus. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's the sentiment where it's like, oh, you're only calling me out because you want to be the main, I guess, transphobic, gay/trans conservative group. I mean, all of this is making my fucking brain melt. But just to see all of these losers fight each other.
I'm the biggest transphobe. No, I am.
the Omega transphobe.
Yeah, it's like you're all losers though. Like whoever wins and who is the dominant anti-trans legislation, you're a loser still. You're all fucking losers. You're embarrassing. You're imbeciles. I'm sorry. You're so stupid.
And speaking of which, a whole bunch of people like Log Cabin Republicans have come out since that ad came out, and they're all so mad now. They're like, this is homophobic. I was like, what did you think the fascists were going to do? Stop it. Like one of the letters along the way. It's like, okay, fine, we're safe now. No, these are fascists. Come on.
Right. I mean, there's this meme. It was like a cartoon of this conservative guy. I think he had like a Confederate flag, and then a gay guy who's like LGB without the T, and they're shaking hands. And it's like, nice, we finally got the trans and the drag queens banned. And then the gay guy's like, so who's next? And then the conservative just looks at him. And he's like, who? And he just looks at, because it's so stupid. Like if you come after trans people, they're going to come after you, idiot. Like they discriminate against all queer people for the same reasons if you defy gender norms. So for them to have so little self-awareness and to have this shock and feel so let down, I find it the most hilarious thing ever. There was even an op-ed in the Daily Beast by a lesbian DeSantis supporter who said that ad, that was the final straw, which is, it's so shocking to me. It's like, if only he gave them some indication that he was a little bit bigoted towards gay and trans people, then maybe it's so hard to like talk about.
It was a commercial, not the legislation he's already passed. Yeah. What are you talking about? Like he's already done the bad things. It was like, oh well, that commercial was in poor taste. I gotta say,
Hey, you know what? At least it's a step up from Tim Pool, who's turning on DeSantis because he used AI images of Trump in one of his ads. And that's the step too far for Tim Pool. The unauthorized, unnecessary roughness in the form of AI imagery in your video, that's just ridiculous. But that's Tim Pool's reason for going, balls against the wall against Ron DeSantis.
With the people who are like surprised about the homophobia, I feel like it would almost be understandable if they were like 10 years old, or if the panic about gay people had happened 100 years ago. Like if we were seeing a resurgence of arguments used against women's suffrage or something, people might not recognize them because, they probably take a specific form and they would all be recycled and reused again, but no one's seen it. But like, I lived through some of the gay panic and saw the same arguments being used, and they're like word for word the same arguments they use against trans people. And they must recognize them. I don't know how you couldn't. When they say things like, they're coming for our children and, that they're all mentally ill and all this kind of stuff. It's like, they were literally saying that about gay people people in my lifetime. I mean, they must have said it about you. Some of these same people said it on maybe even on Fox News, that like the same shows about you. And you must have seen that.
Yeah.
Like,
it is amazing.
They didn't even change the playbook. Copy paste.
No.
Yeah.
There are some DeSantis supporters. So I saw this. I think it was MSNBC. They did a segment, or maybe it was CNN, a segment on women for DeSantis who support Ron DeSantis, and their support was all built around his COVID response. So they were supporting him basically because of that, because he was, I guess, in their minds, he did a good job on COVID, which of course he didn't. But so they're seeing his focus on what they're considering to be the culture war. A lot of it's just about human rights, but what they consider the culture war, they're seeing it as an electoral distraction and a barrier to his success. So they don't even really care that he is, a bigot. They more care that he's going to lose because this is his focus right now. They want him to focus on COVID stuff, which is really, it's interesting to see what people will prioritize and not care at all when it comes to the lives of other individuals. They just don't care at all. But as long as they're talking about my one issue, then, I support him.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
do you say about
what
them?
You shouldn't do if you're like an ABC News or like a mainstream publication. Maybe don't do glowing reviews of some of these hate groups, like Mums for Liberty, the ones that put Hitler quotes in their newsletters and shit. Maybe don't talk about them as being feminists and firebrand mums and all charged up and stuff like that. You kind of have a responsibility. You're failing the moment badly.
The whole, I feel like it's slightly better from non-British media, and obviously I spend more time reading British media because I'm stuck here. But in Britain, it's just completely standard that any media that presents any argument about trans people will just call anyone who's opposed to trans rights a feminist, even if they themselves have explicitly said they're anti-feminist. Like one of the
Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well. Like Posey Parker or Kelly J. Keen's one of our biggest exports. And you might have heard of her touring around the world and doing all these hate speech talks and stuff. And they still say, oh, feminists have concerns. And she's doing a show in front of, thousands of people saying, I'm not a feminist. I don't just have concerns. I want to take trans people's rights away. And this is I feel like, people must be going out of their way to maintain this narrative because they've decided it's good for clicks or they themselves are gender critical and interested in repealing trans rights. And
it's all the above, and they always have this desire to show every issue from two sides, even when there isn't two sides. And the media has always done this and try to play we're just being neutral. No, you're ignoring the objective reality of what is happening to trans people. That's what you're actually doing.
The consensus of the scientific community.
Yes, right. And they treat it. It's the same shit that they did with climate change for years, where it's climate scientists say this, but then there's the other side who doesn't think this is a big deal. It's just
3%.
It's just so dishonest.
Scientists,
right? Yeah. I was really curious. I wanted to ask Katy about this because I was watching a video from Cavernacle. Excuse me. Shout out to him, who's a British content creator, and he was talking about the massive transphobia in the UK, and he said that Labour was basically so far behind the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is actually good compared to Labour, which it's striking to me as an American because the Democratic, not necessarily just the Democratic Party, but when it comes to these types of social issues and social justice causes, I feel like the US has always been behind Canada as well. But the UK, when it comes to abortion, when it comes to gay rights, but on this issue of trans rights, they're so far behind. Why do you think that is? Can you talk to that and maybe the media climate? Because I know it's toxic, but just to give US viewers a bit of a sense of how bad it is.
Yeah, the UK has this weird kind of. We've kind of been doing the mainstreaming transphobia thing for a few more years than you guys. We had the Conservative government in charge in 2016 announced they were going to reform our Gender Recognition Act. You don't need to know the details. But at that point, the UK, there's this index rating by major LGBT charities in Europe. And the UK was ranked number one or one of the top countries in Europe in terms of LGBT rights. And since then, we've dropped to 13th or 14th. And, things are just getting worse here. that is also due to other countries overtaking us, but also because of the like extreme anti-trans media and attacks from politicians. But since the announcement of this act, basically the entire British media from left to right has just gone in, not just like just asking questions, showing a balance, but just constantly publishing anti-trans propaganda. And I mean, I think there's a few reasons why that is, and it's sort of a complicated web. But I think at least one of the main differences between the UK and, say, the US, for example, is all of the media here is so like incestuous and interlinked. Like, you get these people who write at these, you know, the far right newspapers or on our crappy far right news channels and stuff, and they like used to work at the left wing places, or they all attend the same dinners, they all live in London, they all in the same like little cliques and stuff, and there are just no trans people working for them at all. So I think that,
but they switch sides politically. Like they'll work for like a left wing paper than a right wing paper.
Well, I mean, we don't really have left wing papers. I mean, we've got like
center right too.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't either. I don't know what Lance. I don't think up in Canada, but here in the US, we don't get.
Democracy Now in the US is the closest I'd say. Democracy Now, probably.
I don't know if you saw the Guardian US actually wrote a letter condemning the Guardian UK's transphobia a few years ago.
Oh.
Which is quite, I think it's quite a big deal.
Based US Guardian.
Your own.
Yeah, that's good.
And they're right.
How much of this is also due to, and I hate to give this one person so much credit, and I'm sort of half joking, half not. How much of this is because of J.K. Rowling?
Well, I mean, she's like unlimited funds. She's still regrettably well respected. And she has absolutely lost her mind to this. So, I mean, obviously she's fun. Like, she's posting in tweets that she will fund people's legal defenses and help them out with, you know, flights to tour places and stuff. So, I mean, she's obviously spending a lot of money on this, and spending a lot of time on this, and her reputation and her resources and stuff. I mean, I feel like she helped sort of super mainstream it here.
Globally as well. She's such a revered figure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also another big difference I think is, and again, sorry to just kind of compare UK and US and less so like Canada and stuff, but in the USA, your homophobes say the F slur, like your transphobes just say they want to wipe trans people out. They don't give a fuck. People in the USA say what they think, and it's terrifying when you see them saying we should eliminate trans people and stuff. In the UK, we have people with exactly the same views, but people don't talk like that. When you want to eradicate trans people,
not proper British.
You say like I'm a centrist, and I have just mild concerns about the way things are headed for, you know, children who are being manipulated by, you know, people
like Anna
with.
Kasparian.
It's exactly. It's this kind of wrapping your bigotry and sounding reasonable, and that's the core part of British politics. Is however extreme your views are, you have to present them in the most kind of like, you know, restrained, conserved sort of way. So you never say like, oh, gay people are destroying the family and we must get rid of gay marriage. You just say like, oh, you know, I just have concerns that, you know, what we're teaching children in schools about homosexuality is, and what you're doing is presenting the same thing, and people understand it that way, but it does just sell better. If you're
absolutely
a concern, you know, if you're just a person who doesn't really pay attention to politics and you don't really care, and then you see someone like, what's his face the other day, or like someone like Matt Walsh, you know, if you're a random British person who doesn't care about politics, and you see Matt Walsh saying things like, we must stop this child mutilation, we must eliminate trans people. Here, for most British people, you'd be like, oh, this guy seems crazy. Like, I'm not interested. Whatever. When you see J.K. Rowling saying, like, I respect trans people a lot, and I would march with them if they were truly discriminated, but I'm concerned about the numbers of autistic girls who are believing that they are trans-identified. Like, you're like,
oh my God,
fair enough. Like, I like
more insidious,
and people just buy into it, and they aren't going to listen to trans people. The British media is never going to give us a chance to actually explain what she's actually saying. and why these views are garbage and stuff.
Yeah. I think long term, that's going to make it so much more potent because they give themselves this plausible deniability that cloaks everything they're saying in legitimacy, right? So it kind of like people are more inclined, I think, to let their guard down and listen. And that's really frustrating. Like even I think it was this year, James Stephanie Sterling, they're a video game content creator, but they talk about like capitalism, transphobia, stuff like that. Where they had to break it down why J.K. Rowling is specifically transphobic, and they went through each and every single, like all the receipts and whatnot. And I checked the comments.
Katie's got an amazing article on that.
Still some denial. Oh, do you?
A full article on all the reasons why she's transphobic. Breaking
that's
down
great.
Piece by piece by piece on her Substack.
Yeah. That's a great resource. That's still get it. Like I did a video about J.K. Rowling using one of my tweets to prove how unreasonable trans activists are. Because I tweeted transphobic trash, go fuck yourself, something like that. And even and you remember, yeah, it was. I got.
I think that's why I followed you.
Oh, not very cool. Very cool. So it was a positive thing. But even like in my comment section, as I explained how she's transphobic and how she was propping up, I believe my response was to her using like this conversion therapist. Anyway, like the comments were like, how is she transphobic? And it's so frustrating.
One thing that she said that's transphobic. Right. Just one. We're using her own words, not your own interpretation.
Yeah, it's infuriating to me. So I'm glad that you're pointing this out because it's so validating. Because these people are cloaking what they're hiding the ball, and it really helps them. I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to take people a while to recognize their language that they're using, and what it actually means. Like, because they really do go out of their way to speak in dog whistles, like almost exclusively. Like when they say we want to retain single-sex spaces and sex-based rights. I mean, most people, if you just teleported here from like 2010, pretty much anyone listening to this would just be like, "Yeah, I mean, that sounds good, right? We want women to have rights." I mean, but you don't know that when they say single-sex, they don't actually mean single-sex. They mean specifically cis people, and that's like in. And to explain that to just a random member of the public, like, oh, by the way, yeah, and the word cis means non-trans, and when they say single sex, they actually did, and it's like there's all these new categories you have to introduce to them, and then they'll just be like, nah, because she says she supports trans rights, so
that is so infuriating to me.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm seeing more and more of, and I'm convinced this is astroturfed here, is there is this attempt to sow division within the LGBTQ plus community, like the LGB without the T's. And I don't think that that's sticking here. I mean, we have conservative gays who are dipshits that are anti-trans, I think, because they're trying to like throw trans people under the bus to save themselves. But then you have like, even within that, you have Blair White, for example, trying to throw non-binary people under the bus to save. Like it's just kind of like this game of no, them first. Is that something that's common in the UK too, where you see this attempt to divide? And how is it sticking within like
the LGB alliance?
We pioneered this stuff. Like, I feel like you guys over there are like 3 years behind us. With all of the stuff. Yeah, so we've got this. I mean, we've had several of these groups, and I think there's a number of gender critical groups, and they originally started off by doing this kind of feminists versus LGBT people, or feminists versus trans people specifically, and creating this fake battle between women and trans people, and that sold really well in the media. And I think they realized and were like, we can just do this again with other groups. So they come up with LGB Alliance, and that's what they are. They're like, oh, it's gay people and trans people are fundamentally opposed, and like they've done loads of different versions of it. Today I actually saw one which was autistic people against gender ideology, and they're just trying to create a new group which is opposed to that. But yeah, specifically inside the LGBT community, it's they push quite hard on that. And the amount of, I mean, I do a lot of sort of warring in the trenches on Twitter, and the amount of straight people who are like, actually, lesbians have said no. You like trans people, and it's
I speak for the lesbians.
If you believed, I mean, if you were to just read, if you were a straight person, doesn't have any gay friends, and you were to read the British media, or you go on Twitter and see what the gender critical movement is saying, you'd be like, wow, okay, lesbians lesbians have a real issue with trans people. And then if you look at the polls, cis lesbians are the most supportive group of cis people, the most supportive demographic for trans people, of cis people. And it's just totally turned upside down. But this narrative, they really managed to get it to stick. Like when you go on news shows or, you talk to radio people or whatever, they sometimes ask you like, oh yeah, but what about lesbians? And then you have to say, oh, but lesbians are the most supportive people. And then
did you ever see that thing that Graham Linehan did where all of a sudden he was pretending? Oh no, he put on this costume and then he joined a dating app for lesbians to try and prove that like they're as transphobic as he is, and then do this whole thing where it's like, yeah, look, I made an account, I'm she, her, all this kind of stuff. And it was like, this is like a 50 or 60, I don't know how old he is. Anyways, dude, and then he's like he's like putting on Maine and broadcasting how he's going on a dating app trying to pick up like 18-year-olds. It's so creepy.
He did that, and then a little while later, some other gender critical men did it, and they were posting like, because when Graham Linehan did it, he went on and he found some like a couple of trans women who were on this app and then posted their profile pictures to shame them, or people he thought were trans women anyway. And then so some of the like lesser grade B gender critical men did the same things, and genuinely some of them, because they all signed up at a similar time, some of them found each other's profiles and posted it and were like, look at this man on it.
Oh my God.
It's incredible. Like,
how embarrassing.
Wow. They were like catfishing each other for their own stupid ideology, and they're getting so angry about it.
And everyone's so surprised that they're all getting divorced. It's just like, look, Crowder, Linehan, Elon Musk. Like, why are our wives leaving us when we're just obsessed over this one thing?
It's a new archetype, isn't it? It's the sort of middle-aged man who absolutely loses their mind over trans people.
Yes.
Divorced and then ruins their finances. That seems to be
I love how Graham does interviews where he's like, they took everything from me. They took everything. I was like, no, they didn't. This is a you problem, you weirdo. No one took shit from you.
He's never gonna change. But just on this LGB Alliance thing, I don't know if you saw, probably not, but so LGB Alliance are actually a registered charity in the UK, and I don't know what the rules are in other countries.
Mermaids lost theirs. Oh,
yeah.
Fuck.
So the UK has some charity commission, and you're only a charity if they approve you to be a charity. And then there's extra level, they have to check your finances, and they also have to check that you are doing charitable things. And LGB Alliance just aren't. I mean, just straightforwardly, they're not doing anything apart from campaigning against trans people's rights. And so the charity Mermaids, which is a pro-trans charity, basically took them to court, or took the charity commission to court. They did some UK court rubbish to try and get their charity status removed. And today they announced that they weren't going to change anything. And they didn't lose in court, really. They just said Mermaids didn't have the legal standing in order to bring this case in the first place. It was like dismissed before it went to trial. But the charity commission then released a statement, and they were like, well, as long as everyone treats everyone else with respect, then it's okay. And it's like literally the foundation of gender critical ideology. What LGB Alliance, how they formed, is a total disrespect for trans people. Like, there's nothing they do has respect in any sense.
Yeah, they're a hate group.
But it doesn't matter because they present themselves in a kind of moderate way, just showing they have concerns, never raising their voice, never swearing, and that works in British politics.
Wow, that dynamic is really interesting.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, there is some of that in the U.S. as well. Like whenever people are a lot of politics around like freaking out about certain things is pointing out, oh, this person, look at these people protesting, look how rude they're being. There is some of that. It carries through. Like there's, for whatever reason, I mean, I guess you can kind of assume why, when people are polite with their bigotry, it's easier for the masses to consume and be fooled by it. Whereas if it's like, overt, it's definitely there's still like a massive audience for that. I mean, look at people like, as you mentioned, Matt Walsh, they still have massive audiences. But in terms of actually convincing people, there is something to the idea of, if you do it politely, it's just going to be more effective. And it's hard to combat that shit.
I mean, you had Anita Bryant, and she did that, didn't she? like campaigning against gay rights in whenever it was the 70s.
True.
She did exactly that. It's kind of this concerned Christian mothers, politely. And when I don't know if you've seen that thing where she gets hit in the face by the pie, and then their immediate response is to just pray for the person who's just thrown a pie at her. And like, that kind of, we're just normal people just trying to get our views across. And, so for sure, US has it.
To David's point, though, there's also like, if there's an entry point that the right wants, they're using wedge issues. Like they'll talk about how, hey, by the way, the science is kind of out on puberty blockers. It's still not FDA approved for trans people. It is for cis people. Bathrooms, jails and prisons, professional sports. These are all where they can find and create what they call the debate. Right? That's how they always respond to this. You'll see like the Daily Wire be like, we're just trying to have the debate, and on the other end, it's like, well, no, this is basically one side trying to have civil rights, and then on the other side you're trying to prevent that by having the debate, right?
It's amazing how well this works. Like I think particularly for like older straight cis men, not to stereotype too hard or anything, but if sometimes they'll say things, they'll say this horrible stuff to me, and then they'll come in my DMs and we'll talk a bit. Like, do you genuinely want to like ban me from the toilets at work? Like that's what the people you're supporting here are campaigning for, and that is a thing that the UK government is genuinely discussing. Like, do you actually want that? And they're like, but what about this teenager in America who won at track and field and dominated all the other girls in sport? What about UFC? Like Fallon Fox cracked a woman's skull, and I'm like, what? We're not talking about sport. I'm talking about my ability to like live and exist in everyday life. And then they're like, yeah, but what about winning weight in the Olympics and stuff? And people really do just see trans people as like one issue, like a single thing. And then they see something like a trans woman who raped someone being put into a women's prison, even if that didn't actually happen or not. They see that, and then that is trans rights to them. And it's either usually prisons or particularly sport. That's what seems, and that's really worked really well for hooking these kind of like straight cis men. They imagine, oh, well, if I was put in a UFC ring with a random woman, I would destroy her because I'm big and strong, even if I was wearing a dress. Therefore, we should take away trans people's rights. And I think, having it compounded into one issue has really worked for the like anti-LGBT crew. So yeah, certainly trans people as a wedge issue is a kind of a separate thing, but they'll try and just merge it in, and then it will be anti-LGBT. If you support LGBT people, then that means you support Fallon Fox breaking the skull of a woman in a cage match. And it seems to work on people.
It does. I saw this on TikTok. I cannot remember her name, but she's a pretty big trans influencer on TikTok. And before she transitioned, I believe she was like into kickboxing or a UFC fighter or something like that. And she responded to one of the comments that she got saying, why do you want to hurt women who are boxing? And she's like, I'm not even doing that anymore. Like, I don't want to hurt women. What makes you think that I want to hurt women? It's just, it's that automatic baked in assumption that, oh, you didn't just become trans. You aren't just trans because that's who you are. There's some ulterior motive, and it's nefarious, and other people are going to get harmed. Like, it's like people connect the dots that don't exist. Like, they jump from point A to point Z without having enough evidence or information to make that logical leap. And you just see it. And it's so unhinged to me.
Like, why would you want to wear a bra unless you had a fetish for wearing women's clothes,
right,
and you're a sex pest? It's like, well, because I got boobs, mate. But like, they really can't. They really can't. People jump to these things, and in one of the big sort of divides that you notice on this is how they treat trans men and trans women, and also trans boys and trans girls. Trans men and boys of any age, they will treat as confused lesbians who have just been tricked, and they don't know their own minds, and it's so easy for people to be confused. And they'll say this about like 28-year-old men, or even older. But for trans women and trans girls, like even from like age 6, they will describe them as predators and fetishists and, dangers to the people around them. And I've had people some of the more respectable gender criticals just straight up say to my face, they'll be like, oh, all trans people have a fetish. And I'm like, yeah, but I knew I was trans when I was 6 years old. Are you saying I had a fetish then? They'll be like, yes. And like, so you're saying 6-year-olds have sexual fetishes, and then you'll turn around and accuse me of sexualizing children because I want to say LGBT people exist at school. And that divide seems to sell to people because of the stereotypes in society. So
it's so weird because it's, these people, their brains have been completely taken over by propaganda. You can tell they haven't thought about this logically for 2 seconds. I mean, 6-year-olds, like I had a gender identity when I was a little kid. Like as soon as I could choose, I, gravitated towards, masculine toys, action figures and stuff. Like every kid has a gender identity, but they don't think about it that way. They just think of trans people as the abnormal, as not of the norm, when gender identities is something that every single person, or I should say most people have, right? So it's just the struggle is trying to educate them. But when there's so much propaganda, it just feels like a really difficult, like it's an uphill battle, right? I don't want to say it's hopeless because I do believe that, eventually we'll win. But it's so frustrating when there's so much misinformation, and it's like whack-a-mole. When you educate them on one issue, there's some other thing that pops up. Like, what about this? When it's clear that, they're kind of working backwards from the transphobia, right? Working backwards from the conclusion that trans people is scary. Yeah, trans bad. I mean, what does this mean for me as a cis person or a straight person? What does this mean for me as a mother or a brother? It's this fear that's so irrational, and that they try to apply, logic and reason to it. When in actuality, if you strip away all of the talking points that they've been fed, it's just straight up fear and bigotry.
I spent a lot of my life trying to de-radicalize transphobic people because I know in my experience, certainly when I came out and when I just go out into society, sometimes I go to the pub or whatever and you meet someone and they're a bit transphobic and then you talk to them and after about half an hour, they're like, oh, you're just a normal person. And often they'll say that. They'll get drunk and they'll say it to your face like, oh, I used to think trans people were all perverts, but now I see you're normal people. I'm going to be nice to you. And it's like...
That's amazing.
And I've had that quite a lot, certainly earlier in transition. But when you meet people on the internet, like I've spent months talking to people in DMs, individually learning about their lives and stuff and asking them things. And the problem is when they don't have you directly in front of them, and when they log on to whatever things they're addicted to on the internet, there's a constant stream of anti-trans propaganda, like particularly on Twitter. The algorithm really fine-tunes transphobic propaganda. And, they can spend half an hour talking to me in DMs or something one evening and be like, you know what? Katy seems like a normal person. And then they close our DM and then they see like rapists in your daughter's bathroom and instantly you're straight back in there. And sometimes they do this little one of the good ones dance, like, oh, I don't hate all trans people, Katy. I think you're one of the good ones. I don't want to ruin your life, just everyone else's. And they make that little exception in their brain. But even then, they still just end up getting sucked into it, and it's grim to watch. I've given up on de-radicalization because it's too the like risk reward or the cost benefit ratio is just not worth it.
There's also this thing where a lot of the right is making people play like defensively, right? Like if you look at that whole controversy around Call of Duty and Nick Merckx, who's just incredibly famous gamer, Call of Duty, the brand, drops his skin in the game because he said, and this is all that is really in the thing, right? They should leave children alone. Now, without context, that sounds innocuous. That just sounds like a very, who disagrees with that statement? Honestly, on face value. Would any of you, if you did, are you child abusers? It puts you in that really difficult position to all of a sudden defensively be like, yeah, but we agree, but what we're saying is trans kids exist, gay kids exist, bisexual kids exist, asexual kids exist. They're going to go to school like everyone else. They should also feel safe. That's what our side of the argument is saying, right?
The thing is, I feel like this is not obviously not entirely the media issue, but particularly sitting from watching the British media do this, they will just report and they will say Call of Duty has banned someone because their profile said leave the kids alone. And that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
No explanation.
That was the purpose. That was the reason why they set it up that way. Because now
we should point out too that he wasn't even banned. They just removed his
whatever it was.
Skin.
I haven't followed that.
No, but it's like I also need to point out, because every time I hear this story, I can't help but laugh at a joke someone made. The way the Call of Duty Twitter account framed like how they wrote it. They were like, due to due to his his statement or whatever, we are removing Nick Merck's skin. And someone was like pretty brutal punishment, but you know what, I respect it.
The game is the game, you know.
Felt like some Game of Thrones shit, like, you know, next they're gonna make Nick Merck start calling himself Reek.
To someone who doesn't follow gaming, it can come up as kind of morbid, like, oh, what the hell?
Removed his skin.
Yeah. What was I going to say about that? Oh, sorry, I've lost my point.
I messed it all up. I'm sorry. I'm quiet listening, and then I chime in and I fuck it all up.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say, like, I feel like even if they just fact checked or gave a little explanation, I feel like there isn't. That's kind of what good journalists do, though, isn't it? They add the context so that you understand what's going on. But I feel like there must be somewhat, because there must be loads of amazing British journalists, but there must be some editor at The Guardian or whatever who is just saying, no, we're not including that bit. We're not saying that leave kids alone is a phrase used by anti-LGBT people to say they want to, like, remove LGBT kids from their parents or something like that, which would be such a little simple include and is factually true.
It's not an exclusively Turf Island problem too. Like media in Canada and in the US, like New York Times, for example, as well as like The Atlantic is the one that published that Jesse Singal article that was used in order to try and pass anti-LGBTQ plus legislation and reference, hey, look, this is a not a right winger or a far right extremist or a far right extreme publication. It's The Atlantic. This is a liberal, and look, they're also calling into question: is this dangerous? Is this child abuse? What about detransitioners? What about all these issues that they won't let us talk about? Why aren't we not allowed to have a debate? Which I think is like, it's so irresponsible for journalists to do that, simply because like this is not something that's being debated amongst the scientific community in the same way it is in the fucking pundit class or amongst like media personalities, right? Like it's been settled in a large part. Like again, every major medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care and using it, right? So if we're debating it on the other end, like why should we be given the time to both sides in this stuff when it's like this is civil rights? You know?
Yeah, and that's always the most dangerous transphobia, is when so-called liberal papers or liberal outlets or progressive outlets are spreading transphobic garbage and just saying, well, I still support trans rights, but, you know, there's questions around athletes, there's questions around, like, none of this shit is, like, trans people are under attack. Like, that should be, if you actually care about human rights, that is the focus, regardless of whatever little edge case you could find about, oh, this trans athlete lifted all these weights. Who gives a fuck? Like, trans rights are under attack. Why would you put any focus at all as a so-called paper or outlet that is supposed to be focused on, you know, reality and facts and data and caring about people, human rights? Why would you put any focus at all on anything else except the human rights of those individuals?
It's amazing how self-centered it is when, you know, I talk to trans people who, you know, whose lives are at risk, and like some of the stats in the UK are horrific. Like 25% of the people in the UK, or 25% of trans people in the UK are homeless at one point in their life, compared to 0.8% of cis people. Like some of this stuff is really, really serious. And then they want to invite me on to some show, like an hour-long debate or something, about the word cis or about pronouns. And it's just like, this is so meaningless compared to the real issues. But you want to talk about this because this affects you, because suddenly you have to listen to the word cis, or you have to remember that someone is called they. It's just, it's so self-centered. And like another example is this recent fiasco. I don't really follow the Young Turks, but their thing over like the pregnant people or whatever.
Oh, here it goes. We're gonna get into it now. Here we go. The viewers right now are licking their chops, rubbing their hands together.
Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Mike just gained 100 followers.
Well, to be fair, I kind of brought it up, but anyways,
yeah. I thought that's maybe what you were alluding to, but like,
yeah,
with something like that, I mean, I would have a feminist discussion with someone, you know, in a feminist book club about the situation when we need to recognize trans men and non-binary people, and also the fact that we don't want to remove the fact that misogyny is the key force behind removing bodily autonomy and taking away people's right to abortion, and you know, trans people are just a happy coincidence that they're hurt too. Like, it's an attack on women and it affects trans people rather than it's attack on people. But we could have that discussion maybe when abortion wasn't taken away and trans people weren't having their healthcare taken away, which are way more important. And instead, we've got to have this like now multiple week-long debate about the term pregnant people, which doesn't really matter. What I do is when someone says pregnant people, I then say like women and trans people are affected by this, and I just rephrase it, or when I'm having a conversation with them, that's what I say. And then I don't have to have this. Well, now I am currently having this debate about this and wasting time. But it's just so like selfish and
yes.
self-centered and unable to see past the end of your own nose. Like, okay, you're offended by the term pregnant people. Okay. But like, I'm more than offended by maybe getting banned from public spaces. So that's slightly more important to me. Maybe we could spend more time talking about that than pronouns. I'm not accusing you guys of bringing this up or any, just having a general rant about this. It's
it's an important point to point out. Yeah, because it's like people, and this is the right wing go-to tactic, where they will take one anecdote of a trans person being unruly or doing something, or one small LGBTQ organization saying, "Hey, bonus holes, we should use that in lieu of vagina," when it's like, I haven't even heard of that until this week. And very clearly, if you ask every organization,
nobody's heard of this shit, and now it's like the focus of from a major like progressive news outlet. Like, it's
like bonus hole. What?
It's so.
Why are we talking about this?
Stupid.
The fact that we're talking about this shows that how far removed we are from the actual conversation we need to have.
This
is oppression, Mike. You have to understand.
It's obviously some like random kid on TikTok said it at once, and now it's
apparently it's apparently some group in the UK actually that brought this but it's more of a discussion.
2020. 3 years ago. It's 3 years old.
3 years ago. Oh my freaking god!
Now Ollie London popularized it. It's because it's an Ollie London yet again, once again, promoting this idea.
And this is exactly what the right wing does. They'll point something out that is funny, like bonus hole. That's a ridiculous thing. I would not use that. If you want to use that, whatever. But I'm not going to use it. It's stupid.
I might
in my
do.
opinion.
It's hilarious.
I think it's hilarious. But like, they'll take this one edge case, which most people will find humorous or ridiculous, and they'll be like, "Oh, look how unreasonable these people are. They're trying to make us all say bonus hole." Like, no one heard of this story. This is not a thing. You now have made this into a thing as a way to try and make this entire movement, this entire fight for human rights, to be ridiculous. And for anybody who is even remotely near the left or the center to fall into that shit, you got to be either a grifter or you're fucking stupid. Like, it's one of the two.
I think my favorite example of this
or insidious. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, possibly. My favorite example of this is there's a Daily Mail article by someone called Janet Street Porter, who's a British journalist, and the headline is, "I'm all for transgender people getting equal treatment, but please don't make me sacrifice my breasts in the name of political correctness." It's like, what the fuck is this about? And it turns out what it's about is one small section of the NHS, like in the southeast somewhere, released one like handout for their nurses and doctors in like one practice or whatever, and it said, when talking about breastfeeding with women, you've got to talk about this, and it had this huge, all about breastfeeding, and then at this little section at the bottom that said, don't forget, some trans people also do this, and some of them will be trans men, and some of them might not necessarily refer to their breasts as breasts, and they might not like the term breastfeeding. For example, they might say something like chest feeding. I don't know, whatever. So just be aware of that.
Breastfeeding? What?
What? And then this
Breastfeeding?
snowballed into you must sacrifice your breasts for political correctness. It's like,
oh my
it's
God.
so dishonest. And this whole like long article about how, yeah, you know, I want everyone to be equal, but how dare you ban me from saying breasts? Like, yeah, it's just delusional.
These aren't real
isn't it?
problems. This isn't real oppression. This
Yeah.
is made up like oppression simulator to make it feel like there's a real thing going on. No one is calling people by these things. Someone in your chat, Mike, just said bonus bags. Yes, bonus bags. How dare you use the term bonus bags and refer to my breasts? I take insult to this.
Honestly, that person for writing that article should have to sacrifice their breasts. Have the UK government come collect them. They lost it.
The right would lose their mind.
I don't know. I'm just a little bit shocked. You guys don't base your entire political outlook and ideology on one single term. You guys don't do that. You guys don't hear something and then go, "That's it."
on social media.
That's it. That's everything to me.
They were
I
on
hate-
social media.
Also, just want to say, no surprise, David Dole is not going to get any use out of a bonus hole. But go ahead. Let's.
I have a child.
That's true. That's true. But just have to get that in there. Go ahead.
For David.
It's amazing.
Does your mom listen to the show too?
She does occasionally. Yes.
I know. So sorry.
Mom, we're so sorry again.
So, Mommy Dole, you did a great job. He's a wonderful human.
It's amazing how often people will say, like, I supported trans rights until, and then will show an example of a trans person saying something like that. Like, you know, oh, but they said you have to do this. Or, oh, yeah, but, oh, this trans, or even like this trans person is a criminal or something. This trans person said this. It's like, do you expect every trans person who says something to be like speaking on behalf of all trans people? And is your position really, oh, I want to remove Katy Montgomerie's human rights because, you know, first name bunch of numbers on Twitter said that I was disgusting or something. People genuinely cite that. Like, this sounds kind of crazy, me ranting about this, but this is one of the most common arguments I hear from people is, oh, but this person said something horrible to me, so that's why I support J.K. Rowling. This is incredible how people's minds work.
So your beliefs are basically based on whether or not people are nice to you in any category, because they're not actually based on principles or you don't even have like I'd say a stringent ideology in that regard. It's like, well, which group is nicest to me online at any given time, right? Which is wild because like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, or something like a single term. Yeah, exactly. It's mad. Sorry, go on.
There's an issue with like this model minority thing that non-minorities try to like push on people, where it's like if you're in public and you're not completely well behaved, and then you could be like the only experience with that community. And this is something that has haunted me since I was very young. Like when I came out, I was the first gay person that my family had ever met, I think. Besides my cousin, but they never, like, they kind of live far away. But so realizing how important representation is and putting a face to the community matters, but at the same time, it really kind of like maybe inadvertently caused me to develop this complex where it's like, oh my God, I'm that gay person possibly that maybe this new coworker is the only gay person they know. So like if I'm a dickhead to them, then they're going to extrapolate and say all gay people are dickheads. And this is kind of what we're seeing with the trans community, where it's like, wait a second, that one trans person said this, that one trans person is mean to me. Therefore, other trans people, how do you explain this? And it's something that it's such an irrational thing, like it's childish, right? But we see that, and this is what's being done, but like on the media scale, right? Where you have actual outlets promoting this, where it's like, well, this one trans person like took a shit on the floor, therefore is this a problem that we need to discuss with the trans community? It's comical. And you would think that grown adults would understand that like we're all individuals and one person is not representative of the entire community. No community is monolithic, but we are having to have these conversations, which is so frustrating.
Like imagine holding like the entire, like all white cis men accountable for the actions of like a single white cis criminal. Like, yeah, for Trump, exactly. Trump's a great example. Like, imagine going to every single white man. What do you guys say about this?
You a free one there.
It's just. So
I mean,
absurd.
I am responsible for. I will take full responsibility for Donald Trump and all everything that cisgendered men do. I will happily. Be the bearer of that load.
Good point. Have you seen fucking cis or straight Twitter lately? The red pill community, just pearly things. I mean, what's going on with the cis straight people? I mean, something's up there. Maybe we should take away their fucking rights. You know what I mean? Like,
and their ukuleles. Take away their ukuleles. No more apology videos for groomers with ukuleles. Fuck that noise. Those days are done. All right. Yeah.
Right. I mean, if we were going off of that, then like the straights would have nothing left. You know,
if you take the ukuleles.
Have you I guess like kind of, I don't know if it's similar to this or the inverse of this, but like I feel like when I'm discussing my point of view, sometimes I'll say this is what I think, or I could say generally this is what trans people I've encountered would say, or trans people are asking for these rights is kind of a statement of like, in general this is kind of what people say, but I don't speak for everyone. But when you see particularly gender critical people speaking, they instead of saying I think this, they just say women think this. I don't know if you've seen this, like especially when they're trying to do this, or they do gay people think this. They're like lesbians actually think this, or women have said no. Women are concerned about you in women's spaces and stuff, and they always seem to talk as if they're a monolith. And you even see
gay authority.
Yeah, you even see the cis men doing this, and sometimes if you see them saying women believe that trans people are a danger to them, and then you click on their profile and they're like, a 45-year-old man called Gary or something, and it's just weird to see them.
Bad Gary, not again.
It's weird to see them, like, because they treat trans people as a monolith, and then they also kind of treat themselves as a monolith.
It's almost a way to try and galvanize like support, be like, all women think this, so therefore this is very normal to think, and you must think this too. Like that's it. It sounds like that's the argument they're trying to make there.
Yeah, I really do think, I totally agree. I think a lot of the pushback against like cancel culture in general is that it really does have a strong effect on people to believe that what they think and do is normal. And when they see someone getting reprimanded for having a view they do, they worry about it because they're like, oh, this isn't normal. So the solution is to like all massively rally around this person and make a big song and dance about how actually they're the normal ones. Yeah, and they definitely do that with transphobic stuff. Like people, they say this all the time. Like often when you'll see them talking, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm actually, I used to vote left wing, and I'm very normal, and no one's ever called me a bigot before, and now all of a sudden I'm being called a bigot," and that's like the full argument, rather than saying, "Oh, well, the thing I've said isn't bigoted because here's the logical reasons behind it." Instead, they give you a little rundown of their like history, politically and stuff, and that's the full argument.
There's no willingness to just have some introspection and like analyze, hey, maybe this thing I think, maybe I should reassess why I think this and think from the other side, like what they're saying. And like, it's very much just, I was called a bigot, therefore I am now against whatever you are for. And there's no assessing at all. There's no, like, all of us at some point in time have been either called out for something or thought something that was incorrect, and we have reassessed. Like, I think that's a very
speak for yourself.
Bender was born perfect. I forgot about that, but the rest of us,
no, he's immaculate. He was born without original sin. It's really cool.
It's true. It's true.
David's totally right. You made a great point when you were talking in your video, David, about how like you wouldn't do this kind of stuff to other people's different forms of healthcare. You wouldn't go after children who have leukemia and be like, "Oh, excuse me, the chemicals you're putting into their bodies are going to mutilate them," or things like that. You'd stay the fuck out because it's a stranger, it's their kids, it's none of your business. I have no place in the doctor's office with these people. It's so weird.
Yeah, this over focus on like trans health and puberty blockers, all this stuff. Like these are discussions between doctors and the people that are getting the medication, and like the families. Like that's what that discussion's. Why we don't get in between, cancer patients and the doctor and be like, well, this medication actually has these side effects. You should watch out for that. Like, imagine there were giant stories around like the side effects of certain cancer meds, and like every medication, every treatment has side effects. Like, and they're told this when they get the treatment. We don't have to be doing news stories like they're. there are people that look into this shit, and yes, there are sometimes there's like, I don't know, certain medications for certain illnesses, whatever, that end up not being as effective, and they're reassessed, but they are never taken as a political wedge issue. They're never taken and blown up into this major issue, this cultural thing, because it's not a culture. It's all it is healthcare. And I think, yes, that's it.
I think this is kind of like what Mike was saying earlier, is really the actual premise is trans bad. And everything else is just an excuse. Like, I am disgusted by trans people. I don't want them to exist anymore. So I'm going to look for a reason. Oh my God, have you seen the side effects on this medicine that they're giving to kids? That's horrific. That justifies my gut reaction, and that'll do. I don't need to think about this anymore because I've been proven right. And they just do this all the time with everything. And it's why they're all, leery about trans healthcare, because part of it is because they want an excuse, and part of it is because they find it viscerally disgusting, because they imagine themselves transitioning, and then they're like, that would be horrible if that happened to me, which ironically is them expressing their gender identity.
And they always pretend this is information that's being hidden. And I think, Mike, it was your video where you showcase like this is like a clinic that talks about trans healthcare, and they talk about the side effects, like it's on the page. Like no one's hiding it's not the information around this stuff. This is not so, but to try and like make their point and make it all mysterious and there's a whole reason why they're not telling you about this. Nope, if you're getting the healthcare, you're being told about all this stuff, like you're aware, like it's but they have to put some spin on it, otherwise it's not as alluring without that spin.
There's dimensions to the propaganda, right? And this is true for every issue. Like, this is being suppressed. I mean, that was the same thing that we heard about ivermectin from anti-vaxxers who didn't want people to get the vaccine. So they said, we can't talk about ivermectin. I mean, you can. Joe Rogan talked about it on his podcast to millions. You just don't want to be criticized. And then there's also this First Amendment angle. Well, why don't you want to debate? Aren't these ideas worth discussing? So like they can wrap their propaganda in different packages to deliver them to the right people to see which one, is gonna work. And that's what we're seeing with this, with gender affirming care in particular, because people don't really know what that entails. Like I have a trans family member who's young, and her parents were called groomers and genital mutilators because they assume that, a trans kid, that's going to be, surgery on Tuesday, your kid's they genuinely don't understand what that entails. It's social transition. It's just letting them choose whatever clothes they want to wear. But they don't know that because there's been so much propaganda around it and so much fear that you just immediately assume, oh my God, kids are in danger. Or maybe if that doesn't resonate with them, what's this? Somebody tried to call out gender affirming care, and they were banned from Twitter. Free speech. There's so many ways that they can reach people. You know what I mean? It's hard to get through to people.
I mean, the only real antidote is like, it's all ignorance, isn't it? So it's like education, but it's very difficult, and it is kind of a complicated topic.
Right.
But I mean, people have got to get bored of it eventually. Just on this kind of my ramping down, that was a really terrible segue. I probably better go to bed in a minute because it's now 3 a.m.
No problem.
I have work today.
Oh my goodness.
But is there any closing things?
No. Well, plug all your things.
Please plug your stuff.
Find you. Where can people?
Yeah.
And I'll link it all below later as well.
Okay, wicked. So I am still currently on Twitter, which is my main platform, regrettably. Just at Katy Montgomerie, which is where I am at Katy Montgomerie on everything. KatyMontgomerie.com. You can go on YouTube, Katy Montgomerie, apart from Instagram, because someone else stole Katy Montgomerie. So now on Threads, I can't be that either, which is very frustrating. So I haven't decided what I'm going to do there. But I have a YouTube channel. I have some sort of series discussing what's going on in the world of trans rights. I have a trans rights call-in show on Thursdays, which you could call in next week and talk to some real trans people and ask us any questions. It's a skeptical trans show. You can be anti-trans and call in and give your bullshit opinion, and we'll just debate it with you. It's like a no rules other than if you start calling us slurs, then it's kind of a waste of our time. And one other thing I wanted to mention earlier is when we were talking about people changing their minds. I have a video called "I'm a Trans Woman and I Used to Be Transphobic." So if you're worried that people are judging you for things or whatever, I used to be transphobic, and now look, I'm better. So
it's probably a good video to share with people too, to like the people that are transphobic, and just like see what Katy has to say about this. Like that's definitely helpful, I would think.
Former bigots are some of the best advocates when they realize how wrong they've done and they try to make up for it. I think that's a powerful thing. So don't be afraid to come out of the closet, with the closet being the bigoted closet, and say, I was wrong, I fucked up. It's okay.
But that doesn't include that lady who used to be in Westboro Baptist Church who did a
she's canceled forever.
For J.K. Rowling, which is
yeah.
Well, she's still a bigot, just in a different way. She's
she changed the target,
re-angled it. Yeah, it's just like the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you so much. Thanks for being late. Coming on late, and
thank you for losing sleep literally to come on our show. We really appreciate it.
Well, I'm hoping, because I had 3 hours sleep before, and I've done less than 3 hours on here, that I can just, humans are fine with just splitting up sleep schedules, right?
Let's hope so.
It's overrated anyway.
Yeah, it'll be fine. But yeah, nice to meet you all. Thanks for having me, and follow me on things. Bye.
It's been great. Thank you, Katy.
Been great. Thank you.
Take care. Nice meeting you.
She was great.
She was. It was really interesting to hear. We hear about it, but I don't think. I mean, at least on my show, I haven't yet had on anyone to bring a on the ground personal experience about how things are regarding trans rights in the UK. And obviously online we hear so much about how they somehow they've managed to outdo the United States of America on being ass backwards on something.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Does that make you Americans feel good? Is that a little? You know what? We're not the worst.
I'm a little.
You know how everybody else feels about America.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what it's like.
2 days ago, I pounded down 20 hot dogs while thinking about this very issue and going USA, USA, because I knew it was something to finally be proud of in this country. That we are not the most transphobic nation on the planet. We're at least second.
Not the most.
Yeah, I'm curious. So basically, it's about the same in Canada. Probably not as bad as the United States. Is transphobia in Canada? I'm curious.
I feel like
in terms of legal protections, you have better legal protections here in large parts of that bill that Jordan Peterson mischaracterized. But what it was
wait, how many sissies got jailed?
Zero. No sister
Zero
in prison.
people. We're all gonna go to jail. Like no one went to jail. No.
But the whole idea behind it was that you could, prior to these protections, be fired from your job or evicted or denied housing in Canada simply for being trans or having a different gender expression than what is considered the norm, aka cis, right? So having that in language that it's protected in the same way that other categories are protected in Canada, such as ethnicity, religion, stuff like that. Well, now gender and gender expression is part of that, which does add a lot of benefits. And I've spoken to people who have transitioned fully through the Canadian healthcare system, and it is in certain provinces pretty comprehensive, pretty good. You do have access to a lot of resources, the things you need. Like I have heard very good first-hand accounts, as well as some horror stories, because it's like anything else, right? There's bad things and good things, but yeah, it's one of the reasons why Rainbow Railroad, actually the charity that we're fundraising money for on July 15th, by the way,
Saturday, right?
Next Saturday, they've partnered directly with the Liberal government of Canada to bring in as many queer refugees from the U.S. from red states or far red states, trans refugees too, into the country as possible. So that's amazing. Awesome.
That's that's amazing. Yeah.
I do worry though about the cultural impact of what's happening in the U.S. and the UK on Canada. Like if this shit continues going on, Canada, it always feels like, at least culturally, we're like a couple years behind the U.S. and like this shit's gonna spread out here in some way.
Like you saw that in Waterloo, right? 3 people just got stabbed, and that was at a gender studies class.
Gender studies class,
just happened. Oh no, real world violence is here. Like in my backyard in Kelowna, that's where that story where the old man was yelling at the 8-year-old cis girl, being like, "Oh, you must be trans. That's why you won at this fucking meeting." Like, no, Canada is fucking terrible. If anyone tells you it's not transphobic, it's not homophobic, it's not racist, it's racist as fuck. This is a colonial fucking resource extraction project known as a country called Canada. That's what it is. It's racist.
Well, hopefully Canada can be saved, because that's like plan B for me. I mean, for the first time, honestly, for the first time, and it's not just me, because I've talked to other queer people about this as well. and everyone I know is basically like, yeah, I have my passport updated. I'm getting one for the first time, just in case.
Come to Vancouver.
I mean, you never know where life is going to take you.
It's close
right?
by for you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. And so it's like, things can change so quickly in this country. You know, I'm going election cycle to election cycle, right? Like, who wins in 2024? What is that going to look like for me? Because even though I'm in a blue state, that doesn't necessarily change the climate, right, of the whole country. And so even though red states, you've got to get out, and that's terrible. In blue states, like that culture war stuff, it does, and I say culture war in quotes, but it does like trickle over. So it's like, I mean, what happens if like, you know, it gets worse? You know, if we start actually losing more and more rights, like what do we do? And it's like, you've got to have an exit plan. And it's a little bit paranoid, I'll be sure. Like, I'm not going to become some doomsday prepper, but I think that just looking at the climate and trying to be realistic is something that at least gives me a little bit of psychological comfort temporarily. And I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one who's doing this, because other people are saying, yeah, you're not like absurd to start thinking or to start catastrophizing really about the situation, because you never know. I mean, nobody in the Weimar Republic, you know, predicted the Holocaust. You know, everybody was just sitting there, and it just happened, right? So you always need to prepare and protect yourself. So that's kind of my thinking.
So do you guys want to do super chats and then throw out the super chats? I'm sure the 2A2, I'm sure someone brought up the 2A2 stuff. I already see one. So if you want to go further onto that, we can address it.
You mean to make a segment on it? I mean, I feel like
I'm not sure
talked about that all week. You know,
I've
watched both your videos. They're both excellent for different reasons. They both go real hard. I love David's fact-based approach, because like you laid it out so clearly, where it's like, this is not waiting for the topic, it's not waiting for DeSantis, it's not waiting for this, it's not waiting for politics. And then
I clipped David.
So many good personal stories.
Mike's video is really good.
And then we also got David Dole in Mike's video too. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
That was they were both excellent.
It was just I couldn't restate what he said better, so I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking clip David. It's good.
Yeah, it's just it's just amazing to me for people who are the polling should not dictate what you fight for, right? Go back to, you know, the 60s. How was polling on civil rights? But like, let's say that is how you drive a lot of your coverage is around polling. What's really popular? What's poll? For you to get the polling wrong in your attack on trans rights, like, and that your focus is polling, if that's and you're still wrong. Like, I'm getting closer and closer to the belief that this is a grift, and I know it's taken me a long time. I should apologize to Ole, but like it's just
we all should.
Yeah, but like
I don't apologize. I didn't say nothing like you guys.
You never had a position on anything.
She was so right. I already told you that I.
Yeah, I think Mike put his money where his mouth is by putting his YouTube channel in the position it was for so long.
Should point out, I went out of my way to, like, before people accuse me of being like this drama baiter, I went out of my way to avoid the drama. When I think people probably put two and two together.
You didn't even talk about it till you couldn't get the monetization back. Like, I even credited TYT because their person who works with affiliates was really helpful, you know? Like, I was trying to go out of my way to not make this a drama thing. Like, I'm leaving TYT because of the, like, I just quietly tried to exit. It was a nightmare. Of course, it would have been easier to stay, honestly. But like, I don't want the drama. Like, this has literally taken a toll on my mental health because I get transphobia from my family with my trans family member. And then I log onto the internet and I see more transphobia. And it's not just the discourse, it's the comment sections, right? My comment section is usually pretty good. Like, I try to call the bigots, take away the slurs. But when so many eyeballs are on us specifically, they kind of brigade it, right? Because we're in the center of this, right? We were accused of gaslighting, which is one of the most fucking amazing things I've heard in my goddamn. I got attacked for being too kind. Like, our segment we started by me showing, hey, these are all the videos they've done on, you know, helping like pro trans rights, whatever. Like, just to give context that this is like a one-off thing. We don't know why she said this, and to claim that we were gaslighting when we were attacked for being too nice. Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
And Ole was the target of that, as if Ole was just so uncharitable. I went back and I said this on Ole's show. I watched it. We were all kind. Ole got targeted somehow, which doesn't make any sense to me, aside from other, you know, reasons. But we were very fucking kind, which is it's astonishing to me. I feel like
we were trying to, because at the time we were trying to be like, okay, I'm not sure what she's reading, what's going on here. I'm not sure what hole she's fallen down, but we think she can come back from this if she understands. Like again, if one of you said something ridiculous, like this is how the approach we would take. Be like, okay, no, like this is why.
Listen,
it depends what it is.
I totally agree. I would even ask all of you. I would be like, hey, what do y'all think about this? You know, I want to get a read. And if you were all like, Lance, this ain't it, I'd be like, why? You explain why. I'd be like, oh, okay. Unless I wanted to do that, right? Like just fucking.
Well, and this is what to David's point about it being a grift. This is why I'm here as well too, because look. We're all human beings. We hate criticism, right? The entire fucking leftist mafia was at the center of this Blair controversy. We were getting bombarded. Imagine if we handled that situation in this way, where we just doubled down and be like, no, we're right. The audience is wrong. They're so pure. Like, imagine if we responded that way.
Yeah,
no, listen, we apologized and we admitted that we were wrong. We can do that. We're adults. That happens, you know? But I feel like Matt, you haven't had. I don't know if you made a video about this or talked about this on your stream, but I feel like we should give you the chance. Out of this
completely.
You talk about it's like a Pam. Right. Say your piece.
Before we do that, we're talking about the grift. So I thought this would be the perfect segue to let everybody know that I've turned memberships on my YouTube channel.
I'm actually. I saw a few new members.
So by the way, this is the big announcement. This is the big announcement. YouTube.com/Matt Binder. It's been requested fucking for so long. And YouTube will give me a couple $100 if I get 30 subscribers, not counting the gifted memberships. I saw someone tried to help me out by giving away 10 gifted subs. Unfortunately, that doesn't count towards.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, so I need 30 individuals to sign up, and YouTube will give me like an extra couple $100. I think it's like $500. So YouTube.com/Matt Binder. It's open now. All right, now back to the the topic.
By the
at
way,
hand.
You might be reaching now. I'm seeing a lot of like new memberships in the chats here. So we'll get to the chats in a second. But yes, you may be getting close to that.
All right, here we go. All right, so let's be serious now. I just thought it would be funny to do that then. But I did talk about it earlier today on the Majority Report for a little bit. It was their return back, so everyone wanted to hear what Emma had to say.
Did everyone talk about it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's, Emma doesn't need to put out a statement every time. She's not affiliated with the Young Turks anymore. Anna's not addressing her in this like she addresses the leftist mafia, but people still want to hear from Emma. And so we were talking about it on the show earlier today, and I'm not going to repeat what she said. You could go listen to the Majority Report to hear it straight from her. She's great on this topic, obviously. But what I said earlier today was I personally have no connection to Anna Kasparian or any host, period, the Young Turks hosts included. So for me, I don't have a friendship or any relationship with these people. I didn't grow up watching them. I understand and have understood for a long time what their place is in progressive media and progressive politics. And to me, that's why this matters. I don't care what Anna Kasparian's personal feelings are, just like I don't care what Cenk's personal feelings are. I'm not disturbed by Anna's comments on a personal level. I'm not someone who can't believe this is coming from Anna Kasparian because I have watched her all these years and feel like she's no longer the person she used to be. I care about this because clearly they are a very popular, influential show on, if not the left, progressives. And there are undoubtedly young, impressionable viewers of the Young Turks who trust what Anna and Cenk say. And they're watching this right now. And there's at least a few of them going, you know what? If this is how Anna feels, then it's okay to feel this way. I was questioning it myself too. And instead of, my heroes, Anna and Cenk, setting it straight for me in the right direction, I'm hearing what they're saying here. And you know what? I agree with their politics on everything else. This must fit right in line with that too. So I now feel this way about trans people because Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur feel this way, and these people are the embodiment of what my politics are. And to me, that's the problem here. That's the issue here. That these very influential progressive commentators have made this turn. And this isn't the same. And I know TYT over the years has had, debates and arguments over a number of issues. And some hosts have taken, not always the progressive stand on certain issues, and that's where these debates between hosts happened. This is not that. This is clearly something else here, because there's the double down has been so strong, and the issues in which they feel this way are expanding too. This is no longer just, this one carve out thing in trans rights. This is where I differ from everybody else, and we could disagree on this, but at the end of the day, I'm on board with everything else. Maybe it was that many, many months ago, but it is clearly no longer that. It is delving further and further, and the issues in which they feel this way are expanding. And to me, all these things are what's important here. Not how I feel or you guys feel or how anybody personally feels about their good friend or their favorite, leftist host, Anna Kasparian. The issue here is how their audience is going to digest and interpret what they're saying. And there is no doubt a non-zero number of people who are going to hear what they say and be influenced by it. And I think that's a real problem. And that's the shame here. That's the real shame.
And can I just say one
feelings? Sorry,
go ahead, Lance.
It's like, do you care about anyone's feelings, Matt?
Oh, no.
No, I was going to say that, I've seen the criticism. I saw a comment in our section on mine that it's like, oh, see, this is just further proof that the left is, they blow small things out of proportion, and it's not like they're your number one enemy. And that's not what one of us is saying. Like, that's missing the point, right? We live in a media ecosystem where we've seen the Dave Rubins, the Jimmy Dores, and it starts very small, but then it grows and expands. The double down happening. It starts to happen. I'm not saying that there's gonna be, Jank and Anna, PragerU videos. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. But people are skeptical of content creators because it is more lucrative to grift towards the right. And so I think that Jank and Anna have to be cognizant of that. This is why people are very hypersensitive. And it's not like we're being overly sensitive. As Matt was saying, like, it's not just the trans issue. It's the issue with regard to crime and homelessness. And, on fucking Leftist Mafia episode 0, the first election stream that we did with Lance, I was talking about how frustrated I was when we were discussing the LA mayoral race because Jank endorsed Rick Caruso, who was a billionaire Republican trying to buy that race. And to me, that felt like a betrayal because I was somebody who really had a lot of faith in Wolfpack, and I still do. But Jank founded Wolfpack, and so he made me see how important the issue of money in politics was, how important the commodification or the decommodification rather of elections is as an issue. And so for him to do that, to me, I felt like a betrayal, right? And so it's not just like, oh, you found this one minute area of disagreement and now you're blowing that out of proportion. It's when you step back and you see all of these little things, they start to add up, right? And when we're in this situation again, where we've seen people start left and shift right, I don't think people are unreasonable to ask these questions, to ask them to do better.
Absolutely not. And also, just like I guess both of you said at this point, we have given her the benefit of the doubt so many times. There's been so much good faith. Like, for anyone else at this point, if one or two of those things had gone down, you probably would be like, this person is doing a lot of turf talking points. The latest one, the Jesse Singal, the puberty blockers, the safety of them, we don't know. The jury's still out on that. Hey, by the way, there's this LGBT group that is talking about bonus holes. Look how wild gender ideology is going. This is by design. If it was anyone else by this point, because all of us either have, respected what they've done in the past, been colleagues, worked on their networks, or done something with them, or for whatever reason, we have been giving them a ton of benefit of the doubt. But this is bad. It is getting to a point now where it's just like fucking really, really bad take after bad take that only serves the far right in their anti-LGBTQ plus crusade.
And this idea that the activists, I guess there was a trans activist that stopped a speaker from speaking or something, that somehow being unreasonable and and then going on to say on Twitter one of the dumbest things I ever fucking read in my life, that the civil rights movement was peaceful, and that's how they got it. Like, are you like you what?
Deleted.
What?
Deleted.
Like, I'm Canadian, and I know that's not true. Like come on. It all feeds into this narrative of like, oh, these trans people are so unreasonable. And even if you say it, this goes back to the thing like what Tim Pool does. Oh, I support universal healthcare, but I'm going to spend my time attacking everyone that supports universal healthcare. Like, you can't say I support trans rights and then spend at least a portion of your time pretending these minute things are big freaking deals when they're not. Like, this is the impact you have. And as Binder said, on that audience specifically, this is an audience that's malleable, that you can, move in the direction you're clearly trying to push them into. So people like that, especially from where they're sitting, from the network that they have, it's even more effective because of the audience they're speaking to. This isn't like Matt Walsh, who has his built-in audience, and you're either going to be with him or not. These are people who otherwise, to most viewers, seem like reasonable people. For them to say this shit is really harmful, and that's why it needs to be just called out, and that's why we're calling it out.
Yeah, and we're being used as evidence that, oh, well, see, it's even the Young Turks are getting called out. So like they're contributing to all of this. We're not dealing with dumbasses. Like, we're dealing with very smart people. This isn't a Jimmy Dore where it's like, oh, well, maybe I could see how he's like walking backwards into this right wing. Like, these are very smart people. So that's why at this point I feel like I have to deduce that this is intentional. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right? They're not stupid. They've been in this game longer than all of us. And one thing that I also want to say, like, it's really so fucked up the way that they've targeted Ole, because Ole has went above and beyond to be kind. Like, before the leftist mafia started, I remember watching, before we worked with Ole, I remember watching that video where she went on to educate them about abolition. And I remember cringing watching it because Cenk mistook what she said. She was speaking about propaganda, but I think that Cenk, if I'm remembering correctly, thought that she was calling them propaganda or something. Like, he took whatever she said as an insult. He was accusing her
of basically saying that they spread propaganda. He was trying to say, we don't spread propaganda specifically. And then she was, and I think in very good faith, trying to point out, if you hyper focus on a very specific story, one that is going to fearmonger and enrage people towards violent criminals, and no one is going to defensively be like, I'm going to stand up for the person who just stabbed a grandmother 47 times or something like that, right? But it makes them have to play defense, and it obviously serves that narrative that the streets are violent, filled with criminals, and we have to do something to take the streets back.
Yeah, but like and thank you for explaining that. It's been a while since I've seen that. But like, she went out of her way to be kind to them, and I remember feeling really bad. This was before I met Ole. Just like, oh my god, like, Cenk treated her like complete shit. That was so
I remember watching that interview and I was watching with my girlfriend. We were both like, what the fuck? Like, why is he being so mean to her? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck's going on here? It was
It stood out to me. Like, I was watching it.
This is before everything?
This is before Leftist Mafia. This was like
I had a debate on prison abolition, and she is so calm and basically articulate in terms of explaining all the key concepts of abolition, to a point where, on its surface, like, I would say fundamentally they agree, but they just kept reverting to, yeah, but like, that's never going to play in elections. No one's ever going to buy that. No one wants this. We don't want the rapists around the streets. That's like, that's not what abolition's about. It's that rapists already get away with rape. That's a problem. Can we do things that'll have better outcomes,
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, this idea that all activists have to be concerned about like how Democrats are going to do in elections. Like, activists are always going to exist. Like, you can't, like, and this is another issue I have, just to quickly, like, not to go on a tangent here, but the idea that activists are not going to change their strategy based on what Cenk Uygur is saying on the Young Turks, like, all trans activists now, okay, well, you know what, Cenk said this, so now we're not going to talk about this issue. Like, that's clearly not going to happen. So you have to think about, as someone presenting this information to the public, how is the public going to receive this? What is the actual impact? And the actual impact of what they are doing is not on the activists changing their minds. The actual impact is on promoting transphobia to people that are your viewership. And that's the actual impact of what you're doing.
And like you two pointed out, by the way, when it comes to the legislation passing, they use center left, liberal, or progressive people in the actual fucking trying to describe why they should pass those bills. Like Jesse Singal, the same Jesse Singal. Like, I don't want to get to a point where it's like Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks is referenced and saying the puberty blockers could be dangerous for children, and then all of a sudden in that state some new draconian law gets passed. Like, that's the real world danger of what can come from this.
Yeah, and
the idea that their number one thing too is the electoral side of things. After two things here. Number one, the 2022 midterm elections were clearly for the right about the transpanic culture wars. And
you should watch my video.
There you go. And they got
they
got their asses handed to them. And then secondly, it does take real gusto to talk about how you're worried about how these trans activists are going to translate to electoral politics when you literally ran a campaign, the most direct translation to electoral politics, and you lost really bad. I mean, clearly your issues and your way of framing things wasn't a winner either.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I don't know, just my closing thoughts on this is I think that we have shown that we are good faith actors and we tried to go above and beyond to be charitable. Olay, despite what Anna and Jenk says, she could have disregarded them after that interview. But the fact that she didn't and was still very kind, but yet she's somehow the most unreasonable, and it's absurd. Okay, she was very kind to them. We were all very kind to them. So there's nothing left that you can say. We tried to reach out in good faith. It didn't work. So I washed my hands of the situation.
And also, she's been falsely accused of calling Anna a racist when what she says, we don't have to have the coddle the white woman hour. That's what she said. She didn't say Anna Kasparian is a racist. Those are such different statements. That's just
massive
that's a
leaps
false accusation.
in logic there.
Yeah. Did she also say something that I haven't watched? I have no interest in watching. I've seen some clips, so I have no interest in watching the full thing. But did she also say? 'Cause I've seen this going around, that she can't talk about certain issues because she's afraid that she'll be called a Karen or something. What was her exact word?
No. Her words, and we can play the clip if you want, is that she now starts to feel a little bit awkward about talking to people of color because she's worried about what she might say and if it's going to be interpreted the wrong way. And I was like, that says so much more about you.
That's not their problem.
I literally sometimes I'll be thinking about something and I'll crack a joke here and I don't even think twice about it being misinterpreted in any way because people know what my politics are and my
I know.
I mean, people know what my deal is. So if you're worried about that, so you make a comment that might come off bad or at worst inappropriate. You own up to it and move on. And if people know that you're legit, I think everyone knows the 4 or 5 of us, counting Ole, obviously are, then any mistake, in phrasing or wording that we make, we just own up to it and that's it. End of story. No long-term consequences because people know that who we are. If you're worried about that, then you're not being honest with yourself, quite frankly. You're being you're trying to get by with saying what you want to say that isn't that's plainly, purposefully and maliciously wrong, and you know it, but you'll hide by that framing of it.
Wait, you and Ole are outnumbered by the LGBTs on this podcast. Do you not feel worried that you could offend us or something?
Binder may say something terrible that will offend all of us.
Yeah,
he's always on eggshells in every discussion.
I probably have said the most homophobic shit on this podcast.
I think you have, yes.
You and me teach all
earlier you said you want to say the F slur. I think you have said the word.
Hey, you know what? Before, I probably would have been like, maybe I can't say the word Shragget. But Mike has said it's okay to say on this show, so here I am saying...
Bender, you have to give me the pass to say Shragget.
Oh, that's right.
It's your word. It's your word to empower.
You have to reclaim it,
friend.
You have to reclaim it.
You have to reclaim
it. So, Mike,
hopefully
you know what? I don't give you that pass. Screw you. Sexist? No, that's sexist. What would it be? You I don't even know.
Heterophobic.
Son of a bitch.
Bender's like, they're gonna put a tweet where it's like, I say breeder, and Bender's like, this shoe.
Yeah. He would. He always brings receipts too. That's how it's going down.
Yeah, I think we've proved that we make pretty edgy jokes on this show. None of us are on edge. That's a you problem, man. If you feel that way, you've got to venture out and really talk to other people. Challenge yourself, then.
Yeah, you have to be
Anna
okay with being wrong. You have to be okay with being challenged.
Anna Kasparian did it was a short-lived show, but she did a show on the weekends with Michael Brooks when he was around. And there is no one I can think of on the left who walked up to that line of when it came to jokes and said hilarious shit without crossing it like Michael Brooks. The dude really literally had a character called Right-Wing Mandela, Libertarian Martin Luther King Jr., all sorts of, he had Nation of Islam Barack Obama. The dude was legit, and he was able to joke about these things because the points he was making in doing these jokes, in getting these points out to people, were real, legit, well thought out, from the heart leftist politics. And he used that sort of edgy humor to get that stuff out there. And the idea that she did a show with him and she's saying this when there was never once any sort of movement to cancel Michael Brooks. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's also worth mentioning that show she was on, which, but by the way, I don't want to show a clip because I don't want to give those people any fucking attention. But the show she was on, before she was on, the other clips they were doing, like right before she was on, they were attacking Emma on Tim Pool, acting like Emma got like she got owned on Tim Pool's show, which what world do you live in? Like, that's what happened. But on top of they're like, I don't want to get into this drama, but whatever's between them, but like, I thought like they were friends, and for Anna to go on that show and they're like attacking what was her friend, like, it's just, I don't know. It's insidious. It's terrible, and I don't know the intent. And as Bender said, I don't think that's the most important. The most important thing is the actual impact, and I think we would discuss why that's clear.
Also, I also want to say, like, that people think like, oh, canceled for, like, they're coming for. Listen, if she was to actually still sit down, she wants to come on this show, I'd be happy to have her. She wants to talk with us, I'd be happy to do it. Absolutely. If she wanted to sit down with any sort of left-wing activist, whether it be a trans activist or just a trans person in the space, and wanted to talk with people and sort of recalculate her position based on what she hears, there's gonna be there's no coming back from this. That's not what this is. I want people to be absolutely clear. Like, obviously you can't ask every individual to be open to you afterwards, but in terms of my position on this, because again, for me, it's not Anna Kasparian personally. It's the important thing is, if she was to listen to people, really think things, and come out and say things in a different light, I think it would be very helpful to her audience, and I would support that wholeheartedly. But that's also not to give her, not to give her the kid gloves here and say that, like, it just is what it is. These are the facts. I would welcome it, but I will also continue to criticize her if she doesn't go in that direction.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I can start doing some chats, some memberships and stuff. Lance, feel free to stay. Feel free to, don't feel pressured to stay if you don't want to.
Can I stay for 5 minutes? Is that cool?
Absolutely.
No, get the fuck out of it. It's the whole thing or nothing at all.
Or nothing.
So I am seeing a bunch of memberships. I'm guessing some of these are for Bender here, but maybe it's for, or maybe they're not. I can't tell because they're not linked. No, I think, sorry, this is, I think, for Mike. So
okay.
There you go.
Oh, very cool. Thank you, Karma. Welcome to the fam.
This is also for Mike.
Wandering Kentuckian. Nice to see you. And nice to have you. Thank you.
One of these are for me. One of these are for you. John F. Has 2 new memberships here, so thank you, John F.
Very cool, John.
There's the other John F. There we go.
Nice.
All right, first question here. Scott, I think this is Mike.
Oh, okay. Scott with $10. Thank you for that. Howdy, first time ever joining live. I am the one who drew the schoolgirl fan art last week of y'all. Thank you to the entire panel for your advocacy for human rights and informing us on current topics. Well, thank you so much. That made our day, obviously, because we were gushing over it. I really appreciate it.
I love it.
You are very talented.
Yeah. Put it on my wall. It's
I was
beautiful.
I didn't have time this week, but I wanted to make that our new thumbnail that I use, just because I think it's so good. I love it.
Yeah, I tried to make it into one, but I had to zoom in too much, and then I think next week I'll try to put it into one. Or Mike, you're better at Photoshop than I am.
I could try to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to make it with the next week's thumbnail. It's beautiful.
It's awesome.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit disturbed by the bows in my beard. See, I didn't mind the schoolgirl outfit. Didn't mind any of that. The stockings, me being the only person with my one leg kicked up behind me like a giddy schoolgirl. Didn't even mind that. But something about the bows in my beard was the step too far. It was very disturbing.
It's funny. I keep learning discovering new things about that. So I didn't even notice that if you look at Ole's hair, there's little bows of Raheem. I didn't even know this until somebody on Twitter
I didn't notice that
out.
either.
Right.
Wow.
It's subtle, but
the details are amazing in that thing.
Right. It's incredible.
But every time I look at it, we're going to see something new.
Thank you so much, Scott. You are very talented, my friend.
This is for Binder.
All right. Damn Cedar with a super chat. Preemptive Binder mic check reminder. Left is best. The mic worked fine today. No problem with the mic.
So it has this thing. So when it works properly, it has this thing where it'll crack a couple of times between like sentences, but it won't. Your entire voice won't like crack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really I'm not sure.
Oh,
whatever software you're using, like I don't know what's going on with that, but
it
seemed fine today.
Thanks for ruining my my celebratory mic.
It still sounds great. It still sounds great. Dynamic editor says, David, how do you reconcile your anti-gun stance with the fact that you're absolutely packing? That's fucking hilarious. I have to
what am I
say,
missing here?
I had to stretch that. We're talking about the photos I posted earlier, I believe. I had to go a little far back to post some of that stuff, but
I have.
It's not quite how it looked like right now.
Lines for dudes. That's a good one. That's a funny one.
It's pretty funny.
Just the right level of cringe, you know. No, I think it's good.
That's a pickup line you can use at like some leftist like meeting. I don't know. Well, maybe not a leftist meeting because leftists are relatively pro-gun. But if you go to like an anti-gun rally, use that. That's pretty good.
I like it.
It's for me. It's for me.
Yeah.
Tokyo Hans.
These next three are all you.
Became a YouTube member. Tokyo Hans, my first YouTube channel membership. Thank you so much, Tokyo Hans. I guess you are truly the #1 Matt Binder supporter. I appreciate it, my friend.
There we go.
29 left to go, Matt.
29 left to go.
Here's the next one.
Oh, Ryan Lennon fan also became a YouTube member. Ryan Lennon fan up there with Tokyo Hans and being longtime listeners, longtime supporters. Thank you so much, Ryan Lennon fan. Narrator also with the YouTube membership. Now, Narrator is my my big bucks supporter. Narrator's the guy who always drops the big super chats. So I appreciate the extra support here with the monthly subscription on YouTube. Narrator, I really appreciate it.
This is for Bender.
Oh, Scott with a super chat. Scott's the same person who made that anime thing. Here's 5 buckaroos for my favorite crusty punk commentator. Thank you so much.
Mike Thompson says, thanks everyone. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. Lawn Gnomes, this is for me as well, says, which leftist is posting the biggest thirst traps on Thread since it's linked to Insta? Well, yes, that would be me. Hey, I got like 100 extra followers out of it, so nice. Maybe it worked a little bit, but not to the degree I needed to. I want to get the hell off of Twitter, ideally, like completely. And so if we could just move to, I don't mind using Blue Sky as well. Blue Sky, I feel like is I like the audience there. I like the whole. People that are there feel like they're intelligent, funny, great people. Threads is more of like for the masses, mainstream, and I don't mind, having to use both. But if as long as I get off Twitter.
Yeah,
that would be wonderful.
You stop with this blue sky slander. I will not accept it.
I like Blue Sky, but it ain't mainstream, and it's not their fault that, you know, they got limited resources.
Stop it! I'm one of the top 50 followed people on that site. Of course it's mainstream. Wow. I'm super famous, people. Listen. If I'm big on Blue Sky, it translates.
Well, there we go. Maybe you're the most mainstream aspect of that place. I don't know. This is Bender.
Foresto Montero with a super chat. Canceled my TYT sub because of Jenks Anna transphobia. Here's the $5 I would have given them. Thank you for not being infected with the neolib mind virus. You know what? I first of all, I really appreciate that, Foresto. But also, you know, I know people like to take on TYT's sort of centrist, you know, vote blue no matter who, you know, takes a lot of times. But this is not that, honestly. Like, a lot of neoliberals don't care about the trans issue, at the very least. Like, we're seeing from them, like, trans panic really is a very right-wing thing. Most people, even outside of the politics, people are either supportive or just think they should be able to live their life, and they don't care to even get involved at all.
Yeah.
You would find that a lot, like you would find that a lot of those, you know, centrist Democrats who you probably rightfully dislike on many other issues, actually are behind trans people on this stuff. So I mean, again, not all, but this isn't, being anti-trans is not necessarily a neoliberal or centrist thing. It is most definitely a right-wing take.
Yep. This is me, Howard Schoonover. $20. Very generous, Howard. Says, I stole this 20 from Elon. You guys are accessories now. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is for Bender.
Ooh, let's see. Wanda with a $10 super chat. Happy birthday, Ezra. Thank you so much, Wanda. My son Ezra turns 8 years old on Sunday.
Oh
wow.
Tell him happy birthday.
I will. Thank you so much. What he's really into soccer right now. Super into soccer. Okay. He got me super into it once again too, because I was into it back when I was young, and now because I live vicariously through him, I'm super into it again with him. We went to a MLS game at Citi Field last night. Nice. All he wants for his birthday are a bunch of soccer jerseys, and I managed to cop. You have no idea how hard it is to find. Even all these months after, I managed to cop the official Argentina Messi jersey for him. So freaking super hard to get. In the
I remember
youth
you telling
sizes,
us about that.
Super hard to get. Been sold out almost every time I've checked, every single month, and then I got lucky a few weeks ago and found it.
Someone said in David's chat that you had a kid when you were 15. Is that true?
What?
Well, me?
No.
Or
me?
Me
no,
or Bender?
It's like Bender had a kid at 15.
I guess because I look young.
They're probably joking.
I'm 36, so if my oldest is 8, I'm not 15. Yeah. I was in my late 20s when I had my first kid.
Fair enough.
Which that seems pretty normal, or even kind of young for nowadays. Like
at least in New York, in the big metropolitan areas. Like everyone I know, either accidentally had a kid younger, or had a kid much older. So there very few people, at least that I know in New York City, had a planned pregnancy or planned kid at in their 20s.
Yeah, I didn't have my first son until I was 27, 2013. So,
Lance, you okay?
No, Jank is fucking tweeting out, calling out Benjamin Carollo right now, saying saying she's too pure for us. She's an unhinged person who called me evil, racist, transphobe, and other endless insults, and lied about our private conversations. Wow, what a level-headed person that could learn from and grow by talking to. Great idea.
He's attacking his former employee.
Yep. Tweeting through it.
I'm not going to look right now. It's just going to piss me off. Wow.
Yeah, that's fucking unbelievable.
Ben.
Folks, youtube.com/The Rational National, youtube.com/The Humanist Report, youtube.com/Matt Binder, youtube.com/ what is it? Ole or not? Her username on YouTube is so hard.
It's hard to spell. I still don't know how to spell it, but it's under this in the description box.
We link to everyone.
It'll be embedded there. Yeah.
And of course, twitch.tv/The Surfs TV, right? That's what you're on
and
there.
The Surf Times and the Surfs TV is where I put the documentaries. YouTube.com/The Surfs TV.
And what's Benny's YouTube? Do you know?
Let's link to
Benny Carolla.
Yeah, go give Benny a sub. She is a great content creator.
Subs.
Let's get Benny on. Let's get Benny on the show. I know you already spoke with her.
Blop Ben Blop BLOMP. So at BLEP BLOMPBEN. There you go. Bleep Blop.
Everybody, right now, go subscribe to her and leave a comment on her video saying the Leftist Mafia sent you. Shower her with love.
Bombs. That's what we'll do.
Shower her with love.
Yeah.
Yes. Because she is a great person. And she has the purest intentions, and she did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
I'm gonna go do that right. I'm gonna comment the Leftist Mafia sent me.
If you don't know who the Leftist Mafia is, saying the Mafia sent you could be scary, but she'll know it's us.
All right, let me get to this next one.
I'll be right back.
I see. Is that? I think this is this for Mike? Whatever, I can respond to it. Just want to make sure. Doesn't matter. I see $2. Thank you. Says anyone else see David's thirst trap on Threads? Oh, Jesus Christ. What did I do?
You posted a thirst trap on Threads? I thought you did it on Instagram.
No. Threads.
No, Threads until you got 100 followers.
Because I'm like, I want new followers. I think this is how you do it. And it worked for a bit.
He wants thirsty followers.
How many followers do you have on Threads? If you're
Last I saw like 500.
100 thirsty followers.
Oh, damn, man. I mean, I guess all I got to do is show face, and I get 4,500. So
you got to show knee. You got to show knee, baby. We want to see knee. Come on.
Damn, imagine if I did post first.
Maybe
tracks.
You should.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you know what?
Consider it. I had to dig deep for those fucking pics, though, man. It's like 10 years ago, almost.
Oh, really? 10-year-old photos?
Well, almost 10 years ago. Not necessarily.
That's awesome. That's more shameless than Binder.
I'm shameless as hell. This is Binder.
I'm a spooky kitty with a super chat. I think Anna is trying to reach across the aisle. Enlightened centrism is a mind virus. Also, Mike, please unban me. I did nothing wrong. I have no idea what happened over on Mike's channel.
Can you ask the mods? Adrian, I see Adrian. Are you able to look into this person? I am spooky. I'll look into it. Okay, I'm not really sure, but we'll give you another chance. Okay.
Also, I don't know about Anna trying to reach across the aisle. I don't think she's trying to connect with anybody except maybe help connect her with the right people to get a possible payday out of being the latest Michael Tracy, Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin from the TYT network. I really think that's sort of something that isn't... I know I've mentioned it on this show before, but it really... I think about it, whenever these things come up, no leftist... progressive left of center has a track record like that. But like something is fundamentally wrong over there when this consistently happens. I'm sorry. And
I have the tweet, by the way,
quite often, honestly.
I didn't want to look it up.
No,
it's going to piss me off.
Bizarre.
But okay, this is what he's responding to. Somebody says, "Why aren't you willing to have on Benny on the main show to discuss the clear issue with TYT? Real progressives are willing to hear differences, grow and learn. This is an opportunity for you to do that too." He responded saying, 1, she quit, so she is too pure for us. 2, she is an unhinged person who has called me evil, racist, transphobe, and other endless insults, and lied about our private conversation. Wow, what a level-headed person that I could, quote, learn from and, quote, grow by talking to. Great idea. And somebody says the mask is fully off, and he responded to that saying, it's true, the mask is off. I disagree 2% with Twitter activists. Someone sound the siren. This is your this is your former employee.
The brainworms are in fucking deep. It's unbelievable.
There's
no reason. Didn't Benny say in her video that like I wanted to talk with Cenk on air about this, and he decided to do a phone call, which I'm glad they did a phone call, but like
that's right.
An on-air conversation would have been probably better.
And I'm sorry, her video is so fucking reasonable. She's frustrated, yes, but how could she not be? I'm not going to comment because
I don't know what's going on there. Oh, sorry. This is a new member for, I think, Mike.
Oh, Boz. Welcome. Welcome.
Wow, read the room, Boz.
Oh, this person read the room. This is for Binder. Here you go.
Here we go. Pinkerbell with a super chat. The thing I like about Blue Sky is the absence of brands and ads and sponsored content. Surely that won't last long. I hope it lasts as long as it can. That is a starking difference. A stark difference, I should say. Even on Threads is... Listen, I'm liking Threads when you get the right people, and I'm building a little community on Threads too, but it's the stuff they send you that get like tens of thousands of reposts and likes and comments is the most like banal sort of banal, I should say, shit from like brands trying to be all like silly and like post.
I saw a lot of Wendy's posts today on Threads. like okay, Wendy's is being funny. I don't need to see Wendy's over and over again. But no, right. That's definitely something that I'm worried about, that they're just gonna like right now. There's no, as far as I know, there's no sponsored content on Threads either. But
and another
coming, right? Like
right, and another thing you see. Well, according to Threads, they're not gonna start looking into advertising until they hit, I think, 1 billion users. They said. We'll see if they listened. I mean, It's not gonna take them very long, honestly. Probably by the end, in 1 year's time, because they've already hit over probably 50 million now in 24 hours.
That's wild.
But and think about it. Most people, like normal people who are not online brained, probably don't even know what got launched. You know what I mean? Like most people aren't spending every minute online like we do. But I mean, just you look at some of the people on there. Even when you don't see a brand, like Twitter has brands too doing that stuff, and it's easy to see those company accounts, corporate accounts, brand accounts, and just be like, all right, block, or just scroll past it, because it's quite obvious. You see Subway or Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever, and you're like, I don't have any interest. But the thing that Threads has already incessantly, because Instagram is so flooded with it, are the annoying influencers who are all about treating their own personal account as a personal brand. And they speak in corporate sort of like girl boss lingo and all this sort of, ridiculous shit. I mean, it's so annoying. It's so annoying, and it's already filled up Threads, but hopefully once they fix shit on there, you could stop seeing this algorithmic stuff that has no bearing to your interests.
Yeah, once the feed is fixed, hopefully that improves. This is also you.
T-Types with a super chat. I'm on the fence about subscribing, and flashing some skin might help me decide. Oh, you want a little knee? There you go. There you go.
Damn, look at that knee. Shadow Project says, David Dole, you're trying to thirst trap your new accounts. David Dole, the naughty national. Someone else on Twitter wrote, you should change your name to Rational Thought, THOT. But that was pretty funny.
That is good.
I am not the naughty national. It was one time. It was one time. And some of them are old, and I posted some of them before, and some of them are already on Instagram, so it's not like it's too hard to find. But it's all good. JS fan, this is for me, says, is David and the rest of Leftist Mafia crew subscribed to the YouTube channel? Not just bikes. Someone mentioned this last week as well. Not just bikes. It's a great channel. I still humbly believe that David Dolan and Jason Slaughter share a lot in common. So this is I checked their channel out. This is someone that is I believe from what I didn't from what I gathered from the channel is more about like public transportation and riding a bike and like basically moving away from using a car, and a lot of the content's around that. And it seems really interesting, and it's also a very popular channel. It is someone that I think is definitely on the list for someone that we can talk to. We have so many people that we should bring on the show. I talked to Cavernacle as well. I'm like, you should come on sometime.
I'd love to have him on. Yeah,
I like Cavernacle. He's good people.
Yeah.
There's so many people that want to come on the show that we're going to roll out a new monetization scheme where for a low fee,
Elon Musk style, nice,
$19.99 a month,
blockchain based, amazing.
Yeah, we got to bring on Benny next week so she can have like a regular episode and people can like get to know her, not just like from this whole drama. So people know.
I think that's also fair to not just bring her on for what was going on this week, but also just bring her on just generally.
Because she's a good commentator aside from all this bullshit. She's great. I've been watching her for over a year.
This is for Bender.
Whoa, here we go. Before the Cause Gaming with a $20 super chat. Namaste, good people. Heart emoji, praying hands emoji. Much love to all. Thank you so much, Because the Cause Gaming. And according to YouTube on my end, this is the first super chat from you on this channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I just want to go back to JS Fan for a second because I didn't recognize the $20. I just went right to the chat. But thank you so much, JS Fan, for the very generous.
I see. Trying to do
Matt didn't scold you, David, like he did me.
Oh my God, $20, amazing!
Trying to do you gotta hand it to the big bucks. You know, you gotta give it up to them.
You do.
That's very
generous. Everyone's. To be clear, everyone's generous.
Of course, absolutely.
But obviously, if it's like $20 or $50, it's gonna be a little crazier. Our voice has got to go a little higher.
Yeah. Impossible for me, but yes.
You're ridiculous. I think this is for you, Mike.
Oh, okay. John Finn with $4.99. You are all amazing. Sending love. Thank you so much. And I have to point out that the color of the super chat matches your glasses, and it's very aesthetically pleasing. Love those glasses. So thank you.
I just lost my place. Here we go. Bender.
Foresto with another super chat. This leopard eats something other than your face. I'm not sure exactly what that one's in reference to, but it actually probably fits quite a few things.
I think we still have it up, right? Can we bring it in?
Yes, we do.
We do.
Oh, this one. I forgot about this. There we go. All right.
Incredible.
Oh, this picture has brought me so much fucking laughter. Holy shit.
New member for Bender.
Oh, the Synapsis with the membership on the channel. Thank you so much, the Synapsis. Really appreciate it.
Also, this person.
Austin Drace Ornelis. I'm so sorry if I messed up your last name, my friend. But Austin, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube on the launch day of the YouTube memberships on my channel.
This is Mike.
Archangel, $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's a big super chat. Mike, I loved your take on Ben leaving TYT. It helped me see that they were shifting that way, and I didn't see it. It makes me sad to see TYT is going this way. I plan to distance myself from them. I appreciate you saying that. You know, I have just one perspective based on my experience, so I'm glad that it was helpful. Ultimately, you know, everybody can make their own decisions, but I feel like, you know, it's important that I speak up. I'm in this space. I have we all have very large, you know, LGBTQ plus audiences, trans audiences. So I appreciate you finding it helpful or saying that you find it helpful.
Bender.
Ooh, let's see. Narrator with a super chat. Moms for Liberty are literally the rebranded Daughters of the Confederacy. I'm not sure if you mean literally, because if literally, then I want to look into that. But they certainly have that same aura about them. That's for sure. Let me know, though, if you are saying literally as in they actually are, because I would like to look into that.
Narrator with a $50 super chat.
Oh my God.
See if my soundboard works. Yay.
When you have rational national that makes rational national sense.
There we go. That makes rational national sense. Narrator says, I have reached the regrettable conclusion that, oh, Grace, I can see what this is. That I wish I could do the Michael Brooks voice, but I'm not going to even try. That the black straight stumbling block in the stride towards freedom is not the white citizens council or the Klan, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice. MLK. There we go. There we go. For a second I thought it was like putting on like a joke, but okay. It's a serious quote.
Right.
Thank
it's
you.
A good thing you didn't. It's a good thing you didn't try to do the voice.
No, that's why I'm like, oh, this is a joke. I'm going to read in the joke voice. Like, no.
I just want to plug a really good palate cleanser on the subject of Michael Brooks. Look up the Halloween special. I can't remember what year, where he was playing Jimmy Dore and Sam Cedar was playing H.A. Goodman. That is going to improve your mental health, I promise you. Right. I've watched it multiple times, and I laugh hysterically each and every single time. It never gets old. It's so fucking funny.
It is hilarious.
It is very funny. The only unfortunate thing about it is while the Jimmy Dore impression stands the test of time, no one remembers H.A. Goodman. So.
Right. No. Yeah.
The sketch was a product of a very specific era on YouTube.
Kids these days have no idea of the H.A. Goodman era. They don't know.
Here's how Bernie will win, part 625, and the date on the piece is November 2021.
I wonder what he's doing.
God,
well, he became a Trump guy.
But is he still
around?
I wonder.
I mean, I don't look
him
up.
I'm gonna look him up right now.
I'm very curious.
I'd rather not do that. You could do that.
I will.
We should hate.
This one is for you, Bender.
Oh, it is. Let me read this before I check out H.R. Goodman. Crew Arcs with a $10 super chat. You guys talked about superhero movies in the last 2 weeks. The only one in the last decade that I think has any leftist perspective that actually challenges it. That actually challenges is Batman vs Superman: The Ultimate Edition. I haven't seen that, but man, if that's the best if that horrible movie is the best representation of leftist politics, then I don't know. Is that a good thing?
It might be an animated. To be fair, it might because there's a bunch of animated.
Oh,
Batman
what is the Ultimate? I thought Ultimate Edition was like
one?
the director's cut. That's what I thought. No.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking of Justice League. The Snyder cut, yeah, but it could be an animated. I'm not sure.
Isn't it the comic? Am I wrong in that?
I think I'm leaning towards that being right.
No, this is the one. This is the one with where Wonder Woman makes her debut. The live action one.
I've not seen the Ultimate Edition.
The Ultimate Edition has 30 extra minutes of footage. That's why it's called the Ultimate Edition.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
God,
that wasn't a very good movie.
That for 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
I demand Snyder.
And Doomsday is one of my favorite villains too, and they completely blew it. So I mean,
I know I loved Superman is Dead comic book. That was a great one.
I mean,
they
Doomsday
need to stop
should
making them longer.
Yeah.
Doomsday should have been just as big of a deal as like Bane in the Batman in the Dark Knight movie, but he doesn't come across that way. He just like he spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen this 2016 movie yet. But he kills Superman, and then Superman comes right back, like 20 minutes later? When Superman dies in the comic, that's a huge fucking deal when Doomsday kills him, and that has long-lasting ramifications. I remember being a kid and reading, like, the 4 different Supermen that came out of Superman's death. And like it was a big deal when like I don't even remember how long it took, months if not a year or something, if not years, I don't remember, for Superman to actually return and get his revenge with Doomsday. I mean, for them to do it within 20 minutes in the same film is fucking ridiculous.
This is Mike.
Oh, Chris or Omoreggi. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Let me try that again. Okay. Chris Omoreggi, $4.99. I'm probably still butchering it, but at least there was, a little bit more finesse. Hey, David and Katy, as an autistic person, how are disability rights in Canada and the United States, respectively?
United Kingdom.
Oh, did I say United States?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying. So this is an issue I have to be honest. I'm just not all that familiar with, but I'm trying to remember. There was a specifically around COVID. I remember there was a debate where disability rights advocates were asking for, reasonable help, and they were not getting it. I feel like it's not something I can really speak on it with any sort of, knowledge. I'm not sure if you, Lance, know more.
Directly speaking about COVID, I actually have spoken to disability advocates who, much like what happened in the UK, will be quick to point out that a jaw-droppingly high amount of people who initially died from COVID were also people who had comorbidities, disabilities, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And yeah, it was a disgusting kind of, you can see class stratification in that. Not only was it old people, but predominantly people in lower income brackets, poor people, people of color who are racialized in society. A lot of them, just like in the United States and other parts of the world, were amongst a lot of the first people to start dying from the disease.
Wait, I'm being corrected, by the way. Apparently, I misremembered the movie. Superman doesn't come back in the same movie. Sume. Sume.
But
that's how memorable that movie is.
Martha.
Maybe
I forgot it already.
Isn't there like a shot in like the coffin, and then you're like seeing like, I don't know, like the soil or something like rise? Is that the same movie? And like it's basically giving the indication that, hey, he's not dead. Or that may be a different movie. I don't know, but that's what I remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
My brain purged it entirely, so you could tell me anything about that movie, I'd
memorable.
believe it.
Oh, and H.A. Goodman, H.A. I keep saying because his name looks like Ha, but H.A. Goodman update. He is still going at it on YouTube, posting daily videos.
Wow.
He's got 200,000 subscribers. Which, what the fuck, man? I barely am breaking 30K, and this guy's got 200K. It's so depressing. He still seems like he's a Trump fan.
Oh my goodness.
And it seems like he's spreading disinformation in every video, being that one of his more recent videos is titled "DeSantis endorses Trump and ends campaign in early 2024 as Florida governor losing momentum." He's already making that prognostication, I guess.
Wow.
Oh, he has a good track record, so let's see how this works out.
Oh God, guys, now I'm really starting to worry that Ron DeSantis will now actually become the president of the United States.
All right, where am I? Narrator.
He's gonna start. This is gonna start a beef arc with AA Seaman. He's gonna see this and react to it.
I wonder if you ever saw that.
I gotta go. It's 8 back here. I gotta go take.
No problem.
Take care, Lance.
By the way, guys, we have so many freaking chats.
God, I'm sorry. I'm stalling this too.
No. I'm not saying you guys are. I'm just saying like maybe we need to figure out like a different strategy here because we're not getting past these before like 1 a.m. Like
oh my God.
Like,
no, we are. We'll knock it out in the next hour. You'll see. We'll knock it out in the next hour.
All right. I hope so. Anyways,
if you need to leave, I can stay, David.
All right. Then at some point I may have to rush through mine. But this is for Mike.
If both of you have to leave, I can keep it going for as long as people keep sending me money.
You can't though because me and Mike are hosts. Once we both leave, you're done.
We could just like leave the stream going all night with none of us here, and then end it.
Well, then I'll wake up in the morning and still going.
Do you guys see this censorship regime going on here? How both Mike and David have teamed up to quelch the growth of my YouTube channel.
Well, Mike is on the West Coast, so he's unlimited time.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
you all have unlimited time over there. All you do is like swim and like go to the beach and shit. I hate all of you.
I wish.
This is for you, Mike.
Oh, narrator with $20. Wow, thank you. That's a big super chat. I appreciate you. It's great that people support LGBTQ rights, but passive support isn't enough. There are too many people who, quote, support those rights, but will vote in a bigot because that support isn't a priority over lower taxes or something. Precisely it. And that's a really important point. That's just being a passive supporter is the bare minimum. That's just being a decent person. But those aren't the people that are going to be there for you when you really need it. The people who are the best allies are the ones who stick their necks out for you. Speak up, even if that makes them feel uncomfortable when they hear something. But yeah, passive support, it's very fickle and very conditional. So yeah, I'm glad that people are noticing the difference.
This is also you.
Oh, okay. Panda Gabe with $5. Absolutely love all the work that the Mafia puts in. I really hope you all keep kicking ass. Would you guys consider having JT from Second Thought on? Second Thought. That sounds very familiar. Why am I? Oh. Yes, I love Second Thought. I had to think for a second. Yeah, he does basically like relatively short video essays. They're like 20, 30 minutes. He's a socialist. Really, really great work. Yes. I don't think I've ever heard his name, but I do know the channel Second Thought. My some of my patron community. Yeah, they put me onto his work, and he's great. I would love to have him on, honestly. I don't know if any of us has a contact, but if any of us do, it'll be Lance or Ole because they have all the contacts.
Yeah, they know everybody. Just
yeah.
Most of the guests. This is Bender.
Rachel K became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Rachel. Really appreciate it.
This is also Bender.
Night Owl and the Moon with a $10 super chat. Love your humor on the show during the super chats each week. Thank you so much, Night Owl. And this is also Night Owl's first super chat on the channel. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Glad somebody appreciates my humor.
We all appreciate it to varying degrees, you know. Goblin T Nuts, one of my biggest fans right here. Says this is for Bender. F, Mary, Kill. You name the name. Fugazi, Idols, Black Flag.
Oof. It's a good one. I'm gonna go. You know what? No, not that order. Fuck Fugazi, marry Black Flag, kill Idols.
Are we talking about wrestlers or punk bands?
Punk bands.
I think this is punk bands.
Okay. I love the weekly FMK questions from Goblin.
Yeah, they're always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is for you, Mike.
Okay, Forrest Dudley with $10. Out of love for Matt, I'm switching my $10 subscription to Mike's Patreon. I love that this meme is still going. Instead of subbing to TYT, looking forward to hopefully chatting with you tomorrow, assuming I can find the link for it. Yeah, so I'm doing my Patreon chat at 4 p.m. Anyone who is a $5 plus member can join the Zoom call. I send it out about 15 minutes before in the community tab or in a post on Patreon. So that's how you can find it.
Awesome.
Looking forward to meeting you.
This is for Mike.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Daz Bose Fleisch with $5.99. Hey, Matt. Here's a solidarity super chat for the demonetized humanists. I love this. Oops, wrong number. P.S. I really love the last 4 words of your TYT vid. Thank you. After I said it, I second guessed myself, but then I thought, no, I have to be honest with myself and my true feelings in the moment.
And if you haven't watched Mike's video yet, those last 4 words is subscribe to Matt Binder. There you go. I love him too. Really great.
Man, you're always so creative with how you grift. It's amazing.
I know.
Yeah, I know. And then I look at both of your subscribers, and I look at mine, and I realize that all that work is for naught. It doesn't matter.
No, but
you just turned it on. You'll get there.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even talking about the paying memberships. I'm talking about subscribers. For some reason, I trounce you guys on like Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads, where it doesn't fucking matter because they don't pay shit, but where it matters and you guys get paid and make an entire living, that's where I'm a little itty bitty 30K.
News stations also clip you out into like their news reports.
Yeah, I know. Apparently nothing will. Apparently I'm just really that bad at this that I'm all over the place. And people are like, you know what? We're going out of our way to not go to that channel and listen to it.
Everyone's finding ways to like not give you money and like not watch your videos. Subscribe to Binder, people. He does great work.
Yeah, come on. Every single leftist mafia person should be subbed to all of us.
That's right. This is for Mike.
Oh, okay. Night Owl in the Moon with $9.99. Thank you so much. I adore you as if you're a family member. My Rainbow family appreciates all your passion and work. That means so much. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. That makes me feel really good.
This is Mike.
Kowalski, 199. What did they do to us? I'm not sure. What were we talking about when that came up?
I
cannot
feel like
remember.
Kowalski, I love his chats because they're always, you got to like place them and like they're
very cryptic.
He's got something going on. They're very cryptic.
Yeah.
Yes.
he makes you really think.
It makes you think. Justin Watt, $20 says, love y'all. Thanks for being so consistently cool. Heart. Thank you so much, Justin. You're cool.
Very nice.
This is for Mike.
Psycho Farm with $10. Thank you so much. Hear about the viral Twitter account that was pretending to be a stereotypical liberal saying crazy things get suspended. Makes you wonder how much online discourse is completely made up to cause chaos. I heard of that. I don't know the details, but you're absolutely right about that. You know what's funny is the last time this whole birthing discourse took place, David found accounts that were kind of like going on both sides. I found that again. About the same. I don't know if it's probably a different account because I blocked that last account. But yeah, taking both sides of the argument. Leftist Mafia, they're terrible. And then
they usually tag people is what I noticed. They're trying to get people like to react to whatever they're saying. Which, let's be honest, like in this case, there doesn't need to be people that are like there's already we're already discussing it. We don't need some extra fake people coming into the conversation to take different sides. Like,
yeah,
it's really bizarre.
The stick poking us has been very busy. You know, we're already at each other's throats. So yeah, I've seen that.
This is Bender.
ADJ became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone joining right now because, like I said, YouTube's gonna give me a bonus check. Talk about bonus holes earlier. YouTube's gonna give me a bonus check.
And that bonus check's going right in the bonus hole. That's perfect.
I hate that I now know what bonus hole, or that's a thing. I hate I hate it.
I feel like I'm going to use that now in my personal life and just really piss off my girlfriend. It's like
it's going to become a thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, buddy. But
no, she'll just laugh. She finds it funny. This is for Mike, I think.
Oh, okay. Izzy Sanchez with $10. The right always wants to use fear for the LGBTQ plus people. It's all about kids. If it's for migrants, it is about the jobs. If it's minorities, it's about the crime. If it's about homeless, it's about the freeloading. Shakes my head. Exactly right. That's a really good observation. There's always some victimization that these marginalized groups are supposedly committing. You're very, astute to pick up on that because it's true. It's a propaganda tactic, and if you're aware of it, then you can't unsee it. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Izzy. Thank you.
Bender.
Aaron D. Meyer with a super chat. What's the wrestling equivalent of the heel turn TYT is pulling right now? Oh man. Okay, I got a really good one. I can't believe this came to me this quickly. And if you're a real wrestling fan, there's like a double bonus for you in how equivalent it is. It's like Hulk Hogan turning at Bash at the Beach 1996 and joining Scott Hall and Kevin Nash and forming the NWO. Hogan's first mainstream heel turn. But in this situation, unlike with that the NWO thing, Anna, Jenk, and we don't yet know who the third man is. If you're a wrestling fan, you'll get that.
Wait, who was the third man?
The third man was Hulk Hogan. Because
that's right. So wait. But in this case, who do you think the third man's going to be?
We don't know who's going to be the third man. We have no idea. Because Anna and Jenk are the outsiders, and
but no one's bigger than Hulk. Like Hulk, it's not a complete comparison because Hulk Hogan, I would say, is probably Jenk, right? Like who else would Hulk Hogan be?
We don't. What if Hassan makes the turn?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now what if Hassan? Wow! I mean, nothing would be worse. It would literally
go
be
wild.
Hulk Hogan turning, right? Right. It would be.
By the way, speaking of Hassan, I was watching his stream about this shit.
Hilarious.
Hassan is fucking hilarious. He was trying to talk about this in a very like reasonable way, and he was going off on chat because he pulled up the tweet and they noticed that Anna had unfollowed him, and that's all that they would focus on. He's like, "You fucking drama perverts!" Like, it shit is so funny. Hassan cracks me up.
Yeah. Oh my god, what is going on? What is in the water over there? Is LA okay? What's going on in LA?
Oh my god, by Twitch, because I'm also stream on Twitch too, and Twitch is going insane over the Hassan mention. He would never do that. He would no way.
Oh my god.
Yes, I know Hassan's already come out against all of it. We're joking.
That's why it's hilarious.
That's why it'd be the ultimate turn, because no one saw Hulk Hogan turning heel in '96. He was on the team with Sting and Macho Man Randy Savage. He was the representative of WCW. He was the ultimate good guy. That's the equivalent. That's the joke here.
I'm actually kind of surprised that back in the day when that happened, that the audience bought it. That it wasn't something that they just turned against.
They were in Bobby Heenan with that call. Who's the third man? And the crowd watching as Hulk turns and does the leg drop on Randy Savage. The crowd was throwing shit in the ring, which you don't see that much anymore. At least they were throwing cups and food, and it was insane.
Oh my
it was insane.
I feel like as a viewer, that's got to be one of the most mind-blowing things to ever happen in wrestling. Like, to see that happen, like it'd have been crazy to be there at the time. Anyways, moving on. We will be here until like 1 a.m.
I know. I'm actually seeing the scroll bar. I'm like, oh fuck, David's not.
I will try to go through these quicker, so we're not. Yeah, I will try to
God.
stop the chat at one single thing.
Unless there's another wrestling question. Otherwise, we'll be here for another.
Send any wrestling super chats to Matt.
This is Bender again.
Nicholas Bridges with the super chat. When will Lance take accountability for the fact that his friendship with Ole broke Anna? Is what? Am I missing something here?
I think they're joking.
I know they're joking, but what's the joke in reference of? Was there an actual? Is there a?
I think it's just the fact that it started the podcast. Well, then again, we didn't do this. We were reacting to something else happening externally. Mm-hmm. So even in that scenario, that's not necessarily what happened. Mm-hmm. Also for you.
Narrator with a super chat. TYT is an embodiment of why the culture war is a distraction. It's such a dumb position. It ignores the human cost of the war. Right. I mean, also, you can't have those takes and say the culture war is a distraction because you're adding to it. You're fueling the flames. You're fueling the fire.
That's true. That's true.
Like, you can't, like, it's like being the person who, I don't know, shot Franz Ferdinand and being like, all right, let's all move on and let's not.
That's a good analogy.
This is for Mike.
Oh, just chosen randomly with $5 Canadian. Switched from TYT member to your Patreon due to transphobia. Well, I appreciate you becoming a member. Addicted, unhoused. Comments, etc. Where do we get notified about the monthly Zoom event? So it's always going to be in the community tab on YouTube. On Patreon, I'll make a couple of posts. Usually it's the first Friday of every single month. And I'll usually do a couple of reminders, at least 2. But if you don't see the reminders, if you miss them, it's always going to be the first Friday at every single month. And it starts at 4. I usually am there until like 7:30, 8 p.m. But they're usually longer because people will stay after I leave too. So just look for it around like 4 tomorrow PST.
Bender.
Mr. Husteen, notice how the people complaining about bonus holes probably never have seen one in their life. That's an interesting thing to say after David Dole complained about bonus holes.
I didn't complain about bonus hole. I love the word. I love the term. I'm utilizing.
You were like, I'm never using a bonus hole.
David loves bonus holes. No, I think he professed his love for bonus holes.
No, I said I professed. I don't profess my love for bonus holes.
I mean, I'm hyperbolizing a little bit, but No,
but I'm going to. I'm going to exactly. I have a child. Clearly, I have utilized a bonus hole before. This is a weird conversation.
There's plenty of ways to.
Is the bonus hole?
See, I actually, if we're gonna use like Vegas slot machine lingo here, we should call it like a jackpot hole, right?
We should just call all orifices meat wallets and be done with it. Okay.
There we go.
Everyone's
Perfect.
happy.
Everyone's happy now.
Also, who's to say which hole is the bonus one?
Yeah, you could argue the bonus hole is a different hole.
But everybody has, not all of us have the bonus one. You know what I mean? So that's where I think it kind of.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You know
So
what
in
I mean?
that case, you're right. That would be the bonus hole. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's enough of this.
We really dissected that a little bit too much.
Perfect super chat from Tunbosa Yunuga. Shooting buckets in the bonus hole.
Oh, I hate bonus hole.
Oh my god. Mike.
Narrator with $20. I think this is the second one narrator has sent. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Friendly reminder, Jen Kanana's position on affirmative action is that affirmative action is bad because it causes people to be racist and devalue or belittle POC in positions of esteem. This turn for TYT isn't surprising. Yeah, I can't speak to Anna's position because I don't know it. I haven't seen their video, but I did see Jen's position. And yeah, it's one of those frustrating things where they're basically against something because the right is mad. I'm sorry, I'm not a cuck. I don't kowtow to the right. So yeah, I hate that logic. If you want to be against affirmative action, then I disagree with you, but that's really weak reasoning.
And Jenks always had this position against affirmative action. Like this one isn't new for like he's always had this position. Like there's old videos of him saying the same thing.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that's terrible reasoning. Like the idea of like giving in because of it's just, and again, as we said before, that's not going to stop people saying those things, right? Like it's just, yeah.
No progress because, other people will be mad. Right wingers will be mad.
Yeah. It's just really stupid. This is also you, Mike.
Oh, Wellington Smith, $5. New game on Steam. Thank you, Wellington, by the way. New game on Steam, Oppression Simulator by Turf Inc. That actually could be a funny game. I would back that on Kickstarter. If any game developers want to do that, that'd be funny as hell.
New member for Mike.
Oh, Joe Winograd, thank you so much.
This is Mike.
Scott, $5. The real bonus holes are the friends we made along the way. Oh my god.
That's really good. Bender.
Justin Watt with the $20 super chat. Finally have some extra money to give. Thanks for talking about things on the internet and being super relatable. Thank you so much, Justin. I really appreciate it. And of course, being that you mentioned, I want to make it clear, any money you send my way, or I'm sure everyone else on the show feels the same, it should always be extra spending money. Never give money to us that you need.
Yes.
This is the money you would use to go to the movies or, do some other extracurricular that's just for fun or whatever. Do not give me money that you need to provide for yourself or your family.
Yes.
You and your family come first.
Absolutely. I was afraid because I thought you were going to make a joke, but then you said something serious. I'm like, wait, no, I agree with.
Yeah, no. I'm actually bringing that up all the time because sometimes on my show,
important point. Yeah.
Sometimes on my show, after I make like the Patreon call, like I do every live stream, I like feel bad because I always feel bad self-promoting. Like when I do it on this show, I do it in a joking way. But like when I'm actually being like sincere about it, I always end up feeling automatically bad asking for money. And I have to add that addendum that like, please do not give me money if you cannot afford to do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I never even talk about Patreon because I feel weird about it. Like,
yeah. And by the way, like just if you want to support the show but you can't monetarily, liking the video goes a long way in the algorithm, honestly, and like commenting. Like sometimes I'll just see comments like comment for the algo. That's a huge, that's huge. That's huge. So
and that bell icon, so you know when videos go live.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, listen, if you can't afford to become a member or send super chats or whatever, what you have on your hands is probably time. So you could, of course, donate your entire life to us and watch all of our content. And just nonstop. No, I'm joking, obviously.
Bonus hole deposit. Dominic says that.
Bonus hole deposit.
Oh my god,
this is for you, Bender.
Emo Dragon became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Emo Dragon. Really appreciate it.
Also, Bender.
Love Emo Dragon.
Narrator with, oh my God, jeez, oh boy, $50.
Making
Just
it rain
spreading
on
the
us
love
tonight.
around.
Damn, narrator. Muscatine, Iowa's July 4th parade had a white woman dressed as Matooka, parentheses, Pocahontas, bound by rope, being led by a man riding a horse, celebrating the kidnapping of a 12-year-old. Hot take, that's an honest celebration of America's founding. I don't know what was their point. I think it's important to know what their point was, what it was in their context before I have an opinion on it. I would have to see it because it sounds like it could go, I guess, either way.
Right.
Mike.
Misty Catherine with $5. Thank you so much. Anna is a great example that no one is immune to propaganda. True. TYT likes to watch Fox just to dunk on them, but now they are starting to sound like Fox. Yeah, and that goes for us too. None of us are immune from it. Little tiny things can seep in, and once that seed's there, it can grow. So you've got to make sure you are constantly trying to correct that shit. You know, don't let the propaganda get to you.
I just realized either I skipped a bunch of mine, which I didn't, but they're not showing up in order here for me, because I was like waiting for the next one that I see on my list, and which is from Parker. Maybe it's further down, and it just comes. Oh my goodness, I hope it does. We'll have to see. Because yes, unless these are like for me and you, because just so people know, the chats for Mike and me, I can't tell who's for who unless I look in my own personal chat and see if mine's in there. So Mike may have answered some of yours that are for me, whatever. At least we're responding to it. But I just want to make sure I get to all of them. So, but I'll keep going. And
I was looking up this thing from that last super chat, and I gotta say, I was thrown off by narrator saying how an honest celebration of, America, IMO, he said, or she said, and I was thrown off by that. After looking it up, it doesn't seem like it was it was good whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was thrown off by how he phrased it. I think he was being, tongue in cheek about how.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Oh, here it is. Okay, maybe it is working fine. This is Parker. Says, I just can't believe she seriously said, quote, I don't feel comfortable talking to people outside my race because someone might think / say I'm racist or a Karen. Yeah, she, I guess, tried to clarify it the next day. I'm not sure it really clarified it. It was really, it's a really weird thing to say.
Didn't she also say something about Kyle Rittenhouse? We didn't touch upon that. Didn't she say something?
I didn't watch the clip, so I feel wrong.
Right. So
saying what I heard she said.
But, did Mike, did you catch that?
No, I don't want to comment if I don't know specifically.
Right, yeah. That's why I asked. Yep.
Yeah.
This is Bender.
For Resto with a super chat, the fact that Anna declared she watches Jesse Singal regularly and sees no transphobia there is wild. His entire content is unsubtle transphobia. Yeah, that was very bizarre. That was, I mean, Jesse Singal is basically like the leading transphobic voice in U.S. sort of coverage of trans issues. He's everywhere on that beat, and to say that you consume his content and don't think there's something suspect with it, because and that's putting it mildly, is bizarre.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is for Mike, I think.
Oh, wow. Joe Winograd, $50. Oh, my God. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind. I really appreciate that. Mike, been subbed to your channel for years now. Love to hear that. Became a supporter today. Can't afford more on my Starbucks wage. Oh, please. Well, listen, please do not ever feel compelled to monetarily support the show on your Starbucks wage. Just watching, that's all I could ever ask for. So please don't, offer monetary support if you can't. I hope more people understand that too. But thank you though for your kindness. After watching your vid calling out Jenk and Anna, deeply sharpened my perspective as a cis man. I think the work you do is incredibly important. That means the world to me. I really appreciate you saying that.
I gotta say again, people, if you haven't seen Mike's video, it's really good. It's definitely worth the watch. Check it out. It really breaks down the whole situation, and yeah, just a fantastic video.
Thank you. I tried to be very honest.
And it was like and it was it was measured at what. Not that I would mind if you were just sitting in there and screaming either, but like
measured as my.
Yeah, but it was like it's informative, is what it is. It's very informative. It's
because I always try to be honest, but measured is the word I was looking for, right? Like where it's like I'm trying to I'm still trying to my first video where I talked about that I was trying to reach Jenk and Anna. This video I'm trying to reach people, right?
Yeah,
so I hope that people kind of got what I was or picked up what I was putting down, But yeah, getting tired. Sorry.
No, it's fine. For me, it was the exact same thing. Like my first video was more like the first time we covered it was more trying to reach Anna, and then the second one is like now I got to reach their audience. Like I want their audience because I know at least a portion of their audience watches me, right? So it's like no, I don't want you falling down this trap thinking that trans people are sinking elections. That's so fucking the opposite.
Exactly.
Ridiculous. This is Mike.
Oh, okay. Narrator with $5. Thank you, narrator. Hey, I love when they do this. Hey, David, can you ask Lance what Matt's favorite Chuck Tingle book is?
And then this goes to you.
I'll have to ask Lance what my favorite Chuck Tingle book is next time he's on. Who's Chuck Tingle? What is that?
I thought you would know. I assumed he was a wrestler.
No, I'm looking at a pseudonymous author. Chuck Tingle is a pseudonymous author, primarily of niche gay erotica. Okay.
Even though it said book, it's like if there's a name I don't recognize and it's to Matt, I just assume wrestler. I feel like that's been successful for me most of the time.
I didn't know who Chuck Tingle was until now, and now I'm interested in Chuck Tingle's work.
Are you now?
Joe Hobson, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says I've been watching Katy on Transatlantic and The Line for a while. I love that crew so much. Great guest. And she was absolutely fantastic guest.
Loved her.
Yeah, fantastic. There are portions of that I want to clip out into videos because there's a lot to discuss there.
I'm sorry. I'm reading some of the titles of Jay Tingle. Jay Tingle. That's actually someone who listens to the show. Chuck Tingle's. I'm sorry, Jay Tingle. I'm looking at Chuck Tingle's bibliography. Is that what it's called when their line of work with books? Whatever. The titles are something else. Helicopter Man Pounds Dinosaur Billionaire Ass, a novel. My Billionaire Triceratops Craves Gay Ass.
These are book titles.
I'm gay for my living billionaire jet plane. Space Raptor Butt Invasion. I have no butt and I must pound.
These are very creative. You can see why there's a following there.
Apparently, they've won a Hugo Award before, and so then one of their titles was slammed in the butt by my Hugo Award nomination. I want to check this out. This is good.
I'm officially intrigued.
I am.
Wow, that sounds crazy. Bender.
Kowalski with a super chat. The United States will always do what's right. I think Kowalski got another super chat coming up.
Yes.
Kowalski continues with another super chat after exhausting all other options.
This one is for me. Kowalski, I'm not leaving the U.S. I'm going full John Brown. Well, that's always an option.
Well, then we'll all come to Kowalski's farm. He could hide us there. We'll form an anti-fascist militia.
Bender.
Narrator with a super chat. MLK had a 75% disapproval rating before he died. This is true, and also in reference to, when Anna mentioned how her reimagined version of civil rights in this country, which is honestly a version that a lot of white Americans believe, because it's the sanitized version that we're taught in school, where the civil rights movement was successful because they were completely and entirely peaceful, and the country saw what the police were doing to these peaceful protesters, and their heart went out to these civil rights protesters, and they turned on the authorities and stood toe to toe with the civil rights protesters and demanded justice for them, which is just not true. That's not what happened.
This is Bender.
Wanda became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Wanda. Really appreciate all your continued support.
This is for me. Lebowski says, would you ever have the amazing atheist on the Leftist Mafia? He would make for an interesting conversation on your show. It's not someone that really comes to mind for me personally. I've seen a video here or there. I don't really watch much of his content. But I don't know.
I've watched TJ for a while. I'd love to talk to him.
Narrator of the super chat, Matt, you're grifting wrong. You're supposed to not care about the money face emojis. See, that's why you have that Matt Binder guarantee that I'll never be able to grift, because I just can't do it right. There you go.
And you got 2 new members here.
Ooh, Andrew Clement became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it. And Jesse Link became a YouTube member. Really appreciate it. Listen, I'm jotting down the names of everyone who becomes a member on the launch day of the YouTube memberships on the channel, and I will be shouting you guys out for all eternity on the live streams.
And you got more coming up in a second, but this chat's also for you.
Blex actually with a super chat. Thank you to Tokyo Hans for gifting me a membership, so I don't have to pay Binder any money directly. Oh, and we should mention, I don't think StreamYard caught this. I guess they don't catch gift memberships. Earlier, Tokyo Hans gifted 10 memberships to the channel.
Oh, wow.
I think which is fantastic. I get that. I should be clear. I get that money, but according to YouTube's terms, the gifted memberships don't count towards that one-time incentive. They want individuals. But listen, that's the one-time incentive. Gift memberships you could continuously do, and I'll still get that money.
Awesome. This is you, new member.
Venetia David, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. I really appreciate it.
This is for me, Pitchforks Dragon. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. This is for you.
Donald James X became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Donald. I'm noticing all the usual suspects who are always in the live chat. I'm noticing you guys. Thank you, Donald.
Also for you.
Think Ronicity. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And I'm also noticing names that are not familiar to me. So thanks so much, Think Ronicity.
Jay Cass says, David and Lance, can you guys sponsor me to migrate the hell out of here? Worst of all, I'm in Texas, willing to concede Canadian bacon greater than regular bacon. Yes, it is. Especially if you have I'm forgetting the name of it now. But there's like a breakfast. It's like my favorite breakfast thing, and it's too late. I can't even remember it. But there's like eggs, and then there's hollandaise sauce on top of it, and eggs Benedict. Freaking amazing. My favorite breakfast thing, and with Canadian bacon, it is fantastic. I agree. Thank you, Jay. And sorry, we can't sponsor you. It doesn't. It's like, from what I understand, it's actually pretty hard to immigrate here. But I don't know.
It is. I've actually looked, unironically.
Is it? Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
That's what I hear. It's a tough process.
I mean, maybe the first step could be moving out of Texas.
Maybe, but, just move
Texas,
somewhere blue. A little easier.
But Texas has some real good, nice, I've never been, but I hear so many nice things about Austin and Dallas and other major metropolitan areas.
I hear the people there generally are pretty like nice and welcome.
Right.
So, this is you, Bender.
Oh, Pinkerbell. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member.
You got 4 in a row here.
Oh, Nominal Times. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Mo Noep. I'm sorry if I'm saying your username wrong, but Mo Noep, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And Katy Sheppy, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Really appreciate it, all of you. It means a lot. I'm actually
You're gonna hit that 30 very soon, man.
Pleasantly surprised at how quickly it's. Yeah, I wasn't.
And Katy,
expecting.
I recognize from Twitter. She's active.
Yes,
on
I
there
do. I recognize Katy as well.
She does look familiar. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I following? Let me make sure I'm following her.
Think this is. So they redacted the message, so maybe I shouldn't read it. The message is redacted in my chat, but it's here, but it's over here. I'm gonna not read it because maybe you don't want me to read it. But thank you, Nathan, for your super chat.
I was not following Katy already, but
Katy's
I fixed that. Sorry, Katy.
This is for Mike.
Oh, a super sticker from Linda Juliana Hoxa. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you so much. I wish I could see the super sticker. Let me check really quick. Okay. It's a little fox with some hearts, and he's making like a little scary face. It's kind of tiny, but yeah, thank you. It's very cute. Love it.
This is for Bender.
Venetia David with another super chat. Let's get Matt that cash. I'm pretty sure we're gonna do it. The YouTube incentive. I already got it for signing up for the membership, and I think we're definitely gonna hit it. So I really appreciate it, you guys. Really, I mean, YouTube's gonna give me free extra money just for turning something on that Mike and David already have been doing. So. I really appreciate you all helping out there because it means a lot to me.
Ezra's gonna have a good birthday this year, folks.
Now you can pay off that jersey. There you go.
Yeah.
Bender.
Themic with a $10 super chat. None of you addressed Team Rocket running loose for decades. Pro-crime left, typical. Now I'm going to be every type of phobic because of this fringe issue I've cared deeply about for the past 15 minutes. Listen, we got to give it up for Team Rocket because they've always been prepared to fight. So I don't know.
You got 2 members, Bender, here.
Daniel Castle become a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Daniel. Bay Photo became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Bay Photo.
Oh my God, there's so much. We're gonna be here so long.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna try to roll through.
We really, we have to speed up.
Pitchfork Dragon. When Anna says transphobic, anti-poor, anti-unhoused, tough on crime bullshit, their own chat is like, nope, that's not it. That's not progressive. That's interesting. I would I've actually gone and read like YouTube chats after the fact, like on the videos, but I'd be curious live because the live audience you would assume is more is going to be less, right wingers being like, yay, I support whatever you're saying. So that's interesting that there is some pushback there, which is good. I mean, good to see.
I just noticed something really quick. I'm sorry. I noticed that
no, go ahead.
Both of your guys' channels, like as the show progressed, and obviously we get into the super chat area and it's getting late. Some people decide to leave. Your channels have, your viewers are smart and they've went to bed. My channels only gained viewers as we continue.
Let me look at my analytics here. Oh yeah, mine has gone down a little bit since we did do super chats. Interesting.
I haven't checked mine.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I guess it's probably because you do a lot of a regular
I do
call-in
late night
show.
streams.
So,
I do a lot of late night streams.
streams.
People are probably used to it. I mean, last night I was here till 1. So.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
This is for me, Snack Panther, $5. Thank you so much. Says I watched Lance's video and I wish I was shocked with the heel turn of Anna and Jank. Great show tonight, folks. Thank you so much, Snack. Bender, you got 2 more of these.
Dig It Dave became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Dave. Really appreciate it. And Matt Claremont became a YouTube member. Matt, great name too, by the way. Great taste in who you give your membership to, and great taste in names. Kudos to your mom for naming you.
Shout out to Matt's mom.
Mike.
Celeste with $1.99. We need more women here. Imagine how tired we are. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Maravilla 3X says, would you guys invite Anna Kasparian on TLM since she acknowledged the podcast? Well, we said earlier, yes.
We would, absolutely.
Yeah, if she, I mean, again, it depends. obviously, I'm not sure. I can't speak for everyone here, right? Like on the whole podcast. But in terms of like Bender said yes, I said yes, Mike said yes.
I always say I'll talk to anybody. You know, if anything, there's, I mean, it's worth it in terms of, even if, you know, I went on Tim Pool's show, just like Lance did and Emma did. And the purpose of all of us going on these shows is never like we're going to change that individual's mind. Hopefully in a case of someone who supposedly is on, you know, the left, that conversation would be more fruitful than one with someone like Tim Pool. But at the end of the day, it is, like I said, the point is to reach to those viewers of that other person and give them another perspective on this, and hopefully, you know, change their mind at the very least, or give them a new perspective to ponder about.
Nathan Drake says the New Brunswick provincial government passed a new law requiring the trans students under 16 be outed to their parents. Yeah, sorry, I did hear a lot about this that we didn't address earlier. I'm surprised you and Lance didn't cover this. Yes, no, that's right. I typically don't cover many provincial, like, unless it's my province, Ontario, so I'm more familiar. People expect me to like be very knowledgeable on what's going on in Canada. That's not what I read about and cover and follow every day. Like I maybe I should be, but it's impossible for me to juggle all these things at once. So I typically know like federally what's going on. I know provincially generally what's going on. But separate provinces, like I don't follow that closely. There's a lot of news and it's hard to disseminate all of it. But yes, that did happen, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you, Nathan. This is for Bender.
Mr. Hustin, we were able to forge the path to gay riots through a riot. Yeah.
Gay riots through a riot. Yep.
Banquet of Leviathan says, let me know if this works. It does. $20. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, I don't think that last super chat was for me, but I read it anyway. I'm looking at my own channel.
This one?
I didn't see that.
This one should be.
Really? I don't see it on my thing.
It's linked to you. And the only chats I do know are yours, are the ones that I do know who they belong to are yours, because there's like an extra icon beside it.
Glitch on YouTube's end over here, because this one's not showing up. Weird.
Bizarre.
I believe you, though.
This is mine, yes. Snack Panther says, make no mistake, trans rights are human rights. You can't call yourself progressive when human beings are in peril. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Snack Panther. Bender.
Narrator, you are, I don't know what you got going on. But wow, man. $10 super chat from Narrator. The true test of an ally is calling them a bigot. They can defend themselves, they can attack back, or they can take a moment and ask introspective questions. Only the latter is a true ally. I mean, that's a great point. Absolutely, Narrator. Right. I mean, a term like that would only really bother you if you were actually worried of being outed as an actual bigot. Right. Otherwise, you know, that being called that wouldn't mean anything to you. It would just cause, like you said, that introspection as to why someone would call you that.
Yeah. Hello, somebody says, one, TYT is not anti-trans, and they are not becoming a right-wing grift, because I've watched every TYT episode since 2015, just like how I've watched every Mike Dave clip since near inception. All right, so I will say it's going to be hard for you to. So in terms of the actual intent, again, we discussed. No one knows for sure, right, why they are saying the things they're saying. What matters is the actual impact. So that's what we should be focusing on, is the actual impact of. We discussed all this earlier, of what their words are on the audience they're saying it to. But look, I can relate in terms of your unwillingness, or it's your attachment to this idea of what they are, because I began watching them before you did, actually. 2012, 2013, around the Mitt Romney Obama election is when I began watching TYT. So it's, you know, you watch somebody for that long, you develop, like, you know, some sort of like familiarity and relationship with those people, with that show. And it's very hard to accept when those people who you trusted for so long are now saying something that is so clearly destructive. So look, I'm not sure. I'm not going to change your mind in terms of maybe how you think about them or what they're talking about, but I just want you to understand what they are saying is harmful. And we've already discussed, like, but go watch Mike's video. I would say Mike's video even over mine, like, to really give you an idea of what the whole discussion is about, and to give you a clear breakdown of all of it. Because it could be hard to digest, but you have to be willing to open yourself up to changing how you feel about them. That's just my
real quick. I just want to say that for me, if you watch my video, I hope that the takeaway wasn't that I'm calling them anti-trans or transphobic.
Yeah, they
make anti-trans comments, but for me, this is about being good allies and bad allies. My contention is that they are shit allies. If they're even allies, that's debatable at this point. And so the goal was to communicate why I think that as allies, they have fallen out of that status. So I'm not trying to make like an umbrella categorization, transphobic, anti-trans. That wasn't the goal overall, because, hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, Matt. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. I wanted you to say so. I think to someone like this, I would say this. Let's say on these, let's take the thing where where this all started with Anna coming out of the blue and making a whole big deal out of what was it, the birthing person term. That was the original trans inclusionary language that bothered her. If let's say that it really did bother her, but as an ally and as someone in the space and someone in her position, she just had to take a look at how that's actually affecting people's lives, how relevant that actually is, and what her opinion on this personal issue that no one is really dealing with. No cisgender woman is being called a birthing person in a regular sort of setting where it would bother them, please. But so instead of looking at that and seeing how coming out against that would affect the broader trans discussion, an ally would at the very least been like, you know what, it might personally bother me, if I was referred to by that term, but it's not worth bringing up. The pain it's going to cause, the outrage. So that's a personal pain. I'm just going to keep it to myself and continue to advocate for trans issues and be an ally on the policies and the trans rights that truly do affect people by and large on an everyday basis. But she didn't do that. So at the very least, she couldn't even, decide when to just not speak out on something like that. So, I think that's like something to consider too. If you're someone who doesn't want to admit what they're saying is wrong, think about what was the purpose, the relevance of them coming out and doing that? Why did she have to make that stand on that issue?
Yeah, and I brought this up to her on Twitter, and then she didn't respond to me. This is a more recent interaction where I'm like, you have to understand the power of your platform. Like what you focus on matters. The way people are listening to what you are saying. I forget my exact words, but basically saying that what you decide to make a discussion out of, that matters immediately. Like what you're focusing on, what you're highlighting, using your platform, that matters. That it in itself has an impact. And TYT has discussed this before. This is where I learned this shit. How mainstream media, how they frame issues, what issues they focus on, how that changes narratives. This is shit they know about. So which makes it all the more bizarre.
And one last thing that I want to say about that is that Matt's point about second guessing what you're going to say if you or thinking more deeply about what you want to say, the broader impact is really important. But all of us, it's not even that, hey, you shouldn't have done that. It's just, hey, recognize that you got it wrong and then apologize. Because nobody expects somebody to be a perfect ally. I don't expect even my own family members to be perfect allies. My mom sometimes will admit oh man, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this to you. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm like, no, we're human beings, right? So you're not going to be perfect. Nobody expects perfection. But if you mess up, then you just simply, you can either choose to double down and harden your stance, or you can try to learn from these people in the community who you purport to be an ally of. And if you choose to not do that, you're not a good ally. You're not an ally.
Bare minimum, just drop it completely and stop talking about it. I mean, bare minimum. I mean,
that's very easy to do.
Yeah.
This is for me. Pandora Brian, thank you for the 199. Says, so awesome to see Katy on Left's Mafia. Yes, absolutely. I'm glad a lot of you, the audience, knows who she was. There's so many people out there. I had no idea till Lance invited her on.
Yeah,
but, I'm really glad that she was on and we had that discussion.
I want to bring her on more, but I feel bad that she has to be, up in the middle of the night.
I know, yeah. That's the same thing I said to Cavernacle. I'm like, I would love to have you on, but then just don't feel forced, don't feel pressured, because I know it's 2 a.m. there. It can be hard for some people overseas.
Yeah.
This is for Binder.
Omega with a $10 super chat. This went so far even for Benny's taste. Anna and Jenk seriously need to open their minds, given how TYT got many of us in leftism, and this polling and election nonsense is a crutch that's false and cringe AF. Yes, I agree, Omega.
This is for me. Hello, somebody again says, thanks for the $10. Says, I fear a lot of the trans combat on Twitter recently is a result of 20 years of instigators and provocateurs trying to divide the left. What does OTOH mean again?
I don't know. Checking.
I forget what that means.
On the other hand.
On the other hand, and as a result, Jenk and Anna are acting like children. Oh, okay, so you get it. This is from the same person earlier. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
because we're not randos. Right? We're not instigators. We're trying to, we're friends.
No, okay. To that point, I'm sure, as we said earlier, yes, we have discovered people out there that are trying to instigate, but that doesn't change what they have said on their platform, what they have used the platform. That's regardless of any instigator. If there was no Twitter that existed, I'd be like, why are they saying these things? And you know what I mean? Twitter is not the reason why we are, engaged in this debate.
Yeah.
Losing my place. Mary Morrissey with a very generous $19.99.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Mary. Says, I never liked TYT, but I really feel we're going to find a financial grift going on here too. Anna called out Olay because Cuddle the White Lady pissed her off. Yeah,
that shouldn't piss her off.
This is something that we all have to deal with, understand at some point. Is getting called a name is not the end of the world. Being sworn at or someone being mean to you should not dictate where your politics are. That's
also, what's with white people getting so angry about being called white? I mean, it's the weirdest thing in the world. I'll never understand it.
I know. As white people, and I say this as a white person, so I'm not racist against white people, let's not be super sensitive, okay? If Cuddle the White Lady makes you mad, you need...
That's actually...
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's a pretty kind insult, actually.
Right? And we were cuddling her. We were going out of our way. We had kid gloves on. So it's where's the lie?
And to be fair, for a reason at the time, because we thought that we could change her mind. It just didn't, and we were wrong.
We were wrong. Ole was right.
Unless we're proven wrong later on, then we'll be surprised. Hello, somebody. Again, thank you so much. Very generous today. Says 3. I watched Benny's and Mike's video today, and I am not convinced. I think TYT is simply acting defensively, and they have had wrong takes. There was also a lot of. So I think so. I guess the crux of your argument is you're not convinced about the grifter part of it. Again, I would just say it doesn't matter what their intent is. I don't think there should be an over focus on that because it's impossible to know, obviously. So if you don't think they're grifting, that's fine. Then they're useful idiots. To me, me and Ole, behind the scenes kind of had a disagreement about this. I don't think useful idiot is a kinder thing to say than a grifter. I don't think calling somebody a useful idiot is a defense of them. Some people may think differently, but I don't view that as a defense of somebody. I just think it's a different intent behind what they're saying. But regardless, the impact is what matters.
Yeah, and you don't have to be convinced. What I want the takeaway to be from my video is how to be a good ally. And I'm just sharing my own perspective on this. Just if you want to be a really good ally, don't do what TYT does. But I mean, you don't have a large platform, so even if you did, it wouldn't have the impact, right?
This is for me, Robbie, 82. Thank you for the $2. Says, gets Sandy Loves from left of the box. I think you
love them.
Yeah, didn't you bring them up in your video? I think.
Yeah. I put a little clip of them in my video. They also had a really good take on this. I'd love to bring them on. I think that Sandy is a great person. Really, really insightful. Also Canadian. So yeah, I'd love to get them on.
I think this is for you, Mike.
Okay, Stoic Jeff with $10. Thank you so much. On Philosophy Tube, there's a video called I Emailed My Doctor 133 Times. The video is on the horror of the trans healthcare system in UK. I learned a lot. Interesting. I have not seen that. I do love Philosophy Tube. I'll have to check that out, though, because, yeah, Abigail Thorne is amazing. Huge shout out to her. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Hello. I just realized Hello Somebody has a lot of chats coming my way on this. There's like it goes to 7, so I gotta say thank you very much, Hello Somebody.
Wow.
There's 4, and it's not just on Twitter. If you boil it down, however, it is my impression that it is just one big misunderstanding. I happen to agree that we should not emphasize trans women in sports. I don't think it fucking. Again, watch my video. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't has no impact at all.
I don't understand that term though. We should not emphasize. It's not
exactly.
Like
this is the thing as well. Nobody
is right.
The right wing is like no one else is emphasizing this. This is not a thing. Which is also why that video from them is so bizarre. As if like no one is emphasizing this point. Like the right wing is making this into something.
Like putting it like that makes it sound like there is like someone's pitching a tent and like signing up trans athletes on the spot. Like it just doesn't. There's no emphasis. There's just literally just a few instances, literally just a handful of instances throughout the country of and usually at the high school or college level. So in a lot of cases, we're talking about literal kids who are trans and want to play sports that match their gender identity. And sometimes they have no choice. There are even many occasions where there's the famous example of that wrestler, the trans wrestler. I forgot his name. I think it's Mac or something like that, where he wanted to face other men, but because the school viewed him as a female, he had to face other women. And then the right used that to say, look at this trans woman beating up other women, when it was actuality a trans man being forced to face other women.
Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing how they twist, because they work on the ignorance of people, right? Like
Mac Beggs, that's his name.
That's why the propaganda is successful, is because they work in that ignorance.
Yeah, and on my channel, dozens of trans videos, like 2 of them are about sports. So
yeah, it's not a thing. It's just yeah, whatever. There's more. I'll get to the rest of their chat in a second here, but this is, I think, for Mike.
Okay, Jay Cass with $5. Thank you so much. Who do y'all think is the next left commentator / influencer to grift to the right? My money's on David. Definitely not from Matt Binder's camp. I think we've been asked this question before too. I don't
want to play guessing games with people that are currently saying doing the right. Like they're gonna go to the right. Like it's.
Let's hope nobody. Okay,
Sam Cedar.
Yeah,
Sam Cedar is gonna make it the ultimate.
I would think probably out of anybody, he's the one I would least suspect. So it's gonna be
right. Yeah,
he's the third man. except Ultimate Swerve, the team he joins isn't the team we were talking about before. The team he joins is Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin looking for a new member.
Oh my! There'd be no bigger twist than that. He couldn't even pull that off. He's too smart to pull that off. It would just it'd be like he'd have to play really dumb, and I don't think he's smart enough to play that stupid.
Exactly.
Well, you don't know Sam Cedar.
Well, shots fired.
They have done those. They have done those parody episodes where him and Michael pretended to be like right wingers, so that like hosting a radio show. So it is possible they could do it. All right. Hello, somebody I think finishes their point here. So this is the next 3. $10 super chat. Thank you again. Says because it's a long. So this is okay. Just to end from the previous sentence. I happen to agree that we should not emphasize trans women in sports. Because it's a losing issue, not just electorally. Did did you watch? You give me so much super chat money here. Did you watch my video? It's not even if this is the point that you're like dying on it, it's not a loser electorally. Midterms were all about this shit. Anyway, sorry. But because it has given the ammunition to the right that sticks, and it's okay to have minor disagreements. Okay.
But you understand what so let's look even more broadly for you. We're not just talking about this issue affecting trans people. This issue is also going to affect mainly cisgender women. There's already story after story after story of someone looking, someone at their granddaughter's track race or granddaughter's swim race, and there is a woman they're facing who I guess has slightly more masculine features than what that parent or grandparent deems makes you a legitimate feminine person. And they demand that this child's genitalia being checked to prove they are actually a real cisgender woman. It's ridiculous, and this stuff does not just affect trans people, and we want to talk about like the disgusting sort of shit we put our children through in this country. This trans panic is going to not just greatly hurt trans people and trans kids, but it's also going to really fuck the heads of cisgender kids as well, who have to go through this bullshit just because they don't look feminine enough in the eyes of some 75-year-old boomer.
Yeah, and let me just say, I want to plug David Dole's video again because it's not a losing issue. Also, on the note that Matt Binder pointed out, I actually did a video a couple of weeks back about an old man. He's a grandfather in Kelowna who actually did this. He accused a cis girl of being trans. And in that video, I provide you with arguments about why this issue is being weaponized by the right and counter arguments that you can use to respond. I'm not a sports person, but the arguments that I have are political in nature, just practical arguments about how, hey, did you know that there's only 150 trans athletes in total in the United States? So statistically, you are more likely to get shocked by lightning or bitten by a shark than to encounter a trans athlete. This is a non-issue. Did you know that attorneys general or Republican politicians can't cite one example of a trans kid causing a disruption? Did you know that there was only one known trans athlete in Kentucky, and that little girl helped form her entire hockey team, but then she was banned from her sport? She's a middle schooler. So these are things that you need to think about, because don't argue on the right's terms. Reshift the narrative, right? Because you don't have to cede ground to them if you think it's a losing issue. You can still hold strong, not cede ground, but also dismantle what they're saying, because what they're saying is fucking bullshit. We have the facts on our side. They don't, which is why they cherry pick these little anecdotes.
And just to be clear, so we're not called like bad faith or anything. Like, so Cenk's position is that he doesn't care about high school. Like high school trans kids, like he doesn't care about them being in whatever sport. His issue is like at the professional level, like the Olympics or whatever. Which is
how many?
There's like what, 7 people?
Happening.
It's exactly. It's not. He mentioned like somebody in like, I don't know, in some Canadian city, which I'm in Canada. I've never heard of this case, but some Canadian person was like weightlifting and they're trans and they lifted some. I don't know. Again, this shit's so.
When has anyone ever cared about weightlifting in this country? Like, when has weightlifting been something you've been paid attention to?
Exactly. The idea of conceding to any of this is completely ridiculous. And I don't. This is. Anyways, we've spoke to death about this. Let me finish.
I know we.
Six says. Again, hello, somebody says, time will tell, and I do not follow Twitter. I simply think TYT is arguing the wrong way. Cenk is arguing defensively like a child. Yeah, the amount of like screaming and vitriol he had on this, like it was like so disproportionate to like what is actually important and happening. It was wild to watch. And Seven says, and OMG, they are not expanding to the right. Mike Bender, and now all I disagree with TYT often, but you are wrong with your description. As I type, you are creating imaginary falsehoods. They're moving their audience to the right. Like whether or not you think they're trying to get a right-wing audience, they're the audience that currently this is the actual threat. The audience that currently watches them, that I would say is not on the right, largely, obviously. They're moving them to the right on this issue. That's the issue with the focus on these things that are not worthy of focusing on.
Right.
This is for Bender.
Oh, let's see. Narrator. Anna's not going to self-correct in the spotlight. The work she needs to do has to be without an audience. Her pride isn't going to allow otherwise. I mean, I don't know, but that's too personal of a. But I suspect, based on most people, you're right. That's probably how most people would react when they're put on the spot to double down, so they don't, look foolish publicly.
Yep.
I will say it's 12:13. Do you guys mind if I roll through mine really quick? And then
feel free. Yeah. No, okay. I totally get it.
I have to go to bed.
You're good. You're good.
I gotta wake up early to bring my kid to daycare and stuff.
I know it is so late. Right. Holy shit.
It's very late. All right. Bayphoto says there's
gotta take your kids to daycare for another day of making YouTube videos.
That's life. Both parents work.
I know. I'm joking.
We got no. Also, actually, daycare and school, and just generally, I wish I was in daycare when I was young, because I think I would be a lot better socially. Like, my kid is getting exposed to socially in the way that I never was.
That's good. Yeah.
Just that alone is worth it for him. Bayphoto says there's so much I could say about Jenk and Anna, but instead I'll just ask David to give my money to Olay. Olay has an actual Cash App.
Yes.
I forget what it is, but there you go. Sorry, this may not be for. Oh, this is for me. So Ren says, did you ever finish Warhammer 40k Boltgun? I am stuck on a boss and I have not gone back. I don't like hard boss fights. They've ruined so many games for me. But I do want to go. That game is super fun. I do want to go back and finish it when I can. Let me find the next one. It is from Banana Slug Dragon. What a name. Here we go. The fact that Ben felt the need to leave TYT. I love watching John, JR, Dr. I think it's Richard Rashad, says you have all been more than kind. You need to be on more than once a week. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for saying that.
Sorry, I gotta find my place here. There are two members, Thoreen and Robbie 82. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Mary, I will find you. Oh my! The amount of scrolling I'm doing here, guys. we love this support. I'm not complaining. I'm just I'm amazed by how much support there is tonight. Like, it is.
There's a lot tonight.
I'm telling you, this show is taking off. We should maybe start really looking into people have been requesting that live show, because people want to see us.
This is wild. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna find you. Unless I hope I didn't skip you, Mary. Where are you at? What time is this posted at? Mary was 11:20. Here we go. Mary Alberto says, "I thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the work you three do. You guys really make a difference and help many of us keep sane with all the craziness going on in the world of media." Thank you so much, Mary.
That's really
kind.
Thank
you very much for your super chat.
You all are so sweet.
Next one is EJ at 11:24. EJ says, "I need to see Emma on here soon." Yes, we are very bad at planning and inviting people, but yes.
Well, actually, I made the joke to Emma today when I was on Majority Report that it actually probably worked out in everyone's favor for her to specifically not be on this week's show.
But it does feel like she's a little more open to maybe discussing some of her feelings now on this. So
yeah, she definitely
maybe
is.
she'd be okay with it.
I also think she doesn't want to be pigeonholed into the fact that she needs to speak out every time.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah. I don't want to put her in an uncomfortable position.
No,
I want her to have
she's
fun.
Happy to do it, but
same with Benny. Like, I want her to come on and have fun and not have to talk about bullshit. So yeah.
Carl Peter says, "Take my TYT money. Jenk is similar to Trump every time he turns on someone." Yeah, it is. It is wild to see him not be willing to open up to new information. And he's the one that always discusses how hard it is to get outside of your own perspective. And then here he is, stuck in his own perspective. Like, good Lord.
How do you go?
It is wild. Koru says, "What is a bonus hole?" So, okay.
You can look it up. We're not going.
Google it. We don't need to rehash that discourse. Bonus hole is gonna become.
I'm
a thing
sure he brought it up earlier.
Show.
It's a thing that Anna brought up on a right-wing podcast, and it was a way to be like, look at how crazy some of these people are, these trans activists, and it wasn't even like I don't know, it was some LGBTQ group just suggesting from 3 years ago a different word for, the bonus hole.
To break it down even further, it's so important of an issue. The entirety of your politics needs to revolve around it. There you go.
You should fear this one thing, and
it's funny. I've not heard a single person know of this at all. Not just queer people, but leftists in general.
It's literally the same thing as the birthing person thing. It literally is the same thing. A very specific terminology that's used in such small, specific settings that the vast majority of people are never going to be in. And even the people who are in it mostly do find themselves in those positions, do not hear that term either themselves. To even make a thing of it is so ridiculous.
Wow, I'm scrolling past a lot of new memberships for Binder, so you got a lot of names to read out later, buddy. You definitely hit that number. You definitely hit that number. Trying to find, here we go. Canada Rock says, I was a TYT member until about 2 weeks ago before the tweet. And I can confirm that the chat really was letting them have it, especially me. I was done with their BS even before that tweet. Good shit.
That's interesting.
I'm glad. It's because, again, I'm worried about the impact. So I'm glad to hear that a lot of the people watching and the people that are more engaged in the chat were speaking out against. Really, that's, I think, is encouraging.
Yeah, watching critically is important. That includes me. That includes David, Matt, all of us. Watch us critically,
Absolutely. Deprogramming says, have you guys seen Jenks' last tweet about Benny? Lance brought it up earlier. I haven't read it yet, but I think it was read out earlier. But
I read it
you read
a little while ago. It's
wild. Where am I? Checkmark verified account says, good stream, get some sleep. Oh, I will shortly. I'm almost done here. Narrator says, Robert Byrd, 1964, civil rights are a losing issue. You often wonder where some of these people would be in different eras and what they'd be arguing. Stoic Jeff, thank you for becoming a member. And last one, Daporize says, parents don't sleep. So
that's true.
That's why I got to get every little bit I can. All right. Yep. Thank you all so much. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your stream.
We will.
Thank you, so David.
Much, David. Have a great
Good night.
Yes. Take care.
Peace. I gotta say, with how David was building up how many super chats were left, I was expecting him to go on himself a lot longer, which means that we are in for quite a lot, I think.
We're like a little over halfway through the scroll bar. So we'll start going. This one's for you.
Can you see yours though? Like maybe his went pretty quick by him just going through his. Maybe we should do it that way. You want to just go through yours and then I go through mine after I read this one?
Well, by process of elimination, I'll find them all. I don't.
Okay, so we'll just continue we're doing.
I don't want to lose my place.
Yeah, sure.
Because I have. So yeah, we'll continue, but I'll try to be quicker for mine. But this one's for you.
Katy Sheppy with a super chat. My workday was so long and boring. Thank you guys for the laughs on these Thursday evenings. It cheers me up. Praying hands emoji, heart emoji. Katy, thank you so much. Katy, you were a regular face in the live chat, I remember. I hope everything's going well. Great to see you back. I don't think you've been missing, but I recall seeing you all the time. So great to see you again.
All right, this one's from me, from Kowalski. So we have a farmer with a carrot emoji, angry emoji, tractor emoji, fire emoji, blood emoji, fire emoji, blood emoji. Uh-oh. I'm getting some bad vibes from this. Meat emoji, sleep emoji, police emoji, Kowalski. This is... I'm worried, man.
I can't even think about what he's trying to tell us, right?
I hope you're doing okay. We'll just say that. The emojis are worrying me. All right, this one is for you, Matt.
Congressional baseball fan with a super chat. Just like a no-hitter, we can't mention Binder's mic quality until the game is finished. Play ball. We'll see. So far, so good.
All right, Matt, another one.
So Ren with a super chat. So Mike never decided to help you with beard care, eh? Just kidding. Love you, Binder.
I mean, look at it. His beard looks great.
It looks like I trimmed it.
It looks great.
If it's too long, I can't wrangle it like you can.
I will. One of these days, I'll send Binder a care package. Of a bunch of products that he will never use.
If you send them, I will.
Okay. All right, here's another one for you.
Red Blitz Ridden with a $10 super chat. Well said, Matt. Wooey, that was fire. Up the punks. The other crew, squares. JK, I bust balls too, no matter how generic this sounds right now. Thank you, Red Blitz.
All right, we've got 3 members for you.
Ooh, Brandon Woods, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thorin, thank you so much for becoming a member. Kitty's Hooch, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Really appreciate it all.
I like that name. All right, this one is for me, Matt B, $4.99. Thank you so much. Hey, Mike, can you give this to Matt for me? Here you go, Matt. LOL. I don't think TYT are transphobes or racist or anything. They're just being stubborn or wrong. I mean, that's possible. Yeah. As David was saying, for me now, my concern is mostly the audience, but I do feel hopeful after seeing the other super chats. We have 5 super chats for Matt.
You mean members?
Members. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me name each one. And just go through as soon as I say their name, and then I'll thank them all. So Andrea Freeland, Geek Boy. Oh, look at this guy, the Humanist Report,
Imposter,
Congressional Baseball Fan, and Stoic Jeff. Thank you all 5 of you for becoming members. Really appreciate it. Except for that Humanist Report guy. I don't know about him. I'm questioning why he's try to get inside my private YouTube channel to maybe steal my my members.
All right, this one is for me. $5 from Archangel. Thank you so much. Mike and David, what are your thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom? I love the vehicle building aspect, but what do you both love about the game? I just finished it on the 4th of July, actually. I got a little bit tipsy and finished it. Love it so much. I just love exploration in general. I know that's a generic answer, but just like discovering random things like Korok seeds and shrines. That is so much fun. And I really never got bored. I found all 152 shrines, did not get bored doing it. I did cheat, look up where some of them were. But the exploration, hands down. Okay, we've got 3 more members for you, Matt.
Ooh, the Pento 5. AOD fan, and you're making me really work to pronounce this. J Kish Hobby Yokum. I hope I said it right. Thank you all so much for becoming YouTube members.
And then I got a $50 no message. Let me see if there's a sticker with that. Wow, that is incredibly generous.
Yeah, you can't just say 50.
Thank you so much. Oh my god.
You gotta do what I do and go like $50.
Yeah, no message, no sticker. Wow. Well, thank you so much. Oh my god, please, just don't send money that you can't afford to send. Right? This is just extra.
You got no idea. This person could be balling. You got no clue, man.
We could be getting billionaire funding, and we just don't even know it, right?
There's
a secret billionaire who's helping leftists.
For all we know, George Soros runs a network of fake accounts that he gives out money to leftist streamers with. That's all. For all we know, that's what happens.
Now you're saying that though, that's gonna get clipped, and people are gonna be like, "Did Matt just spill the beans on a secret?" All right, we've got some more super chats for you.
All right, let's do this. Jesse Link with a super chat. Happy birthday, Ezra. Today my daughter is 2 years old. Oh, awesome.
Aww.
Happy birthday to your daughter, Jesse.
Yeah.
Two's a fun... my daughter just turned 4 a little over a month ago. And it's a fun age, especially for girls, I feel like. My son, I think I'm having the most fun with him now because he's getting really into sports, and so our interests are overlapping, and we're playing video games, playing Fortnite all the time. But I feel like my daughter, like this age range, like 2 to hopefully into 5, 6, and 7 and onwards. But we're having fun with her too as she gets into her things, dancing and music and stuff like that.
They're developing their personalities, and that's adorable. Yep. Love that. Here's another one for you.
Good for Gabby with a $20 super chat. Hey, Binder, I saw the Cramps at CBGB's in NYC in the 80s. Plus, I joined Patreon, and oh my God, Jenk is off. Oh no. Cringe face emoji, heart emoji, and salute emoji. Yeah, I was actually shocked the last time CBGB's came up on this stream, and it seemed like the majority of people did not remember or ever hear of CBGB's, which was a little bit scary to me. Really showing my age, I guess. Really showing our age. Good for Gabby. But good to know there's someone who remembers it with me.
Hang on. I don't think we're that apart in age. How old did you say you were?
I'm 36.
Oh, I'll be 36 in a couple of weeks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in 10 years.
Okay. I appreciate the compliment, but no. You've got another member.
Oh, Christy Coates, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member on the channel. Really appreciate it. I honestly cannot believe how many people became.
I love that you hit members. The 30. You probably hit the 30. I don't know yet.
We did, yes, for sure.
That's awesome. You got a super chat.
The narrative dude with a $10 super chat. Thanks for uplifting the dialogue, all of the Mafia 2. Thank you, narrative dude.
Love that. I've got a new member in Thorin. Thank you so much. Welcome. Let's see. Oh, this person, super chat for me, $2 just chosen randomly. Thank you so much. Here's a Blue Sky invite. This is a code.
Blue Sky, that's a legit code. Someone grab it if you haven't already in the chat when it was posted. That's exactly what the Blue Sky codes look like. I can tell you from experience. Yep.
Very, very cool. Okay, Matt, you're gonna like this one.
Adar with a $50. Oh my God! One of my AirPods just died, so I'm gonna.
No.
I still got the other one, but let's do this.
You gotta charge them like one at a time.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, that's exactly what happens at this point.
Yeah.
Adar with a $50 super chat. Great show tonight, guys. Enjoy your bonuses. Thank you so much, Adar.
Another one for you.
Scott with a super chat. Mafia, check the Discord more often. I have made more edits of all of you. Otherwise, I'll draw Matt with more bows on his beard. We do have to use the Discord more. We've been ignoring it, and I think we need to get back on that. I mean, at least me. I can't speak for you guys, but I should get back on it.
Yeah, I'm showing. We're all showing our age by avoiding Discord, but yeah, we need to check it more, especially if you've got, if you're luring us in with some awesome drawings. Right. Another Binder.
T-Types with became a YouTube member. Thanks so much, T-Types.
And this one's for me. T. Gordon Mayhall Jr. became a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we've got a super chat for you.
Oh, this one with a $10 super chat. Hey, Matt, that's the bigger heel turn. Shawn Michaels kicking Marty Jannetty through a glass window, or Anna Kasparian going right-wing grifter mode. I mean, Shawn Michaels kicking Marty Jannetty is a classic. There's nothing that can compare to that. So easily the Rockers splitting up after that.
Another one for you.
Spin me a sailcloth with a super chat. That corporate creed you hear, perception is reality, is brought to you by Lee Atwater. Are we at the late stage yet? Left is best. Hope all is well. Thank you. Spin me a sailcloth.
I believe this one is from me. Parker with $2. Jen calling someone unhinged. No irony awareness. Yeah, I don't like that he called Benny unhinged. I think that's very, very fucked up. Another one from me, 199, Meteor Dreams. It's sad to see the left become more conservative. Yeah. People change, unfortunately. Some people grift, but it is sad regardless. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see. I believe this one's from me. If it seems redundant and I'm rereading over something that David Dole had read, then we'll just disregard it. But I don't think I've seen this one. So Tin Man XL with $4.99 for me. Thank you so much. I was a TYT viewer going back to Air America Radio. Wow, that's before I was even listening. And today I unsubscribed. They have lost their credibility as far as I'm concerned. I don't blame you. Yeah, I feel very disappointed. $10 from me from Cy Abelman. Love your videos, Mike. Thank you so much, by the way. Really appreciate the $10 super chat and the kind words. Can you guys recommend any specific books or authors I can show people that give a good overview of trans issues and why we should all be fierce allies right now? Thanks. In terms of books, I haven't read many books specifically on trans issues. Here's what I'll recommend. I'll recommend a couple of journalists that I think you should follow. Definitely follow Erin Reed. Her Substack is Erin in the Morning. She is, I think, probably one of the best, if not the best, on this issue. And also one of our former guests, Alejandra Carballo. Follow her as well. They're phenomenal. I haven't been reading a lot of political or theoretical books lately because I'm trying to use them as like brain cleansers before I go to bed. But yeah, check out their work because they have some amazing reads and they write very frequently too. So I can't recommend them enough. So I've got a member, Robbie82. Thank you so much. Welcome. And then we have a super chat for you, Matt.
Dig it, Dave, with a super chat. Are you using Windows? Try disabling audio enhancements. I had similar audio issues. No, I'm using a Mac Mini M1. I think there's some issues still with some apps that aren't quite maybe built for specifically M1 Macs yet, or I mean they're at the M2 now, so who knows? Maybe it's just maybe I just got a shitty computer. Maybe I got a bad one.
I mean, I have the M1, and I had the switch to this one, which is not the M1. I think I don't know which Intel processor, but yeah, still having issues.
Right. The problem is the M1, the M line of the silicone chip Macs are really fucking fast, and once these little kinks are worked out. I mean, it's clearly the most affordable, most powerful computer for like streamers. I think, not for gamer streamers, for people who just stream to account.
Right.
If you want a game, you still got to get a PC.
Gaming on Mac is a
non-existent
no-go. Yeah, it's no-go. Don't even bother. We have another super chat for you.
Snack Panther with a super chat. Happy birthday, Ezra. The messy jersey rules. Thank you so much, Snack Panther. Really appreciate you wishing my son happy birthday. I mean, I was gonna say he'll appreciate it. I'll let him know that my audience on YouTube wished him happy birthday. He'll get really excited because he thinks YouTube and all these social media platforms is a big deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
it'll actually mean a lot to him. That's cute. Another one for you.
He asked me about like my follower count, and he's like, "What? You guys?" He'll be like, "What?" He'll be like, "I'll be like, what do you think's a lot of subscribers?" And he'll be like, 1,000. And I'll be like, "Check out how many Twitter followers I have." And he'll be like, "What?"
That is so cute because he's gonna look up to you so much. Like, oh my god, my dad is a rock star. I love that.
Yeah, but then he watches this game streamer who's got like 10 million subscribers on YouTube, and so I look like small.
That's funny. This one is for you too.
Damn Cedar with the super chat. Brooklyn Boy Binder recommend a good punk album. Quickly off the top of my head, the album The Anger and the Truth by The Unseen. It's got a number of my favorite Unseen songs on there.
Okay, we've got a couple from me here. We have Archangel with $2. Thank you so much. I won't make this Friday. I will be in the future. I might be too tired to comprehend that, but I will see you around. Speaking of Friday, that's tomorrow. Yes, today's Thursday. Leftist Mafia is on Thursdays. I'll be on Jeff Waldorf's show tomorrow at, I think, 1 p.m. PST. So be sure to check that out. And another one for me, Sally Thompson with $5. Thank you so much, Sally. Mike, it is still early here this beautiful evening in Portland, Oregon. Thank you for a great show as always. Love to you all. Thank you so much. Love to see another PDXer in the chat. Really appreciate that. Yes, it is. I went to go get water like 30 minutes ago and David was still here and it was still nice and bright out. I was expecting it to be dark, but yeah. It's dark now though, for sure, probably. Let's see. This one's for you.
Eric, I'm sorry if I mess up your last name, Eric. I'm going to try here, though. Eric Chiampong with a super chat. You guys are great. If by some off chance Ezra is into anime, there's a pretty good soccer anime called Blue Lock. Also, hugs for Hassan. He's not quite into anime yet, I'm sure. Oh, he did watch that Sonic the Hedgehog anime that came out in 2002, but that's more because of his Sonic the Hedgehog, not because of his anime. But yeah, I'm sure eventually he'll be into anime, judging by what he currently likes. And I'll definitely check out Blue Lock. Thank you so much, Eric.
Let's see. This one is for me from Meteor Dreams 199. Thank you so much. Why is there a segment of the left that is anti-gay? It's hard to say, right? I think that we all kind of have a lot of internalized homophobia, myself included, even as a gay dude, because we're raised in a heteronormative society, and that doesn't just mean that like, oh, there's all we see is straight people, but it also means that like being straight as the only option is kind of what's pushed on us, right? So we're kind of challenging that, and you don't just like erase those beliefs, what has been embedded into our brains like that. It takes a lot of time to deprogram yourself, and it's a constant battle. So I think that there's a lot of leftists that think that just like not being anti-gay is good enough, but it really requires a lot more introspection. It's difficult, right? I mean, when I was a kid, this was completely taboo. So society has completely changed throughout my life. So that's a lot of deprogramming. It's complex, right? And people don't want to search within. So maybe that's a very convoluted answer, but I'm getting tired. So hopefully that answers your question, though. We do have a new member for you, Matt.
And Andre Sakura just became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Andre. Also, I want to shout out Riverboat Jack just rated my Twitch channel.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Riverboat Jack. And also, while I'm there, Genocide 2002 subscribed via Prime Twitch. You could still, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber already, you should definitely use your Twitch Prime subscription that you get. Whether you subscribe to me or to someone else on the Leftist Mafia or someone else altogether, Amazon gives it to you free every month. One free subscription to a Twitch user. Costs you nothing extra, and it gets your favorite Twitch user paid. So definitely use it. It's so many people subscribe to Amazon Prime, and I totally get it. It's very convenient. So take advantage of when they're giving you free money.
Yeah. We've got a lot of super chats for you in a row. So here's the first one.
Marla Surratt with a super chat. Tried to join, but your YouTube page isn't showing a join button. WTF? I have no idea. Try refreshing. That's the only way to join, and other people were able to do it. Maybe just like the cache in your browser didn't refresh. I'm not sure.
Click on the video or the live stream, and it's going to be close to his name, not by the subscribe button. So yeah, refresh, and you'll be able to probably join. This one's for you. Sorry.
Deporize with a super chat. A donation has been made in your name to the Human Fund. That's the Seinfeld episode, right? That's one. Oh my god, that's one of my favorites.
Another one for you.
NJ Days with a $10 super chat. Funny story that David will appreciate. Good thing he is not here now. In 2013, I went to Toronto and went into a Staples, and I asked who Rob Ford is. Immediate laughter from everyone because that had something to do with him and crack. Yeah, I remember those Rob Ford days.
I do too. Yeah, he was big on the Daily Show at the time, so
that wasn't just a Canadian thing. Rob Ford, he transcended. Yes.
Yeah, we Americans know very well about that. Okay, another one for you.
Tungsten Tin with a super chat. Binder just grift the shitcoin for the money. I mean, listen, I gotta say, covering the crypto grift for the past couple of years has made me realize just how easy it is to abstract money from unsuspecting marks. And if I didn't have morals, and if I wouldn't feel horrible for the rest of my life in scamming people, I can tell you that it would be so easy to do. It's so easy to do. It's so sad. Yeah, I know. It's so sad, but it's so easy to do. And it's really unfortunate that there are people out there who take advantage of other people who are trusting and
desperate.
And desperate. Yes, absolutely.
Another one for you.
INFP me with a super chat. Oh, Matt, you're great. You're all awesome. Thank you so much. INFP me.
Another one for you.
Chaotic Socialist. How do I do a paid subscription on YouTube, Matt? So if you go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/MattBinder, there should now be a join button there on the page. If not, Mike gave the other options. If this seems to be a problem for people. I have no idea why. Maybe it's because I just joined, like I just set it up today and it hasn't, maybe YouTube hasn't rolled it out all across every server for every user or something. I don't know. I think they also give a direct subscription link, which I'll post if people continue to have this problem. But let's give it another day, and if not, I'll start sharing that link.
There you go. This one is for you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because it's a wrestling question, so I know it'll take more than like a couple of minutes.
All right, cool. Themic with a super chat. No way this is like NWO. NWO was cool. This is definitely DDP debuting in WWF. No reason, lame rhetoric, no substance, pathetic storyline. Oh yeah, when DDP finally showed up in the WWF and they put him in a feud with The Undertaker. And DDP, who was like the WCW's version of like the people's champ, he would come out of the crowd would be patting him on the back, cheering for him. He was like the rebel who was fighting for the good guys, but like he wasn't really part of a team, and he would constantly take on the NWO all by himself sometimes. WWF finally brings him in after they purchase WCW, and they turn him into a stalker character who is stalking The Undertaker's wife. And the big payoff was for The Undertaker's wife to beat DDP in a match. And that was basically nail in the coffin for DDP's career in the WWF. He never was able to really recover from that. I mean, I guess I know what you're saying in terms of like the disappointment and the level it's at. But I think in terms of like actual analogous storyline, I think the NWO one's pretty good.
We've got another one for you here. And I was back just in time. That was perfect, actually.
Yeah.
Another one for you. This one's funny.
Damn Cedars with the super chat. Hassan already had his fall from grace. He bought a house.
I love so much that it's a meme. Socialism is when Azan no house. That is fucking hilarious. So this one, I believe is for me, 0PE499. I would love for someone to ask Anna if she thinks her recent moves honors her friendship with Brooks.
I don't think I brought up Michael Brooks in the context of how there is a prime example of using edgy jokes to get across the point you want to get across without having to worry about bothering anyone, because everyone knows exactly what the point of the joke is and where you're coming from. I wouldn't want to use Michael's name to in an argument in terms of like how good of a friend someone was, or if they're properly honoring that friendship. I don't think that's necessary. I get where you're coming from, but I don't think it's necessary to do that. I think use Michael Brooks to literally show people his content and how good of a commentator and educator and leftist he was, and how he was able to be a prime example of using entertainment to teach people all those things.
Yeah, very well said. And also check out the Dark Web audiobook with Sam Cedar. I got to plug that.
Yes. Yep.
I haven't checked it out yet, but I know that Michael Brooks's book was amazing. I read it when it first came out, and I thought it was incredible, obviously. But yeah, check that out. Let's see here. So we have another one for you.
AOD fan with a super chat. Lance and Olay need to star in a remake of Taxi. I mean, that movie, does that movie need a remake with, does someone need to remake a Jimmy Fallon movie?
I could be mistaken. Wasn't that a remake already of an older movie, or am I wrong? Because there was the Jimmy Fallon, Queen Latifah one from, I think, like 2005, but I feel I could be completely wrong about this.
No,
I feel like that was the remake, right?
No, I don't know if it was a remake. I think it was just. Oh, it is a film of a 1998 French film of the same name. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it is technically a remake, but it's not like a.
I see.
You know, the modern day remake where you just take an old U.S. title and just do it again a couple years later. It's that happens throughout cinema where a foreign film gets an English language remake.
Okay, so not remake in the United States sense, where every couple of years we reboot shit. All right, this one is for you.
Adam Iloff with a super chat. The third person will be the surprising return of Jimmy Dore or Dave Rubin. Right, that would be, yeah.
Also for you,
the emo dragon Binder. Give me your best. Bonesaw is ready. Oh boy, let me I gotta do a Macho Man. I gotta get into the. Yeah. So okay, Bonesaw is ready. I don't know why I can't get the gruffness tonight. I think it's because my voice is already getting shot from 4 hours now of.
I mean, having no reference point, I thought that was amazing. So, okay, this one's for me. Kowalski with the 199. The beehole. The beehole is a loophole in the eyes of the Lord.
Oh my God.
Calling it a beehole just does not. Kowalski just has the fucking bangers. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure this is one that was for David that he read off, but I'll just put it up here just in case. Let's see here. Also for David, bonus hole. Matt, this one's for you.
0 PE with a super chat. Bonus holes for everyone. We all need a place to put our junk. Oh, boy.
You all are on fire tonight.
Oh man. I think what you're looking for is a glory hole.
The most amazing element of the discourse that came about this week is this fucking term. Holy shit. Which has gotten more play than it ever has gotten, I assure you that. Okay, so this one's for me, 199 from 0 PE. Thank y'all for not holding back on TYT's BS. Thank you. You know, I feel like we were charitable, so we don't have to keep the gloves on anymore. Oh God. This one's for you.
Alexander with a super chat. Jenk is still tweeting up a storm and just compared Benny to Jimmy Dore. What?
Oh my God.
Face
somebody take his
turquoise
phone.
Covering eyes. This trans guy thanks you for hashtag bonus hole. You're welcome, Alexander. He compared Benny to Jimmy Dore?
Just
what?
Please tell me that this is not true.
How does that even make sense in this context?
Let's see. Oh, yep. I've lived through this movie many times, and this is always my favorite part. Jimmy Dore fans and Sam Harris fans and Sargon of Akkad fans all thought we were dying because we disagreed with them. We had 450 million views last month. Yeah, you really got us. Okay, so maybe not a direct, like, you're the Jimmy Dore. Okay. Unless I'm missing it, but okay.
I always think it's a very lame thing to bring up how popular your content is when people are talking about a topic that is not that. I mean, it's a deleted tweet, so maybe he was replying directly to that, but clearly I wouldn't even respond to that person because there's clearly a broader, more important issue people are actually going at you at. At the very least, it's deflection. To bring
and people are calling you out because you're popular. We know you're popular. That's what that's why we want you to do better. Whatever. I don't so lots and lots of members for you. There are like 9 or 10.
Singing Wicked now.
So
we're at the point of the night where I'm starting to sing Broadway songs because I'm so out of it. I was singing.
We're getting delirious.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
All right.
It's for me?
This is these next 9 are for you. Oh no! I'm sorry. This one is. Oh no. Okay.
This one's for you.
Yeah, 2 from me. I'm sorry about that. EJ, thank you so much for becoming a member. We also have Cody Gratner. Really appreciate that. I'm sorry for almost glossing over my members. Okay, so now we're getting to the Binder members.
All right, here we go. Tyler Wackel, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Oh, I should probably read through all of them. All right, here we go. Jonathan Anderson. Tony Rizzo. Tony! Jordan Staten. I be banging. Damn Cedar.
You ready for this one?
No way. No way. Is it this is someone using the name, right? Not is this really
she
no way.
It's not like the official. This may be her personal account. She watches Leftist Mafia. She's this person is a member for me too. I think it might be the real Laverne.
Wow. Laverne Cox. Thank you so much, Laverne. Wow. All right, cool.
It feels so cool to know that like Laverne Cox watches the show. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are not done yet.
NJ Days. Andrew S. Rachel Rasmussen. Amused Mob.
All right, that's it for now.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. This is awesome. I mean, I really appreciate it. I don't know what else to say at this point, other than this. This is awesome. I really appreciate, because this money will go into obviously growing this channel, being able to create more content, and so I hope you guys enjoy as I put out more stuff and grow the channel.
Yeah, I love that you reached it on the first night. I knew you would. This one's from me, Andrew S. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And then a $5 super chat for me. The Kama Sutra Scholar, $5. Thank you so much. Amazing Atheist Twitter about the word dude. I call cis women dude. I'm not going to treat trans women differently. That wouldn't make sense. I don't have the context fully, but it seems like you're saying that TJ called a trans person dude, but he calls everyone dude. There are some people who just call everyone dude. I actually have a friend in real life that calls everyone bro.
I've been someone who does that, and I can speak directly to this actually, because I've noticed, this is years ago now, probably like at least like 5 years ago now. But I would say this to trans people I know in real life. And, I quickly realized that, are they cool with it? I don't know. Mm-hmm. So I had to sort of just stop myself, unless I was told otherwise. I would just have to stop myself when I was about to say it. And little by little, I would get myself out of the habit of calling everybody dude. And I think it's fine to call everybody dude if everybody is fine with it, but you shouldn't go up to someone you don't know and they're a trans person and call them dude, because you don't know. If they're friends with you, you can call them dude. That doesn't matter if they're fine with it. Yeah the context matters. And for me, I when I was younger, I would say dude almost as like a verbal tick, like how we'll say or I would say dude as like if I pause, like and dude, like right.
And
that was what
cis
I would
women
do sometimes too.
Yeah, cis woman corrected me. Like I had a coworker, she's like, "I'm not a dude, I'm a lady." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." I'm trying to use it in a non-gendered way, but they just didn't like it, so I kind of like had to get out of that habit. But yeah, it just depends on your friend circle. If you have friends that don't care, then it's not a problem. It just if people don't like it, don't say it. This one is
Mike actually broke out into that Aerosmith song when his coworker said, "I'm not a dude, I'm a lady."
I mean, it was from a while ago, so she might have said something else other than lady, but I'm pretty sure she said lady. Like, I'm not a dude or something. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah. It was a good opportunity for that song, regardless.
Right. I mean, I think I don't know the context that the Amazing Atheist or whoever said this in, but generally I think it's totally fine as long as it's totally fine with whoever you're saying it to. And especially if you say it and they say that they don't want to be called that, then you should most definitely stop if they explicitly say no about that.
Exactly. This one is for you.
Eye of the River. The gender ideology BS has crossed the language barrier. I see more and more of it appear in Quebec media, and it's honestly scary. Gender ideology? Is that how they... That's my best French accent.
It's better than mine.
What do you mean when you say this? Cis. Don't call me cis.
Okay, that's good.
Don't call me cis.
Okay, so this one is for me, Jetter, with 40 rupees, I believe, right? Jenk helped Mike remonetize. Jenk bad in 3 weeks. Let me be very clear. When I said that TYT helped me, their TYT's rep, Aaron, he's the one who helped me. He represents all the network partners, and he represents TYT. So, and by the way, I criticized Jenk before that, so I just, yeah. Jenk bad in 3 weeks, though, for sure. This one, nope, that was David Dills. Okay, so we've got 3 members for you.
Oh, here we go. Jacqueline Terrell, Pitchfork's Dragon, and Logan Hill. Thank you all so much for becoming YouTube members.
And a super chat.
Oh. Checkmark verified account, which I love as a username. How do I get verified on Threads? All right, so here's what you do. You go on to Instagram, and you pay Meta $15 a month, and you get your check mark on Threads as well. Yes, that's what you have to do.
Seriously?
However, Meta is still, unlike Twitter, Meta is still verifying users who apply, and they deem as, how the old Twitter verification worked.
Okay.
Where if they deem that you are somebody who could be impersonated and you are, notable enough, they will still give them for free on Instagram, which would then get you on Threads. But most of the people you see on there who have it and aren't notable, they have it because they're paying $15 a month.
Okay, I did not know.
And that doesn't get you verified on Facebook as well. So if you want the two, if you want all the Facebook all the Meta verifications, that is going to cost you $30 a month.
I'll pass. Okay, so we have $5 super chat from me from Danable Lecter. Thank you so much. I was disappointed when Door changed and recall Anna and Jen calling out his grift. Sad to see them now do the same essentially. Well, let's hope that they stop themselves before they go full Door. But I mean, Door was always kind of a dumbass, and we tolerated him until he became too intolerable for some of us. Let's see here. $1.99 for me from Deprogramming. Or no, this was maybe for David Dole. Have you guys seen Jenk's last tweet about Benny? Yeah, that pissed me off. Let's see here. $5 from Narrator for me. Imagine a group of leftists starting a Kickstarter to buy Twitter and make it the first internationally democratically owned and run social media. If we can raise enough money to purchase Twitter, I think that money would be better used on something else besides purchasing. Right.
Also,
a big platform.
I think if every leftist in the world, including Hassan, was to get together, I don't think we would have even $1 billion, let alone $44 billion.
Yeah,
I don't even think we would hit $100 billion.
I don't even think we hit $1 million.
Well, I think Hassan alone would.
if he so chooses, yeah. Okay, so I have a new member for me, November DeMarc. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Let's see. $5 for me from Ignore Husky. Thank you so much. Anyone love punk? Went to a punk show and saw an awesome ska punk band called Los Angeles Mal Hablados. Y'all should check them out. That's more of
they're called Los Small Hablados. You said Los Angeles. You automatically said Angeles.
Okay. Okay. I should have connected the dots there.
Right. Anyone love punk? Are you new here, Ignar? No, thank you for the recommend. I actually am not familiar with that band. I'll check them out. I'm gonna Google right now.
Alrighty, so 2 members from me. We have Bruce Allen Ross. Thank you, Bruce Allen Ross. And Stoic Jeff. Welcome. I believe that's a member of you too. Really nice. We have, let's see here. Oh, okay, another one for me. Ignar Husky, another $5. Thank you so much. Also have some videos uploaded of the house show where Los Mal Hoblados played. Another good band to check out is The Last Responders and MDC. Cheers. So 2 other recommendations for you.
I do know MDC if they're talking about the same MDC that I know of. And by the way, MDC, the band I'm thinking of, the MDC stands for Millions of Dead Cops.
Oh, shit. Okay, so this one is for you.
Pinkerbell with a super chat. TYT cultivated an audience around media literacy and critique. Then they get mad when that lens of analysis is turned on them.
Yeah. $2 for me from Misty Catherine. Right now, Jenk attacking Benny on Twitter for quitting. Misty looks familiar. Maybe she sent another one to David Dole, so I might have read this. But yeah, we did see that, and yeah, it's you know my thoughts on it. $5 from John Moore for me. Great show tonight. Katy is the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love meeting all the new people on Leftist Mafia. Most of the guests, actually maybe all of them so far, have been introduced to us from Lance and Ole. So yeah, they've done a great job.
Yeah, Lance is really good at knowing all the various creators. And
he has a ton of connections.
Right. And Ole is really good at bringing, like the creators who come out of like Black Twitter and I guess, Black YouTube, I guess you could call it. Because I'm not familiar with a lot of the creators Lance or Ole bring to the table because they're just not in our wheelhouse, which is awesome. I'm learning about whole new like communities on all these different platforms when either of them bring a suggestion.
Yeah, it's so nice to uplift voices of people who don't have as big of platforms, or even if they do, just like getting to know them. Like Jessie Gender is huge, but I never had the chance to like stream with her. So yeah, like meeting new person every time I have a guest is great. Let me see here. This is $5 from me from Sally Thompson. Well, by the time you got to my earlier super chat, it got late here in beautiful Portland, but still love you and Matt still here. Sally, thank you so much. Yes, I love Portland. Portland is, that's my home. We've got another member for you, Matt.
Ooh. Sergeant Vowel. Thank you so much for becoming a member on my YouTube channel. Really appreciate it.
All right, $5.
And I think you might be the last to subscribe on the first day of the channel membership. So thank you all.
Good.
All of you, really, I appreciate it so much. You got me that incentive from YouTube, which is a slam dunk. It's free money, like that free real estate meme. It's free money.
This one is for you.
Narrator with a super chat. Without Googling, why do you think the first chainsaw was invented? To give Leatherface something to murder his victims with. Am I correct?
I would say it was invented to cut down trees. That's probably wrong. Otherwise, you because that's the obvious
Seems like
answer.
The most obvious, right?
But I mean, maybe it's a trick question, right? Where they want us to overthink it.
Apparently, surgery.
Oh, that's horrifying. I don't like that I know that. Okay, so we have this one is from me from Narrator with $5. Narrator, thank you. You've sent in so many super chats. Really appreciate you. Which right winger do you think has the best chance of being turned or redeemable? Left is best. Good night. I mean, there's a financial incentive there, which is why you don't really see it happen very often. I don't know, honestly. That's a really tough question. I guess if I had to really, really guess, it'd be one of the marginalized conservatives. Maybe like a trans conservative. Maybe I don't want to say Blair White because she might be too far gone, but she kind of went through this phase where she was seemingly shifting and kind of exposing disingenuous actors on the right. I mean, you can't be part of a movement where they hate your community. So if I had to guess, it'd probably be like a gay or trans conservative, but the most likely option is none of them will turn. Okay, so
I don't really even want to answer that question because I don't feel like giving anyone that sort of fictional benefit of the doubt.
They don't deserve the grace.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I would love to see it. I mean, there's a few people who come to mind, but I'm not gonna go on the record because it's most likely not gonna happen. I don't want to put any like false hope out there or make it seem like I view them as better than others.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is $2 for. We got a couple from me in a row. Okay, so $2 for me from Dapperize. What's your favorite NES or SNES game soundtrack? Oh, without question, it's Donkey Kong Country. That lives in my head rent free. Also, Super Mario World too. That one is that's iconic. $10 super chat from Derek Peterson. Do you thank you so much, Derek, by the way. Do you think either Jenk or Anna or Jenk, sorry, I read that backwards, but it doesn't matter, will eventually be one of the Why I Left the Left types? I'm not sure. I mean, it's certainly within the realm of possibility, but I hope not. Another one for me. Andy Boom with $10. Here's a super from Mike just to break things up. Thank you, Andy. Really appreciate that. You all had the same thought because I've got a couple in a row. Let's see. Patrick P. Roy Ferreria with $5 Canadian. Thoughts on the Twitter collapse? I was happy to see Twitter crumble, but sad to see Threads replace it. Short form social media is a bane on society. Yeah. At this point, I'm willing to take anything over Twitter. So yeah, I have actually a video about the lawsuit threat from Elon Musk that I filmed. It hasn't been edited. It'll go up sometime tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that.
I'm still holding out hope that Elon's investors forced him to sell.
Oh God, that would be great.
Because these alternatives all seem interesting and good in their own right, but they don't seem like the replacement. They seem like just an additional, another platform to use. Mm-hmm. None of them are replicating Twitter's most important feature, which is the ability to share real-time breaking news to the public. Mm-hmm. None of them are made for that yet. They're too small, too insulated, too walled. And Twitter still has that. It's just that you can't use it for that purpose right now because of the policies that its owner is subjecting it to.
Yeah. Okay, a couple more for me here. We have Candace DL, who became a member. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Welcome. And oh my goodness, massive fucking super chat. Holy shit. Bolt Action Gamer, thank you so much. I'm noticing a BioShock Big Daddy in your profile pic. I love that. And thank you. That is so incredibly kind. I wanted to call into Majority Report sometime to share my story about growing up with my mom who hated my ethnicity, Mexican, because of the divorce. She expressed nothing but contempt for them. I wanted to ask, is this a common occurrence? Thank you for what you do. I honestly can't speak to this, like how frequent it is. But like, just from my personal experience, I have family members who have been married to interracial partners, and that did not end in racism. And so it's weird, right? That's kind of the takeaway. This kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier in the stream, where it's like if you have a bad experience with like one gay person or like a trans person, then you extrapolate and generalize. So like, you know, your mom perhaps, because of the divorce, she decided to extrapolate irrationally. So that's really sad, though. I'm sorry that you had that experience. Here's what I will say. I would recommend you calling into Majority Report, because odds are if somebody else has had the same experience, and I mean, I'm assuming it has happened to other people, it'd be really cathartic to hear your story. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I would recommend for sure calling, because I would love to hear that personally. Or call into Binder's show too, because Binder also does call in. So calls, yeah, that'd be really interesting. I'd like to hear more about that, just to get some additional context, because I find that really sad. Okay, we have another from for me, from November to Mark with $10. I just found Humanist Report 2 weeks ago. No kidding. And I'm so stoked to find that there's group live streams. Thank you for all you do. Hey, that is awesome. I love to hear things like that. You know, it feels like I've been in this for so long, so the audience that I have now is as big as it's ever going to get. But the fact that more people are still finding the Leftist Mafia, love it. I love hearing stuff like that.
It is crazy that we're like in such a bubble in like the political streamer space that it's like, oh my God, even when like people like find like the Majority Report or something, it's like, to me, I'm like, oh my God, like that's crazy. But like, it makes sense that the vast majority of people do not know about our shows because it reflects in our subscriber base. Even the Majority Report, which has over 1 million subscriptions. Obviously, there's a lot more than 1 million people on this earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is weird to think about, for sure. We've got a lot bigger audiences potentially, so we're still growing, baby. Okay, we've got a couple of super chats for you.
All right, Rick's Americana started watching before the Hollywood Bowl concert, heading back out now, and the hardest working dudes in Shodix are still working. Are you talking about what? I'm so tired. I have no idea what you're talking about. Talking about us? Talking about us? I have no idea. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Another one for you.
D Waffle Bakers with a super chat. Matt, is today the day for the YouTube incentive? Yes, today is the day I started for the YouTube incentive. But I should say that, you know, if you're waiting for a payday or something, I've already passed the incentive. But if you want to get involved in being like part of that opening membership group who helped get me the incentive, you have until the end of the month to become a subscriber. I mean, obviously, I want the YouTube membership to become something well beyond just this month for the incentive. I'm going to obviously roll out different bonuses for YouTube members as well. So if you would like to join, please feel free to do so. I appreciate it.
You've got to do some monthly Zoom calls like I do. They are very fun.
Yeah,
and getting to like meet the viewers face to face is super cool.
All right. And again, if you prefer Patreon, you could still go there to patreon.com/MattBinder. I'm not closing that. Just that, you know, I've a lot of people on Patreon, but a lot of people are also requesting that they prefer YouTube. Just like some people prefer doing the Twitch Prime, or some people even pay the Twitch subscriptions, which, you know, if you prefer going through that, that's fine with me too. Whatever makes things easier for you. I was under the perception that the best thing to do was to send everyone to one channel, and I was aiming for that to be the Patreon for the longest time, but it's pretty clear that people don't share that. They want many different options for whatever works best for them, which I'm also happy to oblige.
Yeah, YouTube's convenient. On that note, though, we've got a couple more members for you. We got 2. So this one is
Danny Lingbach. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, but I think that's right. Thank you so much. And LM Morrison, thank you so much for becoming members.
And one for me, Jen. Really appreciate that. Okay, so we're down to 2 more super chat. Or no, okay, there's more. So they keep coming.
I think let's see if we could beat this. Let's see if we can finish reading these before anyone else sends more. Let's do this.
Let's see. Oh my God. Okay. This one's for me, Matt Claremont with $5. It's all right to tell me what you think about me. I won't try to hold it against you. Matt, we think you're amazing.
It sounds like you were reciting lyrics to a song, honestly.
Well, nevertheless, Matt, we've got $2 for me from Timber Dan. Thank you so much. Thanks for all you do. Keep it up. Timber Dan, really appreciate that. Thank you. We've got a super chat for you.
D Waffle Baker's another super chat. Say no more.
Followed with a...
Yep. Day Waffle Bakers became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. That was a fun little back and forth interaction. I enjoyed that.
And...
Oh, was that for me too?
That's for you too.
Wow. The Loomer 66... Oh, I was going to add another 6 there, but the Loomer 66, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member.
Okay, so we have a super chat for you.
Scott, 1994, I need to be stoned more often.
That's true for all of us. But I have too much anxiety to smoke. But okay, so let's see here. See, what I noticed is all the late night Matt Binder streamers are migrating over to Leftist Mafia, and these are getting
happening right now.
These are getting. I think we're like at 4 hours. I want to say. Oh my goodness, you all are so kind though. Okay, this one's for me. Tungsten Tin with $4.99. I started out as Mike's subscriber before I heard of Majority Report or TYT. That's interesting. Those outros are fire, but I wish some of them weren't like the Peterson Grandma one. I apologize for that. Some of them,
Dude, did you say we're over 4 hours now? We're about to hit 5 hours, my friend.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Lance and Ole are gonna see the VOD and be like, "What the fuck?" Because Lance left like how many hours ago?
Like 2 hours ago, I think. At the very least.
God! Yeah, for those who are watching, the VOD,
this isn't a super chat, but Ponderosapine over on Twitch just commented, "Shortest Matt Binder stream."
Okay, so here is a question for you.
Mark Anthony Centeno with a $20 super chat. What's your schedule as it pertains to your live streams? So usually it was Tuesday night Doomed live stream, and then Thursday would be Majority Report stream during the day, Leftist Mafia stream at night, and then on Sunday I would drop the Scam Economy premiere. But so in the past couple of months, the schedule's been a little bit hectic because my kids are now off from school, and Scam Economy scheduling with me just rejiggering the show a little bit to broaden it so it's not just crypto right now. It's a little bit all over the place, but you know that there will definitely be at least one live stream, most likely Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Usually Tuesday still though. And then Leftist Mafia and Majority Report on Thursday, and a Scam Economy episode randomly scattered. And I'm hoping that, post August, the schedule is back to it being a more routine thing. But definitely subscribe to the channel. I mean, subscribe, like not even pay. Just hit the subscribe button, hit that bell notification, so you will receive any notification when I'm about to go live. Because I usually just don't go live straight away. I put it up so people will get that notification that like stream starts in an hour, stream starts in 30 minutes, and then, when the stream starts.
What you just reminded me, I forgot to tweet about our stream. I usually tweet out the link with the guests. I did not do that.
I did. And I gotta say, I think you had I think you had your biggest, at least for Leftist Mafia stream. I thought you get like 850 or something like that viewers at peak, I think.
Tonight?
On your stream, yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's really cool. Okay, so yeah, this one is for you, actually.
Ziggy Lynch, I posted support of Benny in the MR Discord, and someone replied, "Please let this discourse die. That felt so hurtful. I left the server. Thanks for discussing." The MR audience is really big. So if it's just one person that said that, I would, I wouldn't be surprised if they receive shit from other people. But don't let that, because if you watch the show, I mean, Emma, Sam, Matlek, Bradley, and then when me and Brandon Sutton are on, it's very clear where we stand on this. So don't let one random viewer on a show that has over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, make you feel a certain way. Just ignore them. If it was a broader thing with multiple people and it was on the regular, then that's a real problem and something should be done. But if it's just one person, they're probably already dealt with. And if they weren't, I'm sure if you raised it with the mods, they would do something.
Yeah. Another one for you.
Eye of the River. You need to practice your French accent some more.
And we've got another member for you.
Daniel Meeker became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Oh, and I should say that Mark and Ziggy, who dropped those super chats, they were both first-time super chatters. I appreciate it.
Oh, nice. And another super chat.
Gabriel Gorski, I really appreciate the work you do, all of you. Thank you so much, Gabriel. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah. This one is from me, $3 from Presto Wing. Thank you so much. Counter, your remixes always crack me up, Mike. Thank you so much. I've got to see. Okay, I do see a little doggy. I've got to point at the doggies. Cute doggy. Thank you, Presto. And then we have $1 from Timber Dan. No message. Maybe it's a super sticker. Let me double check really quick. That is not a super sticker. Well, thank you so much. I have a member, Donald James X. Thank you so much. And we have one for me, $5 Australian. Is your guy. Good day, Mike. Hey, good day to you, mate. And last but not least, is
your guy to me says, good day, Matt. Hey, is your guy. That's John from Australia, a regular caller into my show.
Okay.
Always brings the great takes when it comes to like tech issues and crypto issues. Always
nice.
Look forward to his calls.
Okay. So far, the last one. This is for you, Bender.
Matt Claremont, only $2 for the Leftist Mafia 24-hour stream. Let's go, chat. I don't know. Maybe we should actually consider that one day where like we take over for each other. Maybe that would be something we could do. But we would, I don't know, have to think of like some sort of fundraising drive for that.
I was gonna say
randomly do it. Yeah,
there's got to be like a charity incentive or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, like we are doing the charity stream.
The Matt Binder Human Fund. No, for real though. We'll and this. You're right. Lance has that charity stream coming up next Saturday, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't know if I'll be able to make it. I have to let him know. The hectic couple of months with the summer and the kids being off. But I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah, it's a busy time for all of us. But yeah, I'll be there for sure. I won't be able to stay for the whole thing, but I will be there regardless. And well, folks, that's it. So really appreciate you all. I can't believe we went so long, but we will see you all next week.
The official StreamYard time, it says 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh, okay. So, I am seeing that. This is the longest. It's post episode, so it's not like, the main show, but holy shit. Right. Well, anyways, I still got work to do, so I will see you all next week.
What time is it over there for you? It's not even tomorrow yet. Yeah, you're living in Thursday still, right?
It's still Thursday for sure. Yeah. I've got
a
lot of
1:30 a.m. here, so
oh my god.
Everyone, I just want to thank you all for helping me with the YouTube incentive with the memberships. And obviously it won't stop there. I'm going to take the YouTube membership stuff very seriously with bonus stuff. Thinking about what to do. You already got the emojis, which I think YouTube's going to unlock more for me now because I have enough members for them to do that. And other fun stuff in the works. Probably going to do the member only live stream chats here and there, like Mike said too, the Zoom calls.
Those
gonna
are
figure
fun,
out
yeah.
scheduling and when to do that stuff. Of course, the Patreon members will be invited as well. Might be harder to invite the Twitch people, but I'll figure out if that's possible because Twitch doesn't give you much on them.
Yeah, that is hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to all this stuff that we're going to do with YouTube as emotes, Ponderosa-Pian. Absolutely. All right, everyone. Take care. YouTube.com/The Humanist Report. YouTube.com/Matt Binder. Mark DeRue with a last second under the wire joining my channel as a member. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm gonna raid someone random right now on Twitch. Are you gonna?
I'm gonna raid Amy C3.
All right, Amy. Hold on. Let me pull that up. We'll do it at the same time like we usually do because that's always fun.
Yes.
All right, you got it going.
I'm queuing it up.
All right, I got it.
I can't click it yet.
All right, I'm clicking.
All right,
I'm
1, 2.
Wait, hold on. I'm
3.
pressing the start. Whoa! Pressing the start rate.
Okay.
It takes those couple of seconds for me. I was just queuing up in general. And away we. Oh, I guess 1, 2, 3, go. All right, everyone.
folks.
Take care.